about Bitcoin being failure here was the technical challenges. Anytime you have a rollout of something new, there's going to be technical challenges. And once we kind of went through there, they started focusing on price. And every time the price of Bitcoin would drop, they would talk about how much El Salvador had lost. I'm sure you've realized they don't talk about that anymore. They're not talking about how much El Salvador is up on their Bitcoin investments, and which is fine for me because I don't think that that is really the important thing or how Bitcoin has really helped El Salvador. So the thing that now they focus on is how much usage is happening. And they talk about it's only a small percentage of the transactions that are actually happening in Bitcoin. And that is true. We still have a long way to go. And I've told people from the beginning, this is a decade plus long transformation. We've seen that with credit cards. When they came in, they took decades to really take root. Even Apple Pay, when it first started, people called it a failure because in the first couple of years it had very little uptake. Now you go around the world and it's the primary way that young people pay for things. So I want to kind of reset the expectations. So I'm going to take you back to the meeting we had with the Minister of the Economy 3 years ago, when we were pitching this insane idea to her to bring to the president for them to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender. We promised that it would have 4 things that would happen, and none of them were really around transactions, none of them were around number go up. They were things that were more broadly and deeply impact the economy. The first thing we told them, it will change the brand of El Salvador. At that time when you talked about El Salvador, they thought about the highest murder rate in the world, and they thought about gang violence. And we told her with this single action that won't actually cost the government any money, you can transform the image of El Salvador from a backwater that's violent and full of poverty to a future-looking society that's embracing the newest technology and financial system. And you can change the whole brand of El Salvador. And if you were to try to hire a publicity company to do this same thing, it would cost you billions of dollars and you would still probably be unsuccessful. But you can do this one thing and it will transform the country. And we have seen that happen. We have seen the world focus their eyes on El Salvador. Many of you here probably didn't even know where El Salvador was on the map 3 or 4 years ago. Now you're sitting here. And so El Salvador has become a beacon of hope in the world. We've seen press from around the world descend on it. Think about the value of the earned media of just the 60 Minutes segment that was done on El Salvador, showing the beautiful beaches, showing the smiling faces. And the great part is even when the media wants to do hit pieces, they still can't resist putting pictures of the beautiful beaches and the other things here. And so we have this influx of people and into the economy. The other thing is that we promised was that this would put El Salvador and the president into the history books. What other way could the president or leader of a small country be of historical importance in the world? A place that was been mired in poverty and violence. We told them if they make this decision, he will go down on the history books and he will change the trajectory of El Salvador. We've seen that happen. We promised them that tourism would go up tenfold over the next decade if they adopted this. And we've seen that. Most of you here are here specifically because of Bitcoin, but it's not just the people directly impacted by coming directly for Bitcoin. It's also the secondary impact of people seeing these media accounts and showing the beautiful beaches, showing the mountains, all the beauty here. And so we've seen El Salvador tourism increase by high double digits every year since adoption, even as the rest of the world has struggled post-COVID with tourism. And finally, we promised that investment would flow into the country. And we've seen that. We've seen the number of companies that are coming in, not just Bitcoin companies, but companies from the tech space, companies from the financial space, even construction companies, as we're seeing this huge growth here in El Salvador. And so these are ways that Bitcoin is impacting the country that the media will never talk to you about. But I want to take you even beyond that, about how Bitcoin adoption has really impacted the soul of El Salvador. So most of you as Bitcoiners realize the myriad of ways that Bitcoin infiltrates and impacts your life. And really the financial transactions and the number go up is not how really Bitcoin impacts you. That's a small part of it. It changes the way you look at health. It changes the way, it lowers your time preference, as we like to say. It makes you think about the long term. It makes you think not even about your own future, about your kids' future. And we're seeing the same thing happen here in El Salvador. And I want to give you just a couple examples. One is on the health side. Going into COVID, El Salvador was still on the fiat standard. And we saw a pretty disastrous, from my opinion, lockdown here. It was very strict. They locked people in their homes. They did a lot of things that were unhealthy. But between then and the first Bitcoin, adopting Bitcoin conference, El Salvador adopted Bitcoin. And that started changing the way people at government thought about things. So that in fact, during the first adopting Bitcoin conference, mid-conference, you had the president make a declaration on Twitter, middle of the day, that they were no longer going to require COVID tests to come into the country. And they did that because of this conference, because people were having a hard time getting in for the conference with delayed flights and other things. Their COVID tests had expired. And they realized if we want to attract Bitcoiners, we need to embrace freedom and need to be smart about health concerns. And so it wasn't just that. They also, some of you remember seeing the video that they put out. As other countries were ratcheting down and locking people in their homes, they put out a video encouraging people to get out, exercise, to eat healthy, to do healthy things. And so we saw how the adopting of Bitcoin transformed the way the government thought about health. More recently, we've seen that when it comes to government budget. Historically, El Salvador has lived way beyond their means. They've been dependent on IMF loans and other people to come in and subsidize because they've always lived way beyond what they brought in tax revenue. And the president recently made the shocking announcement that they were no longer going to do that. They were going to be wise about the way that they addressed their finances. And they actually proposed a budget where this year they plan on spending 10% less at the government level than they did last year. 10% less. Most governments, when they talk about cutting back on spending, what they really mean is instead of increasing our spending by 10%, we're going to increase it by 8%, and we're going to call it a cutback. Here, they're actually putting into place a 10% reduction in the government budget. Even before the U.S. now seems to be trying to follow in El Salvador's footsteps. They're focused on bringing efficiencies into the government economy. You know, you've heard recently Elon Musk coming in. I won't talk about the name they've chosen for the department, but to bring government efficiency in and to cut waste. El Salvador has already been doing that. They've significantly reduced the number of bureaucrats, the number of politicians by consolidating districts, by trying to bring savings in, and they're able to actually cut their budget by 10%. And so we're seeing all these different ways that adopting Bitcoin is transforming the way this government interacts with its people, the way that it embraces free speech. They've been one of the biggest proponents of free speech and telling people, hey, if you're concerned about the government where you live silencing you and not allowing you to speak up, come to El Salvador, because it is going to be a haven for free speech. All of these things, I believe, can trace their roots back to the adoption of Bitcoin, of them deciding they were not going to rely on the corrupt fiat system, but they were going to adopt the world's hardest money. And if they were going to do that, there was going to be consequences of that. And so they realized to continue to attract Bitcoiners, they need to embrace self-sovereignty and promote that in the population. They need to embrace freedom. They need to embrace sound budgets, because they can't continue in the ways of old, because Bitcoiners won't come. And they really have latched their wagon to Bitcoin. They know that this is vital, that this has to succeed. They have to attract the brightest and the best from around the world to help make this transformation in El Salvador. And so I'm so thankful to see all of you guys out there that are part of this revolution. A lot of you have chosen to live here. So I'm going to leave you with this thing. When the media talks about Bitcoin having failed, I want you to reflect back on your own life and how Bitcoin has changed life for you, but also how long that took. These things are not, for most of us, I know for myself, this journey has been 10 years plus for me to really understand Bitcoin. So for me to think that the people here in El Salvador are going to understand it, embrace it overnight, would be silly. They're on the same journey that we've all been on. For most of them, they're in their first Bitcoin cycle. And so we need to look at this in the long term, that maybe sometimes we get discouraged and think that the uptake is slow. But I actually have been shocked at how quickly things have gone, that this is a place where you can live on a Bitcoin standard. You can live only spending Bitcoin. There's nowhere else in the place in the world where you can do that. And this is a country where 5 years ago, hardly anybody had ever heard of Bitcoin. So welcome to Bitcoin country. Get out and spend your Bitcoin. Get down to Bitcoin Beach and see the amazing things that are happening there in the circular economy, and start really thinking hard about where you want your kids to grow up. Do you want them to grow up in a country that is embracing freedom, or a country that is going in the other direction? So welcome to El Salvador.
All right, there you go. That's Mike Peterson. So the next talker is somebody who's going to be talking about something that is very, very close to my heart. A lot of people think I'm a little bit crazy because I think Bitcoin's going to be adopted a lot quicker than most people think. And that's because I think Bitcoin, naturally, is a technology. And the number one thing that people do not understand about technologies is that they get adopted in what's called an S-curve. So I'm not going to give too much away, okay? I'm only 27. I don't have half the experience of what the next guest does have. Our next guest actually has worked for a multi-trillion-dollar company for over a decade. That's right, I said multi-trillion. How many companies have $1 trillion market cap? I actually don't know, but I believe there's only 4 or 5. So the next guest has worked for Apple for a decade. He's also worked for a multi-$100 billion company, Samsung. I'm not going to lie, I was very surprised when I learned this just 5 minutes ago now. But today I'm going to be introducing David Bailey.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is David Bailey. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Azteco. But most of all, I'm super excited to be here in El Salvador with you for this presentation. It's my first time in El Salvador, definitely not going to be my last time. My background is I've worked for large companies like Apple. I've worked for small startups that have done just a few people. I've worked in innovative companies, and I've worked usually in marketing, but in my heart of hearts, really, I'm a product person. I'm a bit of a technology geek. And my goal is always to make complicated technology simple and desirable so that it's easy for people, consumers, to understand and then for them to adopt. So today, I'm not going to give you a marketing strategy talk. I'm not going to talk about Bitcoin technology. I am going to talk about the global adoption of Bitcoin. And when we talk about the global adoption of Bitcoin, we're talking about the mass market. And when we talk about the mass market, we're talking about consumers, not technology people, everyday consumers. And here's the real truth. Bitcoin will fail to achieve its potential unless it's adopted globally by mass market consumers. If it's just a small niche of people who carry on using it, it's just not going to achieve its potential, and that would be truly terrible. But look, let's kick this off with a big number, 1 billion. So that's the approximate number of adults in the world who have a smartphone but don't have a bank account. So these are adults. It's not like children, it's just adults. And these are smartphones, not feature phones. So think about that for a second. What does it mean to be an adult with a smartphone but no bank account? So first of all, it means you've got electricity and you've got internet access to use and charge those smartphones. So that then means you can do everything else everyone else does in the world with their smartphones. You can watch cat videos on YouTube. You can upload dance videos to TikTok. You can argue with random people on X. You can follow Taylor Swift on Instagram. You can send messages with WhatsApp. These people are globally connected, but they don't have a bank account, which probably means they get paid in cash, and they're going to do their day-to-day spending with cash. And if they have any money left over to do saving, they're going to have to save with cash. And think about that. All that cash is a terrible security risk. It's also a terrible inflation risk if you're living in a country like Argentina, say. So these people are globally connected with their smartphones and the internet, but they can't make digital payments. Fundamentally, they're financially disconnected from the world. So wouldn't it be great if all these people could use a technology, could use an app on their smartphone to spend and save just as easily as sending a WhatsApp message? And wouldn't it be great if there was a technology that allowed them to do that on their smartphones that wasn't controlled by a company, it wasn't controlled by a government? Here's another big number for you, $669 billion. So that's the amount of global remittances sent last year from high and middle-income countries to low-income countries. So this is people in places like the US and the EU sending remittances back home to their family around the world. 669 billion. Just to give that some context, that's the same GDP as Sweden or Argentina. That's a large amount of money. But sending remittances is really, really hard because guess what? Most people will need a bank account to do that, and they might not have one or want one for various reasons. Some people might want to send their remittances with cash, but that means they've got to then take their cash and travel to like a kiosk or a money sender, and they might end up paying transfer fees as high as 20% with some of the global money transfer brands. Receiving the remittance on the other side, that's not particularly any easier. Again, you might need a local bank account, or if you're going to receive the remittance in cash, it means you need to travel to an office somewhere, collect the cash, travel back with the cash. Again, not a great security risk. And this might just take several days to complete, which is not great if your family need that remittance money really urgently. Oh, we skipped a few slides. So, wouldn't it be great if all these people sending remittances the old-fashioned way could send their remittances to their family just as easily as a WhatsApp message? Again, wouldn't it be great if there was that technology and they could do that without having to show identity or verification, and also they could send it without seeking permission from anyone? We are missing a slide, but that's fine. What I wanted to say, this is when I worked at Apple, I was responsible for retail launches around the world of the iPod, the iPhone, and the iPad. So the iPod isn't even around anymore, but the iPhone and the iPad is pretty much ubiquitous. The thing is, when these products were first launched, they were considered quite...
All right, everybody, we're taking it over. We are aware of the frame rate issues. We're streaming live from El Salvador here on the news desk with my co-host Optimus Fields. In the backdrop is the famous art gallery. You'll see the fractal encrypt statue and everything. So yeah, we have a little bit of connection issues and frame rate issues due to the Salvadorian internet, man. We're in the middle of the jungle, straight up. So we are working on it. We're trying to fix it, and we'll get the show back on the road. Opti, how you doing, man? It's been a crazy morning. We've been here since 6:30 a.m. trying to troubleshoot this wild, crazy internet in the process. What's up, dude?
Well, besides the fact that I think I'm still having a cold and we've been running around like chickens with our heads cut off, The venue is beautiful. There's a lot of vibes here. The art gallery is great. Let's just hope we can get this going in 5 to 10 minutes so that we get it all going for you really nice. But yeah, man, it's been hectic. It's been a lot of love here, man. It does feel really good. We was actually having a conversation earlier of just, you can really feel the vibes. You know, El Salvador still has a way to go in regards to its development, but the vibes here are great. The people here, you can tell that they feel the freedom, they feel the hope. And if you guys just caught the last speech by, you know, the creator of Bitcoin Beach, you can tell that El Salvador is very focused on making the Bitcoin thing work here, in his words. And so Bitcoin is the reason why we're all down here, and you can tell that Bitcoin is the reason why they are feeling that freedom, feeling that hope. Obviously, it takes a while for the adoption to happen in Bitcoin, so there's still learning curves everywhere, but at least the people are starting to feel the hope. You can literally feel the hope when you walk around. It feels safe, feels great. But yeah, man, it's been a hectic morning, Nico. Hectic morning. So hopefully we can get this going. Actually met a few of the, you know, the YouTube chatters this morning, which was great. Got some love from everyone out there. They're like, Opti, you're so much bigger than I thought you were.
Opti, I'm going to hand it off to you while I talk to Kamal.
Okay, all right.
Your job. This is your job. What's going on here?
Well, hey, I mean, I do the shills every day, but I'm just saying, you are the CEO. They want it. They want the brand behind the brand. They want the man behind the brand here.
Right, bet. I'm in. The man behind the brand is here. This is, yeah, man, dude, this venue is out of hand. I love it here. I think this is the best Bitcoin venue, like as far as the weather and the outdoors, and the stages look insane. I was checking out some of the other stages and they look amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. We're literally in the jungle. Like, you look out the windows here and it's a jungle. So
I don't think the camera's pan, but it is. While we were driving here, I rented this car, and I'm like trying to go up the hills. Like, the hills are quite steep, and the car is like slowing down as we're going up. It's like changing gears, and I was like, oh boy, I hope that I hope that we're in good shape here.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Well, hey, Adam, will you look over there real quick? Yeah. Face that towards me. Okay. All right. Now I'm aware of where we are right now. So let's. I guess I'll give you guys a little rundown of the conference and the speakers. They did start about an hour late, guys. So I think things are going to be backed up a little bit. But we are currently at Crossing the Bitcoin Chasm, Why We Need Less Bitcoin and More Bitcoin by David Bailey. We have Pierre Rochard coming on next, so these times are off. I think he'll come on in about 15 minutes, I'm guessing. Everything was moved back an hour. So 10:55, I'm guessing, will be Pierre Rochard, Electricity Grids and Adopting Bitcoin, or Electricity Grids are adopting Bitcoin. We were scheduling some live desk breaks, but now I think since we got pushed back a little bit, we might nuke those. We're going to see Luke Broyles ranking nation-state Bitcoin adoption and where El Salvador sits. We have Bitcoin Country and a case study for winning by Stacy, Herbert, and Max Keiser. That should be around noon or 11-ish. And then we're going to come back, and Bitcoin is the worst form of money by Aleks. Let's go. Then Independent Bitcoin Education Will Change the World by John Dennehy. Then we have Dennis Porter coming on around, I'm going to guess, 1:30 or something like that. Benefits of Bitcoin mining, a tool for energy abundance. Aleks Svetski, let's go, social networks in 2030. We have Carol Von Wick coming in South Africa, building bit by bit. And then Ryan McLeod and Heidi McLeod, El Salvador, Bitcoin mining and nuclear power. Man, what a long day. We have our boy Roger Huang coming in, how Bitcoin and Noster thrived in even the most hostile environments. Another panel with Svetski. We have Simon Smith, Fabian, and Max Marco, let's go. Noster, freedom of speech. Then towards the end of the day, geez, so much conversations going on.
What time are we at right now?
Technically, we are at 10:30, which is really the 9:30 slot. So we're an hour backed up.
Okay, good. I'm on at 10:45, so I'm not gonna go yet though. It sounds like
I am guessing you are going on in an hour. I don't know if the backstages started early, so I don't know. Maybe you need to run. Maybe you need to run.
I'll stick around.
Okay, all right. Okay, going back because I am just waiting. I think we're getting close to the troubleshooting over here. Actually, close that. Let's see what's going on in the chat here. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. No. Hit the bottom arrow. Yep. Now hit the chat on the right. Bottom, yep. Okay, let's see. Scroll down. Let's see. All the way down. That's up.
Can you tell I don't do this very often? You guys, this is an operation back here.
Let's see.
What's up? All the comments. So funny. Just silence. Oh, this guy. I can read lips. They are talking about giving each.
Is it silent?
No, this is from a while ago. Just scroll down.
I don't know. Actually, guys, in real time. Let me see.
In real time, is this going live or what? Oh yeah. Hey, if you can hear this, then please hashtag delete Coinbase right now in the chat. Spam it. Hashtag delete Coinbase. The last chat that I have is from. Oh, this is the other way. Great lineup. No, the audio is working now, they said. I was reading from the top.
Oh,
that's my bad.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a rookie here. Loud and clear. Oh, that's nice to hear. Nice. Delete Mr. Cool. Mr. Matt Cool, delete Coinbase. You got it.
Okay, we are coming in live.
Coinbase. Wow, so good.
Everyone says delete Coinbase. All right, guys, as you can tell, the internet really messed us up here, but we should be getting everything going ASAP. Let's see. Let me see. It looks like I might be able to get the live stream back up. How's audio? There's no audio coming through. No audio? All right. So close.
Yo, you guys are savage. I love this. Delete Gensler.
It looks like he's deleting himself.
He is going to delete himself fully before Trump has the chance. It's like that classic, like, you're going to get fired. No, I quit. It's like, good for you, bro. Good for you.
Amazing. Actually, I saw a great tweet from Pierre Rochard, and he's here. Remember when we were all happy about Gary Gensler being SEC head because he got the MIT Bitcoin blockchain class, and we're like, yeah, that was probably the worst thing we could have done.
Bro, but it's like MIT blockchain class ain't the MIT Bitcoin class, and blockchain is not Bitcoin, and crypto is not Bitcoin, and I think that we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. There's a bunch of people trying to Trojan horse the Bitcoin scene, and they're trying to infect us. They're trying to infect our perfect money with our protocol because they are grifters and they want to benefit. They have realized that there is fiat money. They are used to fiat money, and they want to effectively ruin Bitcoin with fiat money. And so don't let them do that. This is a good lesson. Gary Gensler has ruined the world. Man, I'm on it right now. I'll double down on that one, though. Gary Gensler has ruined the world. And it goes to show that the blockchain bros, it's not it. It's just not it.
Adam just did his best Trump impression. I'm going to fire Gary Gensler. Oh, you like that? I'm going to fire Gary Gensler.
Hey, yo, my boy, Tristan's on the screen here. Tristan looking good. I should take a further up. Wow.
All right, guys, as you can tell, this has been... no, I don't. Everyone's asking us for the Wi-Fi, guys. All right, so 30 minutes of absolute hell. It's been 3 hours of absolute hell in here.
Dude, we've been just getting to chat. What are you talking about? This is what the people came for. It's the Adam and Opti show. It's the takeover.
Wait. This is simply Bitcoin Wow now. We have taken over. Hold on. We are here. Let's go. What's up, guys, in the chat? All right, give me again, bear with us. Hopefully this audio is coming through. I'm getting video now, but for some reason the audio isn't coming through yet.
The P-Man van says, "Hey Adam" and "Hey Opti." What's up? Right there. Oh, hey. Oh yeah. Thank you about that. Thank you very much. What's up, P-Man van? It's good to see you.
P-Man man's a goat. Love him. Met him in IRL. He's a good guy.
Looks like his picture is actually a dog. I think a dog with laser eyes though, so that's a good thing. Laser eye dog.
I think it's a cougar.
Oh, maybe. Are we sure it's a guy?
It's definitely a man.
Oh, understood. Okay. How we looking, Nico? Nico doesn't realize that his job is about to disappear because I'm taking this over. I'm learning on the fly.
Rochard has unmuted your mic and there's levels. There's audio. He just unmuted it.
Get up from a different source. They're picking up a hot mic. Be smarter. He said you met in Montreal.
Oh, P-Man Van. What's up, bro? Great to meet you. I remember the best thing about Montreal, honestly, was I had a 2-pound poutine with smoked meat.
That was delicious. I got one too.
Yeah, that was out of hand. That was good. Ron P., who I think we can just assume is Ron Paul, wants us to know that he was kidding about being smarter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's all good.
Hold on. Okay, let me go back. Let me see if this video is coming through. I'll switch it over real quick and I'll come back if not.
Background chatter. So we have to send it another way.
Today, I think a Bitcoin back user
Is Opti giving the thumbs up? I don't know.
No, I am not. I am not giving the thumbs up.
Wait, they're going back.
Okay. All right, so we're not there yet. Cryptoberg, don't lie to me. It's not loud and clear.
I'll get you. We are now using the chat to do some tech support here. So we're relying on you guys. Oh man, I got so many chats open. You guys don't understand. I literally have the help chat from whatever broadcasting platform this is. I have the private chat going on backstage, and I've got the live chat. I don't think I've been trained for this. I definitely am not MIT blockchain certified. I'm also chatting in our team Slack. This is out of control. But I think one thing is clear: I love to chat, and they have given me a mic seemingly unhindered and unfiltered. And so you guys should just spam the chat. Let's just prompt some questions, and we can chat together. I want to know why you guys aren't here. This is El Salvador. It's my first time here. I think it's pretty good. I like El Salvador so far. I'm staying in a weird area. It's kind of like far away from here. And so it's kind of tricky to get here. I told you guys earlier, the driving has been a little sus. I went the wrong way on a road today, and then I was getting coffee, and then I had to go into this, all the parking lots are, they're all gated. So you got to go into the parking lots, get your ticket authenticated. It's just different, right? It's different. We're here. It's Bitcoin country. This is not fiat country. This is Bitcoin country. You walk into the airport, you get to sit down in Nayib Bukele's chair, have a picture. He's not there. Maybe sometimes he's there. And then, you walk out. We walked up to our Airbnb. A guy with a big friggin' shotgun around his chest came to welcome us. He's just like, hola, speaks no English. I speak no Spanish. I just kind of said, hey, I'm coming here, and he let me in. It was all good. But I tell you what, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, man, it does have incredible vibes. And yes, there are a lot of shotguns. Private security is a great thing. I'm a huge fan of private security.
So I was talking to my son about this, and my son's like, my 8-year-old's like, Dad, is it unsafe here? Why are all the guns? I was like, no, son, the guns means it is safe. Because back home, only one of the groups has guns, and it's generally the bad guys. Here, at least, everyone has a gun. And so, ironically, less guns get used, I would expect. And so, yeah, I like the private security here. It's good.
Me too. All right, guys, hold on. Let me, I'm going to switch over real quick. Let's hope this works.
It's usual USB to sound. As you start holding it, you'll get eliminated from this Are you able to?
No, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Should I keep this open? Let's chat going?
No, you can drop that. All right, guys. You know what it is? Okay. Bear with us, guys. Troubleshooting live. We do it live. You know, the worst part about this is we had this set up perfectly last night, and then everyone came in and was using the Wi-Fi, and it just wrecked everything.
They didn't give you dedicated Wi-Fi?
No, they gave us just an Ethernet, thinking it was dedicated, but they didn't give us a dedicated internet line. So here we are. Okay, let's see. Let me see where we are right now. We've got, okay, so hopefully we get this ready for you for the next presentation, which is Pierre Rochard. Oh, I want to hear this one, man. We got to get this going.
Our next guest that we've got coming on has come all the way from Texas to talk to you guys today. Normally, in his spare time, he's actually... Oh, is this a Wi-Fi password? Politician.
No, I don't. No, I do not. Everyone is asking us for the Wi-Fi. We are the Wi-Fi guys.
I had a guy come over and tell me it was loud. And I was like, bro, I don't think it is, because everyone on the chat says the audio is bad. But looking at this chat, here's what I'm thinking. Make sure you are on all-wheel drive 4x4. Crypto Surge, that, my friend, is something you say when it's snowing. I have never once needed, I guess I live in the prairies where it's all flat, but I've never once needed to use 4x4 without the snow. Dennis was here. Yeah, what up, Dennis? The Porter man himself. He didn't announce his coming to the stage, though.
Country. It really is an honor to be here. And this is my third time this year being in El Salvador. It's a wonderful country. So today I want to talk about how energy grids are adopting Bitcoin. And I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who not only do I live in Texas, I also work at a Bitcoin mining company, Riot Platforms, where we have most of our operations in Texas. So this presentation will really be focused on a case study of what's going on in Texas and how the energy grid there is adopting Bitcoin. Currently, we estimate that 40% of the hash rate is in the United States. Now, Texas has 15% of the global hash rate, despite only having 0.5% of the land, 0.4% of the global population. So definitely punching above our weight. And let's get into how that's happening. There's three factors that go into making a healthy relationship between the electricity grid and Bitcoin mining. The first is energy abundance. The second, a deregulated grid that allows you to convert that energy abundance into Bitcoin mining hash rate. And the third is flexible load. That is that making sure that Bitcoin miners are turning on when they should be on and turning off when there's scarcity. So let's get into those. For energy abundance, the story in Texas starts with natural gas. There's a massive amount of natural gas in Texas. And an interesting property of what's going on under the soil in Texas is that when people are drilling for oil, they bring up gas, and in addition to the oil. And so this is called associated gas. It's not necessarily what they were looking for, but it's an inevitable byproduct of drilling for oil. So they have built lots of pipelines throughout Texas that brings that natural gas to storage facilities and then to the coast where it gets converted into liquefied natural gas, LNG export terminals. Along the way, though, there's a massive amount of electricity power generation that uses natural gas as the input into turbines. These turbines are essentially jet engines that are bolted to the ground that feed in natural gas and then turn a generator to produce electricity. There's 68 gigawatts of natural gas turbines in Texas, which is an astronomical amount. The second source of energy abundance in Texas is wind. So there's 39 gigawatts of power generation from wind, mostly in the west side of the Texas. And you see here on the map that wind is not evenly distributed throughout the world. So in the darker blue, you see those are high wind areas. And we've got lots of that in Texas. The other part of the wind story is that policymakers in Texas decided to build a massive amount of electricity transmission from West Texas, where there's lots of wind, to the middle of Texas, where there's the population centers, where there's the electrical load. And this really broke the chicken and egg problem of who's going to build first, the wind power or the transmission. They went ahead and built the transmission first, and that allowed wind to flourish, especially when we factor in the amount of subsidies that came from the federal government to incentivize renewable generation. The second source of renewable generation is solar. So solar also in West Texas, you can see here that there's a massive potential for producing electricity with solar. And now Texas has 26 gigawatts of solar capacity on the grid. It's really skipping ahead. I don't know why, but here, let's, okay, coal. Coal is what has been on the decline. So if you see here, the market share of coal went from 37% in 2007. So in just a matter of 17 years, it went from 37% to 12%. And that was offset by the massive increase in wind and solar. Gas stayed about the same. Nuclear declined, but only because there was no nuclear built while load was increasing. Hopefully that will change. There's been lots of talk of adding more nuclear in Texas, so we'll see that trend. Texas's energy policy is really about all of the above. So they're not trying to, at a state level, choose winners and losers. And coal has really lost because coal is expensive relative to the other sources of electricity. We can't forget batteries. So Texas has built a massive amount of batteries. There's approximately 4 gigawatts of capacity. And we've seen the megawatt hours of the usage of these batteries skyrocket just year over year from 2003 to 2023 to 2024. The batteries, they help offset some of the intermittent renewable generation. So when the sun sets, these batteries are available to instantly discharge. All of this means that Texas is able to export electricity. Now, sometimes they also import it, just depending on what the conditions are, but generally they're exporting. And Texas is connected to 2 other big grids, one in the United States and one in Mexico. Now, because those connections are DC and not alternating current, AC, that allows Texas to operate its grid independently from surrounding grids. So by being independent, Texas is able to set its own policies on how the grid is managed. In particular, one of the interesting properties of the Texas grid is that the grid operator will provision for what's called ancillary services. So when they're looking at the next day, they do this day to day, they make a forecast of how much electricity power generation they're going to need, and then they set that number, but they also add a buffer, right? A cushion, just in case the forecast is incorrect, or just in case there's a power plant that goes down or something like that. And this is called ancillary services. Now, for Bitcoin miners, this is really important because this is an area where Bitcoin miners can actually compete against batteries and compete against power plants to provide these ancillary services so that they are essentially able to get paid to stay on in reserve, ready to be deployed and to curtail when the grid operator wants them to, rather than when the economics dictate that they do so. The important aspect of Texas being independent is the deregulation that the Texas grid has had. Now, I put deregulation in quotes here because the Texas grid is very well regulated. And so what they mean by deregulation is that there is competition on the generation side. So power plants compete against each other to provide electricity at the lowest cost to the grid. And there's competition on the retail side. So retail electricity providers compete against each other to provide the best customer service for people who are purchasing electricity. In between the supply and the demand, you have the transmission and distribution service providers and ERCOT that manages those. So ERCOT, the grid operator, is not actually producing any of the electricity. What they are is essentially an order book, an exchange, where people can put in their bids and their asks, and the ERCOT grid operator provides a clearing mechanism to provide financial settlement, but also physical settlement of the electricity going through the system. The other advantage of Texas being independent is how fast things can get built. So the process to build both power generation, but also load is streamlined. And where other grids, it might take 7.5 to 13 years. In Texas, it takes 3 to 6 years to build significant grid scale power generation. And there's a lot of that generation coming to Texas. So this table has the backlog, the queue of power generation that is waiting to get built in Texas. And you can see that it's an astronomical number. It's actually far greater than the total amount of power generation that currently exists. Now, this number might be inflated a little bit just because not all the projects will necessarily get built. So conservatively, we could say that 10% of these would get built. But 10% of these getting built would mean that the grid is increasing by 50% in its power generation capacity over the next several years. The focus is primarily on solar and batteries, but there's also a lot of natural gas plants being built with the Texas Energy Fund. So policymakers in Texas, they don't want to necessarily rely 100% on the nature of wind and solar. And so they are actually looking to subsidize natural gas generation to help offset the subsidies that are on wind and solar at the federal level. And that's what the Texas Energy Fund is doing. Now, how do all of these technologies combine on a typical day? Although this case study here, May 8th, is not a typical day, but it illustrates the balancing act that the grid operator has to do, right? So in purple at the top, you have the natural gas power plants turning on. In orange, in the middle there, you have the sun, right? So the sun rises around 8 a.m. and then it sets by 8 p.m. So this is what we call the solar ramp. The solar ramp is very steep, which means that you have to have other technologies that can quickly react to that ramp. So a combination of natural gas power plants, but also batteries. So you see power storage there in dark red at the bottom, helping provide an important balancing mechanism. Most days, what we see is that the wind in the evening picks up. On this particular day, on May 8th, the wind did not pick up early enough. And so you can see that there's a mismatch, and that caused the price of electricity to skyrocket. So typically, the price of electricity in Texas is approximately 3 cents per kilowatt hour. So about $30 per megawatt hour. Here it skyrocketed to $4,000 a megawatt because of the shortage of electricity that was going on the grid. Now, when we have an imbalance like this, we eventually, you run out of power generation technology, and you have to look on the load side, on the demand side. How can we balance the grid? And that's where we have to look at the physical properties of the different loads and which ones would be able to provide that balancing mechanism most effectively. Bitcoin miners across the board have better properties than data centers and steel plants for providing the balancing mechanism for the grid. This illustrates on an interesting day, April 8th, there was a full total solar eclipse in Texas. And so in the middle of the day, you had approximately 15 gigawatts of solar go to zero and then go back up. And so when that happened, the price of electricity skyrocketed. So the price of electricity you see is that gray, dark gray line where it went up to $1,000 a megawatt. That's the axis on the right. And in that straight line across, the $149 a megawatt hour, that is the break even for Bitcoin miners. So above that line, Bitcoin miners are financially incentivized to turn off in order to avoid mining at a loss. And then below that line, they are incentivized to turn on to earn a profit. So this is really where the marginal cost equals the marginal revenue. So you can see that in the blue, you had Bitcoin miners turning off when the electricity price went above the orange line, and then they stopped turning off and they start turning back on when the electricity price went back below the orange line. And so you have the Bitcoin mining in Texas provide a buffer for events like a solar eclipse, where they're able to offset the loss of power generation by shedding their load very quickly and in a very granular manner that other loads would not be able to do. This chart shows the break even. So, you know, that $149 a megawatt, that's not a static number. So it's a very dynamic number. And you can see here in 2024, right in the middle there, we had the halving. So the break evens got cut in half. But, you know, that volatility is driven by a combination of transaction fees. So when there's network congestion on Bitcoin, transaction fees skyrocket, and those transaction fees accrue to the miners. So that does a short-term boost to the marginal revenue for miners. And then obviously the subsidies, so with the halving, that got cut in half. And then the other factor, of course, is the price of Bitcoin. So when the price of Bitcoin is ripping, then we see the break-evens increase for Bitcoin mining as well. Now, a factor that we don't talk about often enough is the efficiency of the mining rigs themselves. So you can see here that the latest generation S21 XP Hydro from Bitmain has such a high efficiency that it actually has the same break-even as the S19 before the halving, or the M66S before the halving. So even though the halving occurred, it's still the case that there's lots of Bitcoin miners that have pre-halving revenues on a per megawatt level. Okay, so this is another case study looking at the month of August in 2023. In red, you have the price of electricity. So you can see that on an almost daily basis, the price of electricity in the evening was skyrocketing from that phenomenon of the sun setting and there not being enough power generation. And then that black line is the Bitcoin mining break even for an S19 in August of 2023. So you can see here that the break even is far more stable than the electricity price. You know, people complain about the volatility of the Bitcoin price, but the volatility of the Bitcoin price is very low compared to the volatility of electricity prices in Texas. Now, August 2023 was really an exception. So if we look at this, this shows every month, right? So in the middle there, August 2023, in the red, you have all of those high prices. So these are the price buckets for the grid. In general, you see on the shoulder months, so on the left and the right, that there's lots of hours where the electricity price is either negative, right, or $0 to $20 a megawatt, which is just dirt cheap electricity. And so Bitcoin miners don't just balance the grid by turning off when electricity prices are high. They also balance the grid by consuming electricity when there's an excessive amount of electricity on the grid, and they help absorb that electricity and provide revenue to power generators so that those power generators are in business when the summer comes around and there's not enough electricity. This chart shows how often do Bitcoin miners have to turn off. So August 2023, you see that it was 20% of the month Bitcoin miners were off. In February of 2021, there was a winter storm in Texas that caused the grid to be there to be a blackout for a whole week. I had to live through that with my family. It was a very challenging time. And so you can see here just mechanically, Bitcoin miners were off 25% of that month. But in general, you know, how often Bitcoin miners have to curtail is less than 5% of the time per month. Now, all of this means that the Texas grid has maintained its market share. I think that we'll see that continue as a trend. Texas might even increase in its market share over the coming years. Yeah, that's it. This is how electricity grids are adopting Bitcoin mining as a way to balance supply and demand. So thank you all for coming, and hope to talk to you.
I hope you guys learned a lot more about Bitcoin mining. I know I just did. And Pierre is certainly the man to talk about that. Now, what we're going to be talking about next is a lot of things that I believe people are not paying attention to. Earlier, before I introduced David Bailey, I said that I'm really interested about Bitcoin being a technology. It's one of the reasons why I'm very bullish on Bitcoin. People know I'm incredibly bullish on Bitcoin. But I do not think that I am as bullish as who I'm about to introduce to you guys right now. There could be some similarities between me and who I'm about to introduce in a moment. Not only are we both...
All right, we are back at the news desk at Adopting Bitcoin 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, some technical difficulties in the beginning. We are here with Brecky, a Bitcoin artist. Pierre Rochard is about to join us on stage. And of course, Optimus Fields. Luke Broyles is going to be the next talk. Pierre is coming up on stage. Excellent panel like always. Pierre, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So, Pierre, we've been crossing paths this entire year. You've been trekking the world, the planet, talking Bitcoin. What's different? What has changed? The Trump administration coming in, it's a different environment for Bitcoin miners. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the patriots are in control, as we say. So, I mean, the reality is that the truth is on our side. So this was somewhat inevitable as long as we kept speaking the truth and educating people about Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining.
So I think this is the fruit of a lot of work from a lot of different people, and it's been a real joy to be a part of that.
Absolutely. I mean, so let me ask you something. What would have happened if Kamala won?
I would have had to move to El Salvador, first of all. You know, she would have wanted to not just continue the negative policies of the Biden administration, but she would have wanted to amplify those dramatically. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, if she had won and she had had a mandate like Trump has with Congress being Democrat as well, she could certainly have tried to pass that tax that they tried to pass previously that would have essentially banned Bitcoin mining in the United States.
Well, then it's really, really bullish that Trump wins. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the main stage is a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're going to transition back to Luke Broyles on the main stage. Pierre, thank you so much for joining us, and Brecky as well.
Question where you rank, how much Bitcoin should you get? Obviously, this is a very brief window where individuals have the ability to front run nation states, and so that's a very common question. How much should I get in light of that anticipation? And then number 3, of course, discussing game theory and where we go from here. So first, who am I? My name is Luke Broyles. In case you don't know who I am, I make Bitcoin content, videos, articles, tweets, back when they were still called tweets, and lots of Bitcoin content. I work at Blockware. I do their podcast, and I'm thrilled to be a part of their team. We have mining operations in 4 different states, hosted mining, where we help people mine Bitcoin in extremely user-friendly and cheap and affordable fashion. Of course, I also help people with one of the most important things in all of Bitcoin, which is self-custody and taking protection of that Bitcoin. So that's something I help people do. I help people take self-custody, get off exchanges, set up retirement accounts, trusts, family vaults, all kinds of things for their Bitcoin. So I am by no means an expert. I have been very grateful and fortunate to wonderful event organizers, just like Adopting Bitcoin here, to have traveled to 10 different countries over the course of this year alone. And I think that things are only going to accelerate from here. So that's who I am. Who I am not is I am not a blind shill or promoter or person that is supporting the politicians, right? Obviously, we have our criticisms of politicians. We want to applaud them and approve them when they do wonderful things, good things, and condemn them when they do evil things. So I want to make that very clear. When I was interviewed back at the Bitcoin conference by CNN, they repeatedly tried to get me to come out and say, you know, pro-politician things, but I want to make it very clear why this presentation, I think, is important. It's not because Bitcoin needs the politicians. It's not because the politicians only do good things, but it's because we want the politicians. We want the nation states. We want the mega adopters of Bitcoin. We want these individuals and institutions to understand that the end of political currency is not the end of the world, right? Most people and most politicians, when you tell them Bitcoin destroys fiat, Bitcoin demonetizes fiat, most of them hear that as a threat and something that's offensive to them, right? And it's really important, in my opinion, that we focus on these nation states and adoption, because this is ultimately the most important thing we can do to make sure that this is a transition, not a revolution. So let's talk about first, how much does one need to get? Where are we? Everyone says, oh, Bitcoin is digital Manhattan. Bitcoin is digital cyberspace. Bitcoin is, you know, like New York City, right? It's like Manhattan in 1776 or 1850 or whatever. And the point I really want to emphasize here is that we are not in 1776 digital Manhattan. We're not even in 1700 digital Manhattan. We are significantly earlier than I think is accustomed for us to remember within our little bubble or echo chamber here, right? So if we're going to assume that there are 10 million people on the planet today that are adopting Bitcoin, right? Keep in mind, there are only 4 million on-chain addresses with more than 1/10 of a Bitcoin. And most Bitcoiners on-chain have way more than one address, right? So the point is 10 million adopters. This includes people with on-chain Bitcoin. This includes shareholders of MicroStrategy. This includes people with, you know, non-trivial amounts on exchanges, right? Even if it's just a couple $100. In my opinion, 10 million is the right order of magnitude, right? I don't think it's a lot more. In fact, I think maybe even that is really optimistic. But the point is, even if we assume there are 10 million Bitcoin adopters or users in the world today, that is still 12.5% of 1%. And so if we have the metaphor of Bitcoin as digital Manhattan, the appropriate year, the appropriate decade to compare Bitcoin at is not in the 1700s, but it's in the 1600s, specifically around the 1630s, depending on which census you use at the time. So to emphasize how early that is, how early that is to New York City, is that it's still called New Amsterdam. It's predominantly Dutch, not British. right? The first hotel to be built in what is now New York City is 7 years away. We're 30 years under this era before we go to the British. And then the first revolution, eventually getting us to 1776, is still over a century away, right? So my big encouragement here is that you are not too late to Bitcoin, and we are not so far that, it's too late. And in fact, it's actually probably the opposite. If anything, we are too early to Bitcoin, and we've been waiting around for the nation states to start adopting Bitcoin, which I believe they are doing. So how many Satoshis per person as a benchmark to compare for the rest of the presentation? There are roughly 250,000 Satoshis per person on average. But as we all know, averages are highly skewed to the upside. And so a much more realistic median is around 50,000 Satoshis, if not less than 50,000 Satoshis. So let's talk about the little Bitcoin country everybody forgets, Bhutan. Congratulations to Bhutan. Bhutan, as many people in the room probably know, Bhutan was mining Bitcoin for years before becoming public with their mining. Bhutan is a very, very tiny country. Their GDP is $2.8 billion. They have less than 1 million people living in the country. Their total percentage of global GDP is tiny and minuscule, right? However, they've stacked a very good amount of Bitcoin relative to their economy and their population. Their stacking goal, if you assume Bitcoin is evenly distributed across the entire planet, their stacking goal was 546 Bitcoin. They have surpassed that goal by over an order of magnitude. So congratulations to Bhutan. Their Satoshis per citizen are coming up close to 2 million Satoshis per citizen on average in the country. Of course, we have everyone's favorite Bitcoin country, right? The first Bitcoin country. Woo, right? So El Salvador, as we all know, is a larger country than Bhutan. El Salvador's GDP is over 10 times larger, at roughly $30 billion. Still, again, representing barely 3% of 1% of the global GDP. El Salvador's target, if they want to have their share in Bitcoin, is 6,300 Bitcoin. Just like Bhutan, congratulations are in order to El Salvador for surpassing this goal with a very wide margin. The El Salvadorian government has acquired over 5,700 Bitcoin with Bitcoin individuals and companies that are coming to El Salvador. I think it is very, very conservative to say there are tens of thousands of Bitcoin indirectly coming into this country, from people moving here, from people owning here, from expats coming back to El Salvador now that it's much safer, right? So a variety of reasons, right? It's not only the Bitcoin factor, but for whatever reason, El Salvador has some very comfortable margin for having a significant number of Bitcoin per their citizen, right? And again, this is the averages, right? So the United States, where I'm from, we're a little bit more behind. I still think that we're, in a pretty decent position. Obviously, our GDP crushes everyone else in the world at $25 trillion, about a quarter of the world's gross domestic product. Our stacking target, if we want to retain that position, is 5.3 million Bitcoin. And we're actually not too far off from that. The United States government, at the time of this presentation, has over 200,000 Bitcoin, as well as Bitcoin individuals is probably multiple millions worth of Bitcoin as a result of many Bitcoin adopters and OGs being in the country. Of course, the ETFs, which was a big piece of news in America. There were a lot of ETF holders and owners of those ETFs. And of course, private companies as well have probably stacked, somewhere in the low to mid six-figure number of Bitcoins, right? So as far as our stacking goal, if you take these assumptions, we're not there yet, but we're trying to get there. And obviously, I'm going to touch on Trump's election and his supposed interest in having America stack 1 million Bitcoin as a strategic reserve. So I'll get to that more in a second. But already as it is, America maybe is behind, but not quite as far behind as some other countries, right? So let's take the UK as another example. The UK has a few Bitcoin of their own, right? Unlike Germany, they didn't sell theirs, so go to the UK. The UK has 61,000 Bitcoin with their government. With individuals, obviously, they have less people than the United States and a lower GDP per person for the individuals, so that's somewhere in the mid six figures number of Bitcoin is the best estimation I can come up with, and of course, they have a few Bitcoin companies as well. However, they're nowhere near as prevalent as in the United States. So, again, they're still not at zero, but they've got a long way to go if they want to keep up with where they should be with their stacking goal, let alone getting ahead, right? So their Satoshis per citizen, on average, again, 700,000 sats. So in the UK, actually, the number of Satoshis per person aggregated out between individuals, companies, and the nation are lower than that of El Salvador. Whoops, I went one too far. Okay, China. China is, in my opinion, the one major global power that is significantly behind. Whoops, let me go back here. I'm having trouble with my clicker. There we go. So, like I just said, China, in my opinion, is the large economic player in the world that is significantly far behind. Obviously, as many of us know, and most of us remember, back in 2021, China banned Bitcoin mining. Of course, that failed because China banned Bitcoin mining 4 or 5 times. I lost count. And every single time it's failed, a significant portion of hash rate is still in China. And so despite that, the Chinese government, they own roughly 194,000 Bitcoin. Again, if we assume that there are millions of Bitcoin between the individuals, high net worth people in China, as well as a few Bitcoin, companies, maybe underground or private, even with those assumptions, and I think those are very optimistic assumptions, even with those assumptions, they are significantly behind where they should be. So, current global ranking, Bhutan, United States, and El Salvador are way far ahead of the rest of the world. And if we have not just as a ranking of number of Satoshis, but on a relative basis, where are these countries ranking? The United States and El Salvador and Bhutan, again, are in a very much better position than the rest of the world. Of course, Bhutan being far and away the biggest change between current GDP and where their current stat stack is, closely followed by El Salvador, and of course the rest of the world has a long way to go. Now looking forward from here, where do we go? In the United States, our main benefit is we have the money printer, we have the Lindy effect, we have the dominance, right? We have the ability to print more political currency for Bitcoin. El Salvador, what you all have here, you have the reputation. You are the branding company. You can only be the first once. It's a zero-sum game. And El Salvador here won that game. So that is never going to be able to take it away from El Salvador, and I think that's very optimistic. Now, as we all know, Donald Trump was recently elected again as president of the United States. His goal, likely in the medium term, is for the United States to stockpile a strategic reserve of 1 million Bitcoin. Of course, other people, like most notably Kennedy and his cabinet, are wanting that number to be more like 4 million. And so even with those audacious goals, even with that ambition, still, it would be very difficult. Whoops. My clicker here is giving me trouble. Even with that audacious goal, it would be very difficult for them to supersede the number of Satoshis per person more than what other countries, including Bhutan and El Salvador, have done. So, game theory. I want to have my little bit of announcements here, right? So as we said, Bitcoin has gone up a little bit since this event last year, which has been nice. Obviously, there's many reasons for that, right? The ETF was a major reason. More adopters is a major reason. Microsoft apparently considering buying Bitcoin. There are lots of reasons. But if we want to look at the future and ask where are we going from here, I'm thrilled to share an announcement made by a friend of mine at Satoshi Action Fund about multiple states and multiple countries now in the works on strategic reserves for their entities. Yesterday morning, Pennsylvania announced they're going to pursue a strategic reserve for the state of Pennsylvania. As we all know, and I just mentioned before, Donald Trump is looking for the United States federal government to have a stack of 1 million Bitcoin. Additionally, not 1, not 2, not 5, 10 total states in the United States of America also right now are working on strategic Bitcoin reserve policy. I've had that confirmed to me by the Satoshi Action Fund. 10 of the US states. In addition to 10 US states are 4 countries. 4 countries right now are working on legislation to begin getting off zero at the strategic level. Obviously, Michigan and Wisconsin had their pension funds begin allocating into Bitcoin. So there's a lot of influence coming. There's a lot of stacking coming at the sovereign level. So a lot of people have been speculating, oh, with all this price action, who's buying, right? Is it someone in the Middle East? Is it someone with a lot of oil? Putin said he might want to consider pricing oil and Bitcoin. Maybe it's Putin, right? There's a lot of speculation, but the thing we do know is that if we were to price all the Bitcoin in the world with oil, right? If we were to have Bitcoin be the unit of account with just oil, forget real estate, forget fine art, forget stocks, forget bonds, forget all fiat money, forget every other commodity or security on the planet, just oil is 1,272 Satoshis for every barrel of oil. And that means, again, forgetting every other asset in the world, if you own 1 Bitcoin, you effectively own the oil equivalent of 78,616 barrels. If you got 10 Bitcoin, congrats, you have 780,000 barrels of oil. If you have a tenth of a Bitcoin, congrats, you got 7,800 barrels of oil, right? My point is, if this game theory accelerates, if these 4 nations in the next 12 months do come out and publicly acknowledge their strategic reserves, I think that we can begin to start talking about this idea of pricing oil in terms of Bitcoin, just like Putin himself described. And so my point is, it might feel like it's too late for Bitcoin because the number has gone up a lot, right? I mean, it's up, what, 20, 30% in the last few days alone, right? Like, it might feel like it's too late. But just like I said at the beginning of the talk regarding Manhattan, it's actually the inverse. If anything, you're too early. If anything, you are going to be remembered as this crazy, crazy person that was somehow in Bitcoin before we started pricing it oil. Can you imagine how much purchasing power they have, right? So my encouragement is stop looking at Bitcoin in terms of random numbers, a random price, or a random number of Satoshis. Think about that reality that the average person will probably have less than 50,000 Satoshis if Bitcoin becomes a global medium of account, not medium of account, unit of account, medium of exchange. And think of it in terms of barrels of oil, right? Think of your Bitcoin stack, and whenever you feel like I'm too late, I don't have enough, it's not worth a lot, think of it in terms of barrels of oil. How many barrels of oil do you own? So, like I said, it feels like it's too late because there's lots of people in here in Bitcoin that have been around longer than you, that have bought more Bitcoin than you, that have read more Bitcoin books and listened to more Bitcoin podcasts than you, all that stuff, right? So it might feel like you're too late, but my encouragement is right now, we disproportionately have a lot of whole coiner friends, multi-whole coiner friends, right? Disproportionately, again, we're in 1630s Manhattan, like everyone we know is super, super early to Bitcoin. And so therefore, we're biased to think we're too late. Where actually it's the opposite. Man, this clicker. Actually, it's the opposite. So on the screen here is a visual graphic of all the people in the world. That little guy at the top left, a fraction of that guy, 1 in 1,000, is all the whole coiners, and a fraction of that fraction is all the multi-whole coiners. So I only got 1 Bitcoin, you're not too late. I only got 5 Bitcoin, you're not too late, right? This is my point. We're on the eve of nation-state adoption, right? We have less in common with the near future than the ancient past, right? For the entirety of Bitcoin's history, we've gone from 0 to 1, maybe 2 if you argue Bhutan, nation-state adopters. Okay, very soon we can have half a dozen within a year. What happens the year after that? What happens the year after that, right? So again, don't compare yourself as to quote unquote how early I am to Bitcoin based on your peer group today and all of our friends in this room. Compare it to the graphic on the screen here. In addition, just something that's also even crazier, UTXOs, right? Most people, assuming nothing changes with Bitcoin's base layer, most people will never make an on-chain Bitcoin transaction. Most people will not be early enough to Bitcoin to have the privilege and responsibility to own their own UTXOs. So that little purple range, right, give or take maybe a tiny little fraction, the majority of people will never be able to say, I was early enough to Bitcoin that I made a layer transaction once. Whoa, right? So my point is, that is how early you are to Bitcoin. One more example to hammer this home is that a lot of people look at Michael Saylor and they say, wow, Michael Saylor is so lucky, he was so rich, oh my goodness, he has so much money. My point is that if the median person, when this tiny uninhabited island right now of Manhattan becomes the, megatropolis like it is now of New York City, the point is that it's the same order of magnitude between someone with 5 Bitcoin, Michael Saylor, and that person, and the median person in the future, right? It's a multiple of 10,000. If you have 5 Bitcoin, it's a multiple of 10,000 between you and Michael Saylor. And likewise, you're so early, you are your own little Michael Saylor. You have your own little empire that is your couple Bitcoin, right? Obviously, if you have half a Bitcoin, you're 1 order of magnitude down. If you have 50 Bitcoin, you're 1 order of magnitude up. Well, my point in all of this, my big takeaway, if you take nothing else from this presentation, is just to keep this in mind. Nation-state adoption. Right now, the ranking. Is, in my opinion, Bhutan, El Salvador, and the United States by far have the largest advantage. Like I said, the United States has 10 states that are now considering this, as well as a Bitcoin-friendly president. El Salvador and Bhutan, of course, have already taken that leap of faith. That's, I think, the first conclusion to take. The second conclusion, even if the United States reaches those stacking goals, and I have suspicions they'll reach those stacking goals, even if the United States gets those goals, congratulations to El Salvador. You have proven yourself, you've vindicated yourself, and it's going to be very hard for anyone to keep up with you on a per capita basis. However, countries, the biggest countries, have the most to lose, and so I think they're going to catch on really quickly. Like I mentioned before, we have 4 nation states in addition to the United States that are now considering, with Satoshi Action Fund, adopting a Bitcoin treasury strategy, right? And of course, finally, most importantly, the biggest takeaway in all this, in my opinion, is that you don't get to be in the top 0.01% of Bitcoin holders without accepting that top 0.01% of the risks, right? So I greatly appreciate your time. My big urgency is, I don't care if you use me or anyone else, my big encouragement is get off zero, get some Bitcoin, secure that Bitcoin in self-custody, consider your tax questions, consider everything with your legal questions, right? Take action now, act like every single Bitcoin you own is already worth 80,000 barrels of oil, because that's the significance of what you have, and that is why it's really important you take care of these things now before the nation states actually execute these plans. So thank you. You can contact me on the screen there, take a picture of it, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you for having me back. Beautiful country here. Thank you. And I think we have Max on next, speaking of Bitcoin adoption. So I don't know where our host is here, but I guess Max is on next. Okay. The other Luke, the other Bitcoin Luke. So, Luke squared. Yeah, Luke squared. Yeah. All right, Let's thank you. go. There you have it. Luke's actually going to be taking over as MC later. I believe you're going to be introducing John Dennehy when that time comes, Luke. But anyway, I'm going to be introducing 2 people who have had more impact on my Bitcoin journey than anyone else in the Bitcoin space. It's going to be what I think is going to be the most important speech of the day. And as I said earlier, good things come to those who wait. So before I introduce those 2 incredible Bitcoiners, libertarians, and people who have been fighting for freedom for a very long time, these guys have been combating the mainstream propaganda since the 2008 global financial crisis. Okay, they're very big guests. So I'm going to be introducing them in a moment, but I want to talk a little bit more for a few minutes about why I actually ended up coming to El Salvador. And it was because of the 2 people I'm about to introduce. So in 2020 in Australia, I was all in on Bitcoin. I thought, I've got FU money. The government can't do anything to me. I have all the financial sovereignty in the entire world. And then I found out very quickly that when the international borders close, and if you don't have another passport or another residency somewhere else, and you don't have geographical sovereignty, you don't have true sovereignty, even if you are all in Bitcoin and you have all this financial sovereignty. So I've been triggering Bitcoiners for the past couple of years with this idea that to get true sovereignty, there's actually 3 different aspects of sovereignty that you need. Yes, Bitcoin is one pillar of that. You need the financial sovereignty, but you also need the geographical sovereignty. And then you also need entrepreneurial sovereignty. So you need to be able to control your revenue stream. You need to be able to control how you make your money. Because I think the day will come where some of us will get fired from our 9-to-5 jobs because of the things we say online. It's already happening today. Like, there are people in the UK being jailed for what they say online. As crazy as it sounds, it's true. It's happening. In Australia in 2020, there was actually a pregnant mother who was organizing a freedom rally to push back against the mandates, and she got arrested at her home for creating a Facebook group, just organizing a rally. Okay, so I think the day is coming. We're not only going to need Bitcoin, we're not going to need just financial sovereignty, and the kind that I believe you can only get through Bitcoin, But we're going to need these other aspects of sovereignty. We're going to need geographical sovereignty. We're going to need entrepreneurial sovereignty. And this is why I believe we are living through a digital renaissance. Max and Stacy will probably be talking about this digital renaissance that we're living through today in a moment, but I believe this renaissance is a little bit different. The renaissance of the 2020s or the 2000s is going to be different to the one that we saw in the 1600s, but there will be some similarities. Okay, what did the people like Michelangelo and Da Vinci, what did they all have in common? The Renaissance men of the 1600s, they were very multidisciplined. They were not only good at science, but they were also good at maths. They were artists. They were obviously incredible communicators. Okay, so I believe that the Renaissance men of the 2020s, the digital Renaissance men, as I'm calling them, I believe that they too will be very multidisciplined. I believe they're going to be like Michelangelo and Da Vinci. They're going to have to excel at multiple different things. So that's why I believe that the true digital Renaissance man, he doesn't only get sovereignty through Bitcoin. He or she also gets sovereignty through controlling their geographical sovereignty, having multiple passports, having multiple residencies, having the ability to move to incredible countries like this, El Salvador, countries that are on the forefront of this digital renaissance. That is what El Salvador is doing right now. It is offering those who want it geographical sovereignty and financial sovereignty through having the ability to save in Bitcoin and spend in Bitcoin and not have to pay taxes in Bitcoin. So coming to El Salvador in 2022 has absolutely changed my life in so many ways. I met a girlfriend who I dated for 2 years. When I moved to El Salvador, I met incredible people, incredible Bitcoiners in my journey to El Salvador. And it was because of Max and Stacy. They were the ones who pushed me over the edge to move to El Salvador and take the plunge. They've been here since 2021. They've planted a flag in the ground for sovereignty here in Bitcoin country. So without further ado, I want to introduce Max Keiser and Stacy Herbert. Let's give them a massive round of applause.
Hello. Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? Raise your hand if this is your first time to El Salvador. Oh, wow. That's amazing. I kind of assumed everybody was here for quite a few times. This is Max Keiser.
Hi, everybody.
So many of you may know this phrase, El Salvador is winning. Here's from January 25th, 2022. I first tweeted that just 2 months after we first moved here, and it's kind of become something that a lot of people who live here and build here in El Salvador have started saying all the time. El Salvador is winning. Come experience what economic freedom looks like. Now, President Bukele, his Bitcoin policy falls under his policy of economic liberty. And, well, it looks like we're winning, right? Max, do you have anything to say?
Nah.
Okay.
We're winning. We're winning. Of course we're winning. Because you have a visionary leader. You don't change Bitcoin. Bitcoin changes you.
That's right. So 3 years ago, of course, there were only a few of us saying El Salvador is winning. Now, I think basically even the United States appears to be our first follower. They're going to follow us down the path. Now, I want to say it's a case study for winning, and why I call it a case study is coming up in a moment. But first I want to say, Hello, El Salvador is the first with a strategic Bitcoin reserve, right? And we're also buying 1 Bitcoin a day, but we made this public, I think it was back in March of this year. And now, of course, if you're on x.com, any day of this past week, you see that strategic Bitcoin reserve has been trending. And it's trending because, of course, we have our first follower, which is the United States. With the election, in the landslide of President Trump, it looks like we have our first follower. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I think the U.S. is doing a great job following El Salvador. Bukelonomics is the global template for how to build an economy with Bitcoin as the base of your economy. And the U.S. is now waking up to that reality. And I think they're off to a good start. And they certainly have a lot of buying power. They want to buy maybe 1 million Bitcoin. Cynthia Lummis said this morning something incredibly interesting. She said the U.S. should sell their gold and buy Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So the demonetization of gold is happening right now. Gold is an inferior form of money, and people are dumping gold and buying Bitcoin instead. And we see that in the ETF market as well. People are selling gold ETF and they're buying Bitcoin ETF. And anyone who follows me on Twitter will be familiar with the Peter Schiff vomiting meme that I like to post every other day as gold continues to plummet against Bitcoin.
So again, El Salvador is winning. We were the first with a strategic Bitcoin reserve, and now the United States is following. And apparently it seems that several countries are trying to front run the United States. And what they don't have that we have is President Bukele, right? Now, not at Bitcoin 2024, but at Bitcoin 2023, the last one in Miami, I did say that there would be no other Bitcoin country. I said because nowhere else in the world has a leader like President Bukele. So I think, okay, the US is following in our footsteps, but I still think that we will always be the #1 because we have President Bukele. President Trump is definitely a pretty cool guy. We like him, and but he's no President Bukele.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it as Bitcoin per capita, the El Salvador will have the greatest Bitcoin per capita right now, and that will continue to be the case going forward. With the U.S., it's $36 trillion in debt. It's a $36 trillion economy. So they have a lot of Bitcoin to buy to equal the Bitcoin per capita that you have in El Salvador. What the U.S. does have per capita is about $175,000 worth of debt per citizen, right? So, but I applaud them for trying, and everybody else is going to be trying because there's only a limited amount of Bitcoin available. So I guess the price is going to have to go higher.
So that's what I said at Bitcoin 2023 is that there would be no other Bitcoin country because President Bukele is a 1 in 500 year type leader. So we would have to wait another 500 years. But I want to go into a little bit deeper into why El Salvador is winning and why El Salvador, Bitcoin country in particular, is winning. Because there was recently an INSEAD study, and this was remarkable. I don't know if anybody had a chance to read it. You do have to pay for it, from Harvard Publishing. But El Salvador, surfing from the red to the blue ocean, from the homicide capital of the world to a country of hope and prosperity. Now, some of you Europeans here will, of course, know that INSEAD is one of the most important business schools in the world. But they look at El Salvador as a case study for winning. Like, how did it go from a red ocean to a blue ocean? And I'm going to tell you, oh, I think that should have gone earlier. This is important to see why Bitcoin country, why not crypto country, why we are not digital assets country or any other of the 5.5 million coins. Because the blue ocean strategy is something that, a concept that INSEAD came up with. And they frame it, it's a business strategy, but you could look at the country as a business as well. And President Bukele is like a Steve Jobs or an Elon Musk of leaders. Involves creating new markets or blue oceans instead of competing in existing markets or red oceans. And two of the main concepts that they point out that a winning strategy is to create new markets, i.e. we're the first Bitcoin country by 3 years, and focus on key factors rather than diffuse competitive efforts. So we have Bitcoin. We're not crypto country or any of the 5.5 million cryptos. We're not digital assets country. We're not diffuse. We are Bitcoin country, where like we have an identity and a brand.
Yeah, if you listen to President Bukele's speeches, he often talks about all of the remedies, or what he calls the recipes, that are offered to El Salvador from global institutions like the IMF or the World Bank, et cetera, are not the policies that the countries who are affluent and do well in this world follow. And so what President Bukele has said, well, you know, we're not going to follow you. We want to be like you. We want to be independent. We want to be sovereign. We want to be wealthy. So we're going to go our own way. And that's the difference between a red ocean and a blue ocean. The red ocean is do the IMF program that we do with every other Latin American country, and we do all over the world, and it just increases poverty. And we get rich by acting as rentiers on your sweat. That's been rejected. And in its place is the blue ocean of Bitcoin. And it immediately catapulted El Salvador into the global presence on the world stage. Suddenly it's working. So that was the right choice.
Also, I could quickly say for blue ocean versus red ocean, the market is diffuse and kind of a gray blob, and the market participants, the red is blood in the water, right? It becomes a vicious predatory fight for each little bit of market share. So you might think of that as electric vehicles. Look at how many electric vehicles, faded away, right, or failed. Ford is shutting down their electric vehicle division because it's an electric vehicle division within General Motors or within Ford or within Volkswagen or within BMW. Like it's an electric vehicle division, whereas Tesla is Tesla. They're the blue ocean and they own the entire electric vehicle space because everybody else was competing as companies that were already in existence to introduce an electric vehicle, where Tesla introduced Tesla, the brand, the image, the lifestyle, the vibe, right? So that's a red ocean versus blue ocean.
Yeah, when I first heard this red ocean, the first thing I thought of was the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones. I'm thinking that was a bloody mess. Blue ocean is more like, you mentioned Elon Musk there. I mean, he simply said, fuck it, I'm going to Mars. So that's a blue ocean way to think.
And I'm going to go more into detail about El Salvador is winning. El Salvador is Bitcoin country. And why we're winning, because we're Bitcoin country and because we're not in this bloodbath of sometimes there's tens of thousands of new shitcoins being printed every single month at this point. So El Salvador, remember blue ocean, create new markets. So if you go to Google and you enter Bitcoin country, for the longest time, and now there's some countries starting to pop up as well. So Bhutan is up there as well now. But for the longest time, here's the blue ocean, the clear blue ocean of creating a new market. Bitcoin country, El Salvador. Now, if anybody works in SEO or marketing, online marketing, you know that to get that real estate there on a Google search, if you had to pay for it, it's going to cost a shit ton of money. You're going to have to print up many, many shitcoins in order to pay for that, right? So we had the whole first page. There were no other Bitcoin countries. I'll compare it to, at the same time, the same day, the same hour, I did a search for crypto country. All of these countries and 36 more, El Salvador was down on those 36 more. So you see a blue ocean versus a red ocean. We were nobody in a crypto country. We are number one. We are the only Bitcoin country.
Yeah, I'll say, about Bhutan, they're selling a lot of the Bitcoin that they mine hydroelectrically. So, those saffron robes that the monks wear are pretty expensive.
So that's a winning strategy because he had the vision, he took the risk, he made the calculated decision 3 years ago and announced at Bitcoin 2021 that El Salvador would be adopting Bitcoin. So they were the first. This conference was the first they actually adopting Bitcoin, came out of right after this, 2021. So I'm showing you why El Salvador is winning and why I said it back, we lost the first one. So why I said it back in 2022, January 22, when we first came here, because El Salvador is Bitcoin country, it's not crypto country. Because Bitcoin, as we see, is the number one, right? There is no second best. So why would you strive to be second best? Why not just aim for number one? Well, look at this. So here's again, a blue ocean versus a red ocean. So we own Bitcoin country by being Bitcoin country. When they first started, we had the Bitcoin ETFs, and that put Bitcoin into the, as an investable asset for many Americans that didn't know how to go onto an exchange or buy some Bitcoin or find a way to buy Bitcoin. I always said this when the Ethereum ETF was coming on, and then other people are saying for Solana or other tokens. I always knew if you went to Google Trends, outside of crypto Twitter or outside of even Bitcoin Twitter, is that mindshare is also important. The only way to win is with mindshare. Just like I said with Tesla, Tesla is Tesla. Ford, GM, Toyota, BMW, all those other companies are car companies with an electric vehicle division. Tesla is Tesla. Bitcoin is Bitcoin. There's no mind share for any other currency. Bitcoin is cryptocurrency, it says. Ethereum is software. Blockchain platform, Cardano blockchain platform, Solana, cryptocurrency, Dogecoin. So you could always see forever that Bitcoin was always the only one in the mindshare. It was number one in the world, whereas these millions and millions and millions of other tokens were competing for whatever is not focused on number one.
Yeah, I just saw today that Ethereum has hit another new low against Bitcoin. So it continues to trend to zero against Bitcoin. Everything goes to zero against Bitcoin. But to your point, and I remember you saying this, that when these ETFs came out and then they were discussing the Ethereum ETF, you said this will show to Wall Street how useless Ethereum is and it will accelerate its collapse. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, because, well, my background is actually Hollywood, and I knew for a fact you needed a hook. You needed a narrative and a story that everybody in this room could be part of, right? There's no story to Ethereum, right? Bitcoin came out of the blue. Anybody who was there in 2009 or 10 or 11, it came out of the blue with a bunch of freaks and early adopters, and it took on the world, right? And now the most powerful country in the world is adopting a strategic Bitcoin reserve, and that came out of the blue. But Bitcoin is money, everything else is not. And that's also interesting that Bitcoin is winning, and therefore El Salvador is winning, because money, what's the total addressable market for that? That's in the order of hundreds of trillions of dollars per year, right? In total, hundreds of trillions of dollars. Ethereum is software, and they kind of position themselves as software. Well, Microsoft is the biggest software company in the world. How big are they? Like $3 trillion. Okay, that's what they're competing against. That's what Ethereum is competing against, and the other coins. And even just recently, again, blue ocean, the blue is Bitcoin, and look at the others. The liftoff is happening in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is winning, and therefore El Salvador is winning.
Yeah, you mentioned you need a good story, and with Ethereum, as everybody knows, since it's initiated, they change their story every 18 months to 24 months, like what the use case is, what we really do. So they don't really have a consistent story. With Ethereum, it doesn't change anybody, but a lot of people change Ethereum. With Bitcoin, you don't change Bitcoin, but Bitcoin changes you, right? So we're all coming around to Bitcoin's story, and one by one, the light goes off, and we are on the vector of Bitcoin. With all these other things going on, you've got people trying to figure out what they're doing, and they change the story every few months.
Again, so you have President Bukele, he has the vision, and then to implement the vision, you need to persuade all of you people to move to El Salvador, to build in El Salvador, but a strategy to win. And the INSEAD report on the case study of El Salvador and how it's won, they position us as a country strategy. And of course, the number one pillar of the success for the strategy of rebranding the country, basically, is what the report is looking at, is the security situation. So they took from gangs to safe streets. That was the number one pillar of the strategy of President Bukele. And of course, that fits totally in with the mindset of Bitcoiners, because, you know, many Bitcoiners are anti-statist. Bitcoin, of course, separates money from state. And Bastiat would have said the only purpose of a government is to protect life, liberty, property, right? So it was important to have security in place because there was mass plunder. Plunder was a way of life for, well, how many gang members are in prison? 80,000. And he's building a white-collar CCOT for the politicians and corrupt officials who also plunder. So we had to get rid of the plunder that was holding back El Salvador for decades prior to the winning strategy.
Yeah, not only does Bitcoin demonetize gold, but it also demonetizes violence because it is confiscatable and uncensorable. The strategy of committing violence to obtain somebody's wealth is disintermediated by the presence of Bitcoin, which is unconfiscatable. So it's no coincidence that after the country made Bitcoin legal tender, shortly thereafter, they become intolerant of violence and gang violence, and the war on gangs started, and they won.
El Salvador is winning. So this paragraph is, the last paragraph there is, again, why El Salvador is winning, because, you know, maybe it's not so much anymore, but there used to be more of a meme about Bitcoiners being honey badgers, no matter what you threw at it. And because there used to be a lot of spears and knives and all sorts of things thrown at Bitcoiners. Before now, the most powerful country in the world is thinking of adopting a strategic Bitcoin reserve. There used to be like Senate investigations and people arrested and threats of shutting down everything. But, you know, now the concept is hodling. So we're going to look at this of our strategy, President Bukele's strategy of El Salvador winning, because critics of many of President Bukele's policies, but in terms of this conversation, we're looking at Bitcoin policy, we're quick to dismiss his ambitious plans, predicting that his unorthodox approach and initiatives would lead to failure. Yet Bukele, unfazed by the naysayers, remained undeterred. And, you know, I don't think many people really appreciate that bit about remaining undeterred, to stay true and faithful to your vision no matter what. Because when he first introduced the gang war, Max and I were here. We had dinner with him actually like 2 nights before the beginning of the gang war, and we with Ricardo Salinas. And what, you know, a lot of there was a lot of negativity, let's say, from the US. Some international press were calling him a dictator. Bitcoin then crashed because of all the fraud and plunder in the crypto space, and Celsius and FTX and Terra Luna and all that stuff happened. And he remained steadfast, determined, and kept building and kept hodling.
Yeah, this word critics is interesting. It reminds me of what Michael Saylor has said about Bitcoin. Nobody who has spent time studying Bitcoin has anything negative to say about Bitcoin. All of Bitcoin's critics, there's Nassim Taleb or Peter Schiff, et cetera, you can tell by the way that they talk about Bitcoin that they've never actually studied Bitcoin. They don't know anything about Bitcoin. Similarly, in El Salvador, the critics of El Salvador and President Bukele, they've never been to El Salvador. They don't know what's going on here. Anyone who comes here and stays here like you all are doing in this trip leaves very enthusiastic about what's happening in El Salvador and the president. So there really are no critics of El Salvador from anyone who actually has come and put the time in and verified what's happening.
Critics were quick to dismiss his ambitious plans, predicting that his unorthodox approach and initiatives would lead to failure. This happens with many visionaries. It happened to Steve Jobs. It happened to Elon Musk. Remember how many people were making fun of Elon Musk for blowing $44 billion on Twitter? Who has the laugh with him? Well, same here. This is President Bukele. He constantly tweets this. This was his, just a few days ago when Bitcoin hit new all-time high after new all-time high after new all-time high every hour. Everybody, all the Bitcoin press had to keep on updating their X account, 90,000, 91,000, 92,000, 93, 4, 95. So I told you so, right? He is constantly saying that over and over the past 2 or 3 years because, there were a lot of critics on all of these policies, and a lot of it had to do with Bitcoin because El Salvador is winning because Bitcoin is winning, but El Salvador is winning because President Bukele adopted Bitcoin. Because it was Bitcoin, when we adopted Bitcoin here, that the global press and the most global powerful press is actually the financial press, right? So Wall Street press started to look at El Salvador like, what the fuck is this little country? And they all had to Google it and find out, is there a country named El Salvador? And why the hell are they doing this? And mocking El Salvador for their Bitcoin policy. But the thing is, if I could go back to that image of President Bukele, what they found was a guy, look, it's a good photo of him. They found him when all the world's press showed up and they were, he got to charm the world and be right over and over.
He's a very convincing leader versus a politician. And he's able to get everybody in government on board, with his vision. So very rarely in history do we see that in leaders. And fortunately, it happened at this time in what we now call Bitcoin country.
And El Salvador is winning, like I said, because the world media, as INSEAD, one of the top business schools in the world, in their case study of El Salvador and how it's winning and why it's winning, and how it was able to rebrand so successfully. I just want to point out that Bitcoin 2021 in Miami, when the president declared that he would be making Bitcoin legal tender, this is the process I'm talking about, is this simple yet powerful announcement mobilized the worldwide Bitcoin community who flooded social media about El Salvador making history by becoming the world's inaugural Bitcoin nation. And with that, without spending a dime or a cent on marketing, the country's brand elevated significantly, and the small Central American nation was catapulted onto the global stage as a leader in what many consider an important future of finance. So that's how we catapulted to the top. We didn't do baby steps. He says paso a paso all the time, but we just jumped to the very top. And a lot of it is to do with the Bitcoin community.
Yeah, it's the key there was not spending a penny on marketing, which is really remarkable. And you think about the history of markets and branding, like Nike signing Michael Jordan as a rookie, turned them from a second best sneaker company to a multi-billion-dollar brand, and that type of thing that goes on occasionally. Phenomenal quantum leaps. And that was really conceived by the folks who are the brain trust here in El Salvador, led by the president. And the results are now the United States is scrambling to catch up. So freedom, the Statue of Liberty is really a volcano in the center of El Salvador somewhere. This is the new shining city on a hill. El Salvador is now the global headquarters of economic freedom, freedom of the press, and freedom of expression.
El Salvador is winning in these last few minutes. I'll say, one of the things that President Bukele did early on was establish the Bitcoin office, and I'm the director of that, and I'll just highlight some of the things that we've been working on to help make sure that El Salvador wins, and that is brand recognition. Like I said, we're a Bitcoin country. We have really focused on developing that as a blue ocean strategy. Though I didn't know it was called the blue ocean strategy at the time, but now I know. I get to say, oh, that was my strategy. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, we established that, and now everybody's jumping on that. Regulatory clarity, well, that was a buzzword a few years ago. Everybody, well, the US was signaling, right? Gary Gensler, I know, boo, everybody hates him, but he was saying Bitcoin is a commodity, everything else is a security. So we just provided that in order to give an avenue for if shitcoiners show up, like where to send them to Digital Assets Commission outside of the main economic paradigm of El Salvador and our brand of Bitcoin country. And this isn't the most important, I think, for El Salvador. Why El Salvador will keep winning into the future, and that is our world-class elite dev education. So we have Kubo Plus, and you may have seen some of the students that are here over the next 2 days on stage often. And this is part of our strategy to keep winning long into the future. And this is a moat that no other country has. El Salvador has been building the best Bitcoin education programs in the world for over 2 years now. We have Me Premier Bitcoin in our high schools. We have Node Nation in our high schools, where students are learning to actually how to assemble a full node, a lightning node, and build their, and actually Bitcoin mine. We have Kubo Plus training Bitcoin and Lightning devs. We are now building a workbook program which will be introduced in January for second and third graders. Lena Seish and Me Premier Bitcoin are working on that. What other program? Oh, we taught 80,000 civil servants, a 3-day course about Bitcoin. So for over 2 years now, and people, it's hard to really tell you how much, like how important that those first inaugural class of Kubo Plus. They're all here, they meet, they discuss, they're educating other Salvadorans, smart Salvadorans to get involved in Bitcoin. So we have a huge lead with this. And one more quick thing is that Bitcoin banks will be coming soon too.
Very soon. I think that's it. We nailed it.
Right. So thank you for everything, and thank you for being here. That you are here is a testament to the fact that El Salvador is winning, and that President Bukele's policies and strategy for implementing Bitcoin country brand is winning as well. Thank you, everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back
Stacy,
at
the people who
the news desk from Adopting Bitcoin 2024, hosted by Simply Bitcoin. Opti, I mean, inspirational talk from Max and Stacy. El Salvador is winning. El Salvador is winning hard. I mean, do you feel it? We landed here. Do you feel it in the air? I feel it in the optimism of the people that I talk about. I mean, you are Optimist Field at the end of the day. Do you feel it, Opti? Do you optimism? Do you feel like El Salvador is winning?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. I mentioned this earlier, but we've been having this conversation as we walk around the city, and you can palpably feel the optimism, the hope. You can see in people's faces they're, walking around their city. They're doing normal, everyday life stuff, and they seem to be extremely happy. I think there is a lot of hope coming from their families and their everyday lives, and it's just incredible to see. Let's go. Okay. Well, as you can see, guys, we got Max Keiser coming in right now.
The one, the only, Max Keiser. Max Keiser, is El Salvador winning?
Winning by a huge margin, and will continue to win. The U.S. has now entered the fray, and they're hopefully going to be buying a lot of Bitcoin. And but as Bitcoin per capita, which is a good metric to look at, I think we're way ahead.
Absolutely. What do you think about Matt Gaetz, Elon Musk, both huge fans of Bukele? They've made the trip. Matt Gaetz made the trip. He was just nominated as Attorney General for the United States. Of course, we know Elon. How do you feel about that? Do you think the United States is going to change their stance on Bitcoin? How does that affect El Salvador? Is El Salvador still going to be, leading the pack as Bitcoin country?
And Mark Rubio, too, came here and saw with his own eyes the remarkable transformation happening in El Salvador, and they're totally on board. And the thing about Bitcoin is we always say that you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you. So over the past couple of years, almost as a fifth column, politicians in Washington have been orange pill. So Cynthia Lummis and Matt Gaetz and Mark Rubio and Ted Cruz, and all these people really are understanding the power of Bitcoin as a transformative force to build your economy on solid economic principles and to get out of the fiat money world. So they understand that, and they are now competing with a lot of other countries. The BRICS are pulling out of the dollar. Countries are abandoning the U.S. dollar. Gold's being demonetized. Cynthia Lummis said today that the U.S. should sell their gold and buy Bitcoin. So everyone who thought that they were going to rush into gold as a safe haven, well, they're going to lose purchasing power against Bitcoin.
Absolutely. Max, before we send it back to the main stage, give a 1 to 2 minute elevator pitch as to why people should move to Freedom Country, as to why people should move to El Salvador.
Because it's the first country out of the fourth turning. So the fourth turning is periodically the world kind of enters into a dark period as weak men create bad times. And this is happening all over the world, except in El Salvador. We have already had our bad times. Now we're emerging from the bad times, and we're at the leading edge of the move toward a Bitcoinization, hyper-Bitcoinization. So if you want to feel that happiness, you want to feel that experience of living in a Bitcoin country, this is the only place you can do it.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Keiser, back to the main stage. Max, thank you so much for joining us.
Core foundational values came from the principles that the Austrian economists talked about and developed over time. And so Peter Schiff, being a adherent to those principles, I had to ask why. Why would he think that something like gold's intrinsic value would be important for it to be a monetary system when the Austrians themselves base their theory on the subjective theory of value, which states that all things do not have intrinsic value, rather to be a monetary system, rather they have subjective value, and that is the value that we assign to them, right? In fact, a prominent Austrian economist, Gary North, he said the following: conservatives appreciate the fact of gold's historic value, but they mistakenly argue their case in terms of gold's intrinsic value, right? And this is very much Peter Schiff's argument, which goes against the grain. So again, we have to try to understand what is it that's driving Peter Schiff to make these arguments that go against the very basic tenets of his own professed ideology, right? So I thought about this a little bit, and then I ran across this study. This was done in 2014. It was a survey. 26% of US respondents do not realize that the Earth revolves around the sun. Is anybody surprised by that? Right? So maybe I have a couple European friends out here, so maybe they're smirking. It's just the US education system. Well, apparently they did better than the EU residents on the question about that, of whether the Earth moves around the sun. So Europeans still think that the sun circles the Earth. Well, at least some percentage of them, right? And many people, it's interesting. The more you talk to people and the more you try to convince people of things, the more you realize that people hold these beliefs that seem very counterintuitive to us, but to them seem very intuitive. And so most of us here are probably heliocentrists, right? Any geocentrists? No, not a single one. Okay, that's interesting. That's good. So we as heliocentrists, right, we all think Copernicus was right? Does everybody think Copernicus? Everybody here pro Copernicus? Yes, okay, we have a Copernicus fan. Great, well, oh, sorry, a little too fast here. So for the Copernicus fans, here's the interesting thing about Copernicus. It wasn't very successful, his model, right? So his brilliant insight was that the planets go in circles around the sun. Well, the fact of the matter is they don't actually move in circles, rather they move in ellipses. And it wasn't until Kepler came around that we had that insight. Now, why is that important? I mean, a circle and ellipses, what's the difference? Well, it turns out that under Copernicus's ideas, which were correct directionally, nevertheless, the old models with the Earth at the center of the universe might have been complicated, but they were still better at predicting where things would be in the sky. Right? So this should give us pause. Because if we think about Bitcoin as a Copernican style advancement, right, where we've had this great new insight into how things should operate, the question we should be asking ourselves is it enough to be better than the current economic models that exist, right? And here's a little vignette to kind of push the point a little bit further between a teacher and a student. So the student asks the teacher, or remarks to the teacher, those primitive people, they were so stupid to think that the sun goes around the earth. Yes, remarks the teacher, just imagine how it would have looked if that were true. Right? So imagine, you know, you're sitting in El Salvador, on your farm, and you look up at the sky and you see the sun going around in a circle. What does that look like to you? Right? And you base your entire farming schedule and build rituals around that, right? And as far as you're concerned, the sun is going around the earth. And all your models work, right? All right. So, given that, let's try to understand how Bitcoin fits into the existing models and theories that people have, right? Like these farmers. Why should these farmers change their views? So, up till now, historically, there have been three general theories of money. The commodity theory of money, starting from, I guess it would be right to left. The commodity theory of money, the fiat theory of money, and the credit theory of money. These are fundamentally, they cover pretty much 99% of economic theories that exist today. However, no theory is capable of providing a coherent and conclusive account of the nature of money. Okay? But at the same time, each of these capture a dimension of money. The thing that we have to ask ourselves is, how does Bitcoin fit into these theories and into these systems? Because it has to interact with them. Not only that, we also have to think about how we convince other people of Bitcoin's value proposition, right? There's a saying in startup culture that in order for a product to be successful, it can't just be better, it has to be 10 times better than the existing product because there's a cost to switch, all right? All right, so let's take a look. So commodity theory of value, AKA gold for most people. The problem of money systems which realize the ideas of commodity theory of money by connecting the value of money to gold is that ultimately they come up against a paradox, and that is gold is priceless. If gold is the standard against which all other commodities are priced, how do we price gold itself, right? So the commodity theory of value says that you have some sort of commodity and you use that as the basis for trading amongst a lot of other different things. But the thing that it struggles with is to understand what is the actual value of the commodity itself. Take a kind of a contrived example, and there's a lot of problems with this, but this will kind of get the juices flowing and get you guys thinking about this. Is imagine, you know, there are two people on an island. One guy has a bunch of coconuts, one guy has a piece of gold. The guy with the piece of gold really wants a coconut, and he's willing to trade his piece of gold for the coconut. The guy with a bunch of coconuts, he's like, man, I got too many coconuts. I wonder if I can get that guy's piece of gold. I'll give him 2 coconuts. The question here is, how many coconuts is that piece of gold worth? Is it worth 1 coconut, or is it worth 2 coconuts? Right? There's no objective standard. Whichever side makes the initial offer will probably set the price, right? And so the point here being is that with the commodity theory of value, one thing that is a paradox and very difficult to wrap your head around is that the thing that you're trading with is really valueless. It's more of a unit of measure. And so what is it that makes gold so special? Right? So really quickly, the impossibility of adequately accounting for the value of gold gives rise to the imaginary fantasy of gold as being endowed with some special form of intrinsic value between the ordinary sphere of use value, right? This is Peter Schiff's argument over and over again, and a lot of guys like him, right? But perhaps the value of commodity is not derived from the value of gold, but the other way around. The reason why gold is so valuable is not that it has intrinsic value, but because it is endowed with a special limiting function in relation to money. In other words, you can't make more of it, right? So there's a limit, a physical limit to how much gold is there. And what is the value of just having that physical limit? Well, the value of that is that it's a reliable way of measuring things in value in the absence of an objective standard for value, right? And so how does Bitcoin fit into this picture? Well, Bitcoin is based on the same kind of negative symbolism. Rather than pretending that the money is structured around some positive entity guaranteeing the value of the entire symbolic order, right, like the London Gold Exchange setting some price, Bitcoin openly admits to being structured around a pure lack of intrinsic value. And again, this is by design. There's nobody setting the price of Bitcoin. It's just a placeholder. But here's the key. Although there are no precious metals or any kind of value underlying Bitcoin, the currency is still a finite resource. And again, this is where it's like gold. In fact, George Selgin, he refers to Bitcoin as a synthetic commodity money to capture this feature. So again, what Bitcoin shares with gold is that it's limited, only 21 million, right? Same thing with gold. There's only so many ounces out there in the Earth's crust that we can mine. And that is a useful property. Now, where do they differ? Where does Bitcoin improve on gold, right? And the difference between the two is, of course, that unlike gold, Bitcoin is not physical, and that gives it a unique set of properties, right? You don't have to deal with the physical, the difficulties of dealing with something that's physical, making it easier to verify, making it easier to transport, making it easier to hide, right? These are all important qualities. And so when you're debating with gold bugs like Peter Schiff, it's very important to keep this context in mind because most of his arguments will be refuted within this kind of framework, right? Now, here's a question. So what would Peter Schiff say to this, right? Again, we want to give our opponents the benefit of the doubt. Well, he would say, well, sure, look, Bitcoin may be limited to 21 million, but why can't you just change the code, right? And so we come to our next general theory of money, which is the fiat theory of money. And the fiat theory of money says that money is ultimately the creation of the state or other sovereign entity. A classic formulation is the theory found in George Knapp's The State Theory of Money, where he states, money is a creature of law. The soul of currency is not in the material of the pieces, but in the legal ordinances which regulate their use, right? Hopefully this has some of you thinking, well, how does that relate? Well, here's how it works for the state that creates the fiat standard. The idea is, on one hand, the state produces certain objects that are legally designated as money. With the other hand, the state demands the very same objects as payments of taxes, duties, fines, and other kinds of debt from the citizens of the state, all right? And through this creation of supply and demand, you create an economy of, in our case, dollars circulating, and then those become useful for other economic transactions. So again, how does Bitcoin fit into this? Well, Bitcoin is radically different from fiat money issued by the state. Nevertheless, Bitcoin still shares characteristics with the idea of money found in fiat theory. Bitcoin has value as money not only insofar as there's a community of users, or it has value as money only insofar as there is a community of users willing to accept and hold Bitcoin in exchange for commodities, services, and other forms of money. Right? Bitcoin is a claim upon a society of users willing to follow its consensus rules and thus functions as a fiat money without a state. All right? So Bitcoin, very much just like other fiat systems relies on consensus and rules, right? That is a fundamental feature of it. Now, what are the advantages of that? Why would a state want control over the rules of the money system, right? Well, because the state is ultimately responsible for the regulation of the economy. And in order to do that, it has to be able to control some of the variables that go into the monetary system that make up that economy. Likewise with Bitcoin, what value do we have in having a programmatic currency? What is it that makes it so special? Unlike gold, by the way, which can't be changed unless somebody can change the laws of physics, right? Well, the special property of being dynamic is that Bitcoin can change over time as necessary, right? So Bitcoin gives us the ability to adjust as needs arise, right? So there are some people that think maybe quantum computing will make the mining algorithm obsolete. Well, in that case, Bitcoin can adjust. On the other hand, if gold, all of a sudden somebody figures out how to, figures out the secret of alchemy and is able to make a lot of gold, or Elon Musk goes and, his rockets work incredibly well and captures an asteroid full of gold, all of a sudden you have wild inflation with gold, right? How's that for a joke, right? So Bitcoin has this property of fiat money, which is very useful. But at the same time, it's not beholden to the limitations of a particular nation state. It's the first attempt at a global consensus. All right, so what we've talked about so far is interesting, but these are mostly forms of money that none of us ever see. On day-to-day, maybe not in this room, but even in this room, most of us use what? Credit. The final and the most powerful theory of how money is created and managed, and that is credit. And the standard reference for this is Alfred Innes, who says, credit and credit alone is money. A sale and purchase is the exchange of a commodity or service for a credit. Okay? However, not all money is, while all money is debt, the converse is not necessarily true. All debt is not money. So we understand that money is debt, right? When you have a dollar bill, when you have a gold coin, when you have anything, it's it's a debt that somebody has to repay. You can exchange that later for a good or a service, right? Somebody is indebted to you in exchange for that thing. So that is true. But as far as the debt itself, it's not money, right? The obligation is not money. And the way we see this is, for debt to become money, it must be able to circulate at a constant nominal value among the members of an economic community, right? In other words, a $1,000 credit on a beggar does not hold the same value as a $1,000 credit on a billionaire. Which one is more likely to actually be traded at par, right? Anybody who's ever loaned money to friends is very familiar with this concept. So how do we organize this? In order to ensure that credit can be used as money in our modern system, banks must stand out as the ultimate or even sublime creditors in the economy, which means that their debts have to be accepted in payments at no discount from their nominal value. Right? $1,000 in the bank buys you exactly $1,000 worth of commodities, no matter how bad the investments are on that bank's balance sheet, right? Because what happens if they screw up? What happened traditionally? They went bust, right? People would lose money. But now, that's no longer the case. Now, if a bank goes bust, they're bailed out by the government. And it's exactly for this reason, because in order to sustain a credit money system, the debt must be valued at par. And those that issue the debt must be seen as sublime. So, when a commercial bank makes a loan of $1,000, it does not have to pay out the loan in cash, gold, or some other form of money. In return for the loan, the bank simply credits the borrower's account, and now this newly issued credit may itself function as money. Right? If anybody's taken out a home loan, anything like that, they know that you don't get a bag of cash. You just get the number in your account changed to some arbitrary value. And given the extensive electronic payment system today, this credit money also does not need to be converted into cash or central bank reserves in order to function as payment. Again, anybody that uses a credit card is very familiar with this. You just swipe the card, and all it is just a record of a transaction with some nominal value. There is nothing underlying any of that other than the bank's guarantee that that debt will be honored one-to-one. Hello? We lost our slides. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Is that right? I'm still not working, but we'll go with this. Okay. So credit money is most often purely virtual. Oh, whoa. Sorry. There we go. Right. Right, so credit cards, so stay with me. So credit cards and loans, right? So these things, they're valued as is, even though there's nothing really underlying them except maybe the asset. But so fundamentally, our contemporary money system may be understood as a combination of two different kinds of money. One, fiat money in the form of physical cash or central bank reserves. This is what most people think of when they think of money. That's held in commercial bank account with the central bank, right? This is stuff you deposit when you deposit your paycheck, you know, etc. And then the second type, which is credit money in the form of deposits in private money users' current accounts with commercial banks. So this is the stuff when you get loans, or maybe the paycheck that you get is a direct deposit, right? All of that stuff is virtual. It doesn't exist other than on the ledgers and the balance sheets of the banks. The difference between the two kinds of money is at the heart of what's so-called the fractional reserve banking system, which allows private commercial banks to create new credit money as they lend this money to customers, right? And the paradox of fractional reserve banking is that on the one hand, commercial bank credit money circulates at the same value as the state-issued fiat money, so $1 equals $1, even if it's a virtual number in your bank account. But on the other hand, the amount of outstanding credit money vastly exceeds the amount of fiat money on reserve in the bank. Right, so I'm sure most people here are familiar with fractional reserve banking, and that allows the banks to loan money into existence and only have to maintain some nominal reserve to account for any potential issues, right? And that's because they just assume that the banks are going to make loans that will always be repaid one-to-one, right? How often has that been proven true? Not very often, right? So that creates kind of an issue in that the banks are able to create this money, but they're not backing it up with 100% guarantee, right? There may be a house as an asset, but if that house goes down in value, who's going to make up the difference, right? And the answer is the people, the community. They'll be bailed out by the government, and there will be a tax on the people for the gains of private banks and private individuals who made bad decisions, right? That's not very good. That's a form of moral hazard, and the more that happens, the more it can feed on itself. This creates a lot of the situations we saw, like the 2009 financial crisis, where mortgages were valued at a certain level and treated as cash, but it turned out when those mortgages were not valued correctly, it created a cascade of problems for people who depended on those mortgages being valued at par. Right? So this is the weakness of credit money. So the question then is, what is the strength of credit money? Why even have this thing if it's so volatile, right? Why are governments so infatuated with it, right? And that is because credit equals growth. So the way that a government juices an economy is by pumping credit into it. It gets people to do things, right? People will take loans, they'll make things, they'll build things, they'll start companies. That's great. But people will also make mistakes. They'll have malinvestment. They'll have businesses that fail, right? And all these things need to be accounted for. And in theory, the banks are dealing with this and being good stewards of this. But in reality, their incentive is just to make the loans, because if they make a mistake, they get bailed out. Right? And so again, credit money is most often purely virtual and is nothing but a recording of the relation between the creditor and the debtor in a bookkeeping system. And we can easily recognize where Bitcoin fits in, because Bitcoin is very similar. At the core is the blockchain, which functions as a public ledger registering the credits of the money users in the system. The value of a particular Bitcoin wallet corresponds to the credit recorded in the blockchain. Very simple, right? These Bitcoins don't exist in any sense. They're just a recording of some nominal credit that somebody has with the Bitcoin ecosystem. Right? When people often hear about Bitcoin for the first time, they're often puzzled by the way the system seems to create new money out of nothing. Right? It's perhaps even more curious that we readily accept the creation of new money out of nothing by the conventional commercial bank system. At least with Bitcoin, it's not parasitic on the nation state and its currency. If Bitcoin fails, right, the difference between Bitcoin and the conventional bank credit money is that new Bitcoins are created and introduced into the economy free of debt. When Bitcoins are generated, there is no underlying promise of debt. Whereas the commercial bank, when they issue new credit to circulate as money, the opposite side of that is the customer's debt to the bank account, right? And so Bitcoin does not represent a claim on any particular debtor. There's not somebody that owes you something for your Bitcoin. Rather, it's on the entire ecosystem. So the entire ecosystem of Bitcoin is what will honor that credit. And it's a key distinction. It seems like it's something trivial, but it's very key because there is no bad debt in Bitcoin. The only way that Bitcoin debt fails is if the entire system collapses. But even under that situation, it only affects those people using that system. And it's not forced or coerced upon any group of people, right? This is all voluntary, guys. So finally, all forms of money come with their own forms of exploitation, risks, and even violence. But once a certain form of money has become fully integrated into the general economic structure of society, we seem to accept these forms of exploitation, risk, violence, and as something that's inevitable and even natural. And when you talk to people, you'll hear this a lot. You know, this is the way it is. It's worked. It's worked for hundreds, thousands of years. You know, it's just the way it is. You have to accept it. And Bitcoin, on top of all that, is the worst form of money. And we should listen to the critics, the central banks and other financial authorities, when they come out to warn us against Bitcoin. Users are at risk of losing their money. Yes, I know people that have lost money on Bitcoin, right? Whether it be in the value changing or losing the keys to their wallet. This is a real risk, right? It could be used for illicit purposes, drug dealing, tax evasion, money laundering. These are all fantastic use cases for Bitcoin, right? Free Ross, by the way. Yeah. So yes, they're right. They're also right, and the socialists will come out, and they'll be coming out of the woodwork sooner than you think. They'll say early adopters are seeing huge profits as the price of Bitcoin multiplies, potentially creating a wealth inequality, a Bitcoin aristocracy. They've recreated that which they hate. It's a legitimate criticism. Bitcoin does nothing to address wealth inequality. But wait, don't throw tomatoes yet. All of these points of criticism apply equally and perhaps even more pertinent
clock here isn't working, so I'm going to try to use the video as the timer for me. So the why. Why are we doing this? So I'm from New York originally, and I was there when the pandemic started. And it really felt like the world was falling apart. Like there was just something, I mean, I had had the feeling for a long time that there was something off about the world, but it really came home during the pandemic. And I spent a lot of time on long walks thinking about what was wrong and what we might be able to do to fix it. And for me, what was wrong with the world, what is wrong with the world, is we have lost the ability to think for ourselves. In every facet of our life, somebody thinks for us, somebody decides for us. We have lost control of our own future, the ability to define our own destiny. And there's significant second and third order effects to that. If you don't control your money, if you don't control your power, you don't control your present, you don't control your future, you're disincentivized to build, to create. So the solution is to flip that, right? To give the control back to the individual, to give sovereignty back to the individual. And if we could do that, then it flips that incentives. Those second and third order effects flip from negative to positive. So with Bitcoin, it incentivizes us to look further into the future. And as we look further into the future, it changes the way that we think about the world. It changes the way that we think about ourselves. We then become incentivized to build, to plan, to create, to study, because not only is there a future, but we could create it, we could define it, we could control it. So I really think that it is so important that we do this, and we do this now. There's not an infinite amount of time to do this. We are hurtling towards a cliff, and we need to learn how to build wings. And I think Bitcoin education, specifically introductory Bitcoin education, is the first step on that journey. This is such a profound moment in civilization, right? For the first time ever, we have a toolkit to actually do this. I think in many ways, we may be standing at the edge of humanity's first revolution. When we talk about revolution, past revolutions, we're always talking about changing who wields power from one group to the next, rather than group A, group B now is in control. What we have the opportunity to do now with Bitcoin for the next generation, for that guy, we have an opportunity to not just change who is in power, but change our very relationship to power, change how we define power. This is the first revolution ever. We've never been able to do that before. And now we can. This is such a profound opportunity. But it's an opportunity with a lot of obstacles and a lot of risks. We're taking our first steps, right? We're all taking our first steps here in the journey towards Bitcoin, and we're doing a really good job. Sorry. He's got a little Me Premier Bitcoin shirt on too. So it's so important that these first steps stay true to this potential, to this revolutionary potential. Because if the problem is that we have forgotten or we have lost the ability to define our own destiny, to think for ourselves, we really need to guard that. And I think this is actually underappreciated in the Bitcoin space. The revolution is not an app on your phone in your pocket. The revolution is something that happens inside of your mind. It's how you view the world. It's how you view power. It's the ability to think for yourself. So if you are going to think for yourself, if that's the objective, if that's the idea, then that first step that we take needs to embody that, right? So let me go back to the list that I brought up at the start of the proof of work, and let me show you how we're trying to apply that to everything that we do. So the first one that I said was just 35,000 students taught. And we teach our students with a pretty specific philosophy that the education should be interactive, but more than that, we never think for our students. It's always trying to allow them to think for themselves and to arrive at their own conclusions. And the current model of the world today, and this includes Bitcoin education, is to sell a product, right? In this case, the students are the product. So we are mostly community funded. We're majority community funded. We don't take any government money, and we're very, very selective of non-community money that comes in that isn't individuals. Like, we get some grants and all that, but we turn down most money that comes our way because it comes with strings attached. That is what's normal in the world today. That's what's normal in the entire world, and Bitcoin education is no exception to that. We frequently are offered money in exchange for. And that exchange for is usually to make sure a certain product is mentioned, or we steer students in a certain direction. And that is counter-revolutionary, right? We are repeating the same mistakes that got us here if we do that. We are telling students what to think rather than teaching them how to think. And that is harder. That is much harder. But that is the revolution. If we want to create a different future, we need to create a new template in the present. We can't, everything that we've done, the templates that already exist have led us to this moment. So if you, like me, believe that we're on the wrong path, we need to throw them all away and create new ones. And that's what we're trying to do with how we're funded. So on my way here, like literally from our booth, which is at basically the opposite end, I was stopped twice by two different people who, one I see, one I don't see. But somebody stopped me right before I came in here. They said that they loved what we were doing, and they're starting a business, they have a farm, and they want to give back to Me Premier Bitcoin. They want to give a % of the profits because they really believe in this. Another person that I saw today, this is all new, although maybe a better example, because you guys maybe are familiar, is if you guys have seen the little orange pills, probably one of you guys have it in the audience. That's just a couple that believes in what we're doing, and they hand knit these orange pills and they sell them, and all the profits go to us. And that's how we fund what we're doing. That's how we fund our education. On a long enough timeline, Bitcoin education will be captured by those who fund it. So if corporations are funding Bitcoin education, they will capture it. And they have different interests. They have their own interests. We need to be, and we want to be, captured by you, captured by the community. That is the check. If we are not fulfilling the revolutionary potential that is before us, don't donate. If we are, then do donate, right? Like, we want to be held accountable to the community, to Bitcoiners who have been through the journey and see the potential. We don't want to be accountable to corporations or governments. We want to be accountable to you. Everyone has to make that choice. Every organization needs to make the choice. We have chosen the community. The next thing on the list is the Bitcoin diploma and other materials. We also have an intro class. We have other classes as well. The Bitcoin diploma is kind of the flagship product. It's the most well-known. How have we applied the ethos of Bitcoin to that? So we created a independent Bitcoin educators node network. And the idea behind that is that we are more than the sum of our parts, so we want to work with other Bitcoin educators around the world. Everything that we do is open source, right? Open source everything. So the Bitcoin diploma is open source, and we created some consensus rules to join the network. Those consensus rules are that the education must be independent, impartial, community-led, Bitcoin only, quality, and teach empowerment. So long as you agree to those consensus rules, you practice those consensus rules, you could apply to join the network. And thus far, more than 50 projects around the world from more than 30 countries have applied and been accepted to the network. The really, really interesting or special thing about that is we no longer control the network. It is now self-governing. It has created its own governance layer. We actually don't decide when there's a new applicant. We, like Mi Primer Bitcoin El Salvador, we don't decide whether they're accepted or rejected. We're one node in the network. We're the Genesis node, but we're one node in the network. And so much of this is on the map behind me, is the node network. Each dot represents a node in the network. So this is how we're scaling. We're scaling by giving up control. Because we all have a choice. You could either have control over or you could empower. And the revolution is to empower. We've lived in the entirety of human history with having control over. This is our opportunity to change that once and to change it forever. So I'll try to go through the rest of them quick. We also work with the Ministry of Education. We have a couple of programs with them. One of them is the Bitcoin diploma, but the other one is with the Little Hodler. We're developing some content for younger audiences that will hopefully be piloted in the public school system next year. So second grade, third grade, fourth grade, that sort of age. And as I said, we never take money from governments. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to create this curriculum. We're going to have to train teachers. We're going to have to send teachers around the country to follow up, quality control, all that. But it's important, right? It's important that we get it right. It's important that we all do this together. So our ask, when they invited us to participate in this, our ask wasn't for money. Our ask was, and they've accepted this, was everything that we create needs to be open source. Everything that is used for Bitcoin education here in El Salvador needs to be accessible for the whole world, no cost, no restrictions, no barrier to entry, and they agreed to that, right? Which is, as far as I know, the first time in the world that a government is creating an open source curriculum. We also, with the same sort of philosophy, the unconference that we have, it was our fourth one yesterday. We've been doing it for about a year, and it's a Bitcoin conference with a focus on education, but it's also a different format to try to empower people. It's kind of a decentralized format where everybody there gets to decide the schedule at the start of the day. They get to participate. And yesterday, we open sourced that as well. as part of the unconference, we had a literal session to teach people how to run their own unconference. Again, the question before us is, are we in control of our own life, or is someone else? Meet Premier Bitcoin is a grand experiment in pushing the limits of what's possible today in order to reimagine what's possible tomorrow. Because if we are going to change the world, and we will, we are, we need to do things differently, and it will be harder. It is so much harder to do things differently. It is so much easier to follow the established template, to find success by their standards. We would rather fail trying to change the world than succeed in this one. So this is a choice that we all have. We need to be active in defining our own future. When I say empowerment, it's not just for the students, it's for us, it's for everyone, right? So if you believe that a better world is possible, then you have a responsibility to help create it. That's exactly what we're trying to do with Meet Premier Bitcoin. And again, we live and die by the community, so really want to thank everyone here for supporting us, because without that, none of this would be possible. So thank you. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you to JR. He's the literal representation of why I'm doing this. We create revolution by living it. Thank you.
And so going from the complete opposite from the hyperlocal to the macro global, I'm happy to introduce a friend, Dennis Porter of Satoshi Action Fund. And he has got some very exciting news, both within the United States as a nation, as well as the globe with other nations considering buying Bitcoin. So Dennis, come on the stage. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, you're awesome. Brad, so excited to be here. Wow, what a great time to be in El Salvador, the birthplace of the strategic Bitcoin reserve strategy. I've certainly got a couple things I'll love to add to my conversation here if I got time on the end. For those of you that didn't see it, recently in the state of Pennsylvania, we were able to introduce a strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. Very exciting news, and there's going to be some more things that I can share with you on within the world of making the United States a leader on Bitcoin if I have a little bit of time at the end of my talk. I prepared this talk before any of that news broke. So I'm going to stick to my guns, stick to my plan here. And if I've got time at the end, I will certainly share some interesting information on the advent of strategic Bitcoin reserves within the United States. So I'm here to talk to you today about Bitcoin mining as a tool for energy abundance. But before I get into my talk, I want to share a little bit about my journey with Bitcoin. So 2017, I found Bitcoin and quickly became very attracted to the technology, fell in love with this technology. And right away, just like everybody else in this room, I realized that I needed to do something in Bitcoin. And so, of course, right away, I started to try to mine Bitcoin. But after getting a few machines in my basement, I had about 4 or 5 S9s. I was starting to deal with a lot of heat, a lot of noise. And so what did I do? I mocked up my little design here. This is my pre-design of the thing that I'm building in the middle. where I'm trying to figure out how do I navigate this area of trying to mine Bitcoin in my basement. Eventually, I get up to 16 ASICs in my garage, and I'm about to go all in on Bitcoin mining, but then the market crashes. So even though I didn't have the chance back then to go all in on Bitcoin mining, that passion and that love for Bitcoin mining carried forward into the launch of Satoshi Action in June of 2022. Right away with Satoshi Action, we immediately got to work traveling the country, educating lawmakers and regulators and the general public about the benefits of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. I traveled to state houses and to Washington, D.C. to share with lawmakers how this technology could be a benefit to the people of their jurisdiction. And what are some of those benefits? Well, Bitcoin mining can provide some extremely powerful benefits to the energy systems that we all operate on today. It can balance the grid, it can enhance clean energy, it can eliminate energy waste, it can create rural jobs as well, and it can also end energy poverty globally. As I traveled the country, talking to lawmakers and regulators, sharing those benefits, they all knew those are things they wanted and needed. I don't have to convince a lawmaker that they need to balance their grid. They already know they need that. I don't have to convince a lawmaker that they need rural jobs. They already know that they need more jobs in rural parts of the country that have been left behind. And so quickly after traveling the country, we got a lot of lawmakers to say, hey, you know what? I'm on board. I'm on board to Bitcoin, and I'm going to introduce legislation. And we have been fortunate to be able to introduce legislation to protect Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining in over 20 states. And we have passed pro-Bitcoin mining laws in 4 states in the United States so far. On top of that, one of the driving factors for us at Satoshi Action for why we have been so successful is because we've been able to provide not just podcasts and blogs and articles about why Bitcoin mining is powerful, but we've been able to produce credible evidence-backed, peer-reviewed research for the technology as well. And of course, my pride and joy, being labeled as the most effective and most aggressive advocacy organization by Greenpeace. I don't think they meant it as a compliment, but I wear it as a badge of honor. So let's get into the talk here, though. What is energy abundance, and why is it so important? I'm sure some of you have seen this graph before. On this graph, we are taking a look at how there is no such thing as a low energy rich country. What does that mean? That means that there is no country on this earth that is in the top of the GDP that also has very little energy abundance. So these two things are linked. Energy abundance, the availability of energy, is critical for a country, for a people, for a jurisdiction to be prosperous. And the impacts of not having energy abundance are stark. I was just traveling around earlier with my family who's lived here for 15 years, visiting some rural villages where there is not energy abundance. And a lot of these families struggle with some of the bare basics: lighting, refrigeration, cell phones, internet, medical care, heating and cooling, and more. And this is a problem all across the world. Anywhere that you don't see an increase or an amount of energy abundance, you see a serious lack of access to modern technologies that we all have come to appreciate today. But let's put it in context. How many people are dealing with a lack of energy abundance in the world today? Today, 685 million people do not have access, zero access to electricity. And 1.2 billion people have no access to affordable, reliable energy, essentially dooming them to have little to no access to a lot of the modern technologies that we all appreciate. But what is holding us back? Why are we still in this modern era where we're sitting in this giant room filled with speakers, filled with screens and cameras, live streaming? Why are we still unable to bring those 1.2 billion people into the modern era? I'll tell you, there's 2 primary reasons. There's many other little reasons, but we're going to keep it simple today. It's a lack of demand, and it's a lack of it's an underutilized infrastructure problem. So that might blow some people's minds. Like, how could a lack of demand be the problem for energy abundance? or underutilizing our infrastructure? I'm about to break it down for you very simply. One of the best examples for how to understand the impacts of a lack of demand or utilization is to think of energy infrastructure like a shopping mall. Shopping malls are big, they're expensive to build, they're expensive to maintain. And in order for the economics of a shopping mall to work properly, you need it to be full. You need it to be highly utilized. Or as someone in the shopping mall industry would say, you need very low vacancy rates. You want your shopping mall to be thriving and filled with people. You want all the big department stores and all the little stores as well. In fact, it's those large department stores that truly subsidize and make it possible to really run a shopping mall. And shopping malls that see those big tenants leave, they see their vacancy rates go up, which means that the shopping mall is not being well utilized. If they get to a 30 to 40% vacancy rate, they enter what's known as a death spiral, and they cannot recover from it. And many shopping malls across the world, because of the pandemic, because of the modern era where we buy everything online, are experiencing these types of vacancy rates. So, how does that compare to the energy world? In the energy world, we use the word utilization rate. It's very similar to vacancy, but ultimately, it is the high utilization, demand, the usage of those energy infrastructures that we build that lead to a distribution of costs. Just like in a shopping mall, where the large tenants are the ones that truly support the economics of those shopping malls, the large buyers of power are the ones that support the infrastructure that we see around us today. They essentially, large buyers of power, essentially subsidize the cost of power for everybody in that energy system. You would never go to a shopping mall and say, let's kick out the department stores, they're using up too much space. But yet we see people today saying, this person uses too much power, too much demand. We got to get them out of here. No, no, no. That is exactly the opposite of what you want to do. So, how is Bitcoin mining fitting into this picture? And why is it one of the most important large buyers of power that we see in the world today? Well, there's two really main reasons. One, it is extremely customizable to the infrastructure that you build alongside of it. So let's say you have an energy system, a grid, that has 100 megawatts of power, and you only have 10 megawatts of power left to sell. You can custom fit a Bitcoin mine to fit that 10 megawatts perfectly. Actually, in fact, Bitcoin mining can scale down to the kilowatt. So you can perfectly fit it to whatever the needs of that energy system are. And by ultimately getting to that last bit, that last 10 megawatts filled, you're dramatically improving the economics of that energy infrastructure. The second, unlike any other large buyer of power, because you could say, well, Dennis, why don't we just have, industry or a shopping mall? Why don't we build a hospital to fill up that last 10 megawatts? The problem with most grids is that if you get to that 99, 100% utilization, well, what happens if there's a hot day or a cold day and all of a sudden demand spikes? Well, you've gone over your available supply, and that can cause very serious problems for energy infrastructure. And so Bitcoin mining, what's so important to understand about it is not only can you custom fit it to exactly what that energy system needs, simultaneously, you can use the Bitcoin mining as a flexible demand on that energy system so that it never goes over the 100%. You never break the energy system. And additionally, you never have to spend extra money to build for those, what they call contingency events. So what's a good example? You've heard this one a lot. I reported on it right when it happened back in 2022. There's really two important weather storms that are so just very important for you to keep in your mind. Winter Storm Uri and Winter Storm Elliott. Winter Storm Uri came in 2021. It pummeled the Texas grid. They were not prepared, and there was billions of dollars of damages that were done to the grid. Additionally, over 700 people lost their lives. This is why the ability to balance the grid is so important. If you don't manage your grid properly, best case scenario, your food is going bad in your fridge. Worst case scenario, people are losing their lives. So, next storm to keep in mind. Winter Storm Uri comes in, pummels the grid, billions of dollars of damages, over 700 people die. But if we transport forward to Winter Storm Elliott, which came just a little over a year later and hit the Texas grid, the same exact, it was almost identical. Like, it was like almost shocking how identical this storm was to Uri. The grid operators there in Texas were very concerned, but fortunately, they had done a lot of work to upgrade their grid and to prepare for new types of storms. And one of the things that they did is they enabled Bitcoin miners to come in and plug into the grid and participate in those grid balancing programs that previously already existed in the Texas ERCOT grid. Well, lo and behold, when that Winter Storm Elliott hit, the Bitcoin miners across the energy grid there wound down and delivered over 1,700 megawatts of power back to the grid in the middle of an emergency when everybody else was desperate to keep their heat on. Hospitals were desperate to stay online. The Bitcoin miners were the first line of defense to say, here you go. Here, my power is available to you. Now you can keep the lights on. To put it in context, 1,700 megawatts of power is an incredible amount of energy. It is enough energy to heat 1.7 million small homes. It is enough energy to energize 320 large hospitals. It is more energy than some small nations use. So it's a lot of energy that can be delivered just like that, back to the grid when it needs it the most. And there's simply no other industry that can match this level of response. So Bitcoin mining, very good for as an emergency reserve backup system for flexibility. Another good caveat to keep in mind is it's very, very good at supporting renewable energy, extremely good at supporting renewable energy. There are renewable energy providers all across the world that are suffering from massive amounts of curtailment, which essentially means that they're not selling all the energy that they could produce. I speak to renewable energy generators across the world, and they are in huge trouble financially. Some of them are curtailing up to 30 to 40% of their energy, and there's just no one there to buy it. And so Bitcoin mining can serve as a perfect solution by coming in and co-locating next to these wind and solar farms, buying up every single megawatt, custom fit, buying up every single megawatt from these renewable energy sites, making sure that their economics pan out, and making sure that they can continue to supply energy to the grid and that they do not fail. And I'm telling you what, there is a huge glut of renewable energy in this world that has been subsidized to death, and a lot of them are about to go under. They're in serious trouble. So Bitcoin mining is very good for balancing the grid, very good for flexibility. But one of the important things to keep in mind when you're talking about energy abundance, circle back to how Bitcoin solves this problem of delivering energy to people that need it the most. One of the things that was very hard in the past, I talked about the need for more demand. It was nearly impossible to just say, oh, we're just going to create demand over here. Usually you need a big city. You need a hub. You need a lot of demand so that you can help to finance the generation. You need demand to finance generation. Without demand, you cannot have generation. And so what Bitcoin mining allows us to do for literally the first time in history, this is such a revolutionary technology. You can pinpoint demand wherever you want. And you can essentially create generation anywhere in the world now because of Bitcoin mining. This is what is truly going to be able to allow us to end energy poverty because, as I said, here in the middle in San Salvador, lots of demand, lots of energy all around us to supply everything that we need for this conference. Rural parts of El Salvador, not experiencing the same type of energy abundance because there isn't demand. But now, again, for the first time in history, we can place demand wherever we want, enabling us to build generation wherever we want. This is what's going to help us end energy poverty, predominantly in rural parts of the world. There are certainly benefits to the general grid that we see here, not only in El Salvador, but also other parts of the world. But I think there's a really unique case where Bitcoin mining can be used to develop energy in rural parts of the world. There's a great example. I don't know if he's spoken yet. He's certainly here today. But Eric from Gridless is doing just this in rural parts of Africa, where they have energy generation now being built, and they can come in as a partner and subsidize the excess generation that isn't being utilized. Think about it this way. Every megawatt of excess generation that isn't being monetized is a burden on the people that are left on that energy generation system. So by coming in and using all of that excess generation, they're essentially subsidizing the cost of power for rural African villages all across the continent of Africa. And this can be done anywhere in the world, not just in Africa. One thing to keep in mind, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I think it's important to revisit it, is utilization rates. Now, for the first time ever, we can reach essentially peak utilization, 100%. Why? Revisiting back to the flexibility of Bitcoin mining, if we ever go over, we can ask the Bitcoin miner to wind down. Before Bitcoin mining, you would have had to build a gas peaker plant, had to build batteries, you'd have to import power from other grids. All of these are very expensive forms of ways to make sure that you don't go over your peak supply. A peaker plant sits on idle and is used maybe 1% to 2% of the year. That's not efficient. That's not high utilization. And so what it does is it causes a significant burden on the grid that it operates with, a necessary burden until Bitcoin mining. Peaker plants, in my opinion, may not exist within the next 10 years because of the technology of Bitcoin mining. So let's wrap it a bow around all of this. It's so much bigger than just energy. Yes, more energy is great. Yes, the idea of energy abundance is great, but what does it truly mean for the people that don't experience energy abundance, for the people that don't get to experience having the ability to go over and flip a switch and turn the light on? It means they can't have access to lights. What does that mean for someone to not have access to light? Something we take for granted at night in developed countries. It means you can't study at night. You're not going to be able to read your textbook as you're going to university. It means that people, when they're walking down the streets at night, there's no light, there's no safety, there's no security. So it's a significant difference just from lights alone. Think about refrigeration. Without energy abundance, you can't refrigerate your food. You can't save your food. So like every day, you're constantly having to go to the store to get new food. You're constantly having to cook new food every single day because you can't store it in a refrigerator. Just take a moment to think about how much more time you have to spend in meal preparation. So it's a huge time burden to the people that don't have access to refrigeration. And then, of course, work our way down the list. Cell phones, internet, medical care, heating and cooling. None of these things are truly available to people who don't have energy abundance, significantly diminishing their ability to have a successful life. I like to commonly say, those 1.2 billion people around the world who don't have energy abundance, one of them could be the next Einstein, but we'll never know because they were never able to study for school. They were never able to afford to make it to university. So by being a part of changing the world, by buying Bitcoin, you can become a stakeholder in the future of ensuring that all the countries below this line move above it. And by being a holder of Bitcoin, you are essentially an equity holder in the movement to end energy poverty globally. Thank you. The quick announcement, while I got 20 seconds here, would be that for those of you that know, we were able to pass our strategic
All right, everybody, we are back at the Simply Bitcoin news desk at Adopting Bitcoin 2024. We are here at the desk, one of my favorite podcasters, Efrat, with the We Are the Change podcast. Of course, my legendary co-host, Optimus Fields, and I think we're going to be getting Dennis Porter in as well. Anyways, Efrat, I think I've seen you in, like, multiple continents all around the world, going to all these different Bitcoin conferences. You came out of the scene out of left field. You know, you just came in. I just saw you in Lugano like a couple weeks ago. How you doing? How's life? Yeah, I know it's been crazy.
It's been crazy.
How's life?
Life is insane where I come from in general. I come from Israel, but I travel a lot, so I don't suffer a lot of what's going on there. Although, you know, my friends and family, I have my trajectory on the solutions, on the hope. And so with my podcast, I interview some amazing people, including you and Muzz. We had a really cool episode in Amsterdam. And with my episodes, with my content, I feel like I do put a spotlight on the bad stuff that's happening around the world, and the darker side of things, but I always end up on a message of hope. I always introduce my audience to the solutions, and Bitcoin is one of them. And that's the reason I'm traveling around Bitcoin places and cities. You know, I've been to a Free City Foundation conference talking about Noster and Bitcoin. Just giving people some hope and some solutions so they can be aware of what's there while investigating CBDCs and showing people the dark path. So, yeah, it's happening, but we have the good with the bad. It's happening all around the world.
Yeah, I feel like there's this like global awakening. Opti, what's going on right now? How's the scheduling going?
The scheduling is all off. They said we were going to get a break, but it looks like Aleks Svetski's on stage. So let's run this a couple minutes and we'll go to the live stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about that. You focus a lot on central bank digital currencies. Right. The way that I frame it is Bitcoin or slavery, right? Bitcoin, freedom, peace, prosperity, opportunity, and then of course slavery are the central bank digital currencies. I don't think people are aware of how many countries around the world are actively developing these things. The Atlantic Council actually has a tracker that literally shows you the vast majority of countries are developing central bank digital currencies, and it's essentially a continuation of the fiat system that governments are hoping to implement so that they continue the scheme of being able to create money for free that everyone else has to work for. So what has you so passionate about talking about CBDCs, and what is the potential danger that people are not seeing?
It's just very tangible. When you show people what kind of future is actually coming, because it's already being piloted in so many countries, they actually visually get what their life is going to look like. When you show them the Thailand pilot, the China pilot, the Nigeria pilot, it's all real stuff. This is not like conspiracy theories, it's actually happening around the world. So they get a taste of what's coming, and then they can prepare better. And that's why I put the spotlight on it. And of course, Bitcoin is the antidote for it, because it's just the permissionless system that we were hoping for. So it exists, and people are, on the most part, not aware of it. So if I tie both of those things together in my talks around the world, it really gives people at the same time an awareness of the risks and what's coming. And obviously the risks are programmable money and money with an expiry date. I just didn't say that because I think it's obvious, but people should know that that's the risk of CBDCs.
It's worse than inflation. It's money with an expiration date. Opti, the camera's out of focus. Anyways, everybody, we are going to switch it back to the main stage, guys. Go follow Efrat. We are the change.
It's you're the voice.
You are the voice. Where's we are the change? Where's we are the change? Where's
I don't know, but that's a great
You are the voice. Okay, follow the You Are the Voice podcast by Efrat. It's incredible. She has amazing guests. Do you have any guests that you can drop? You can. You did. You
up, yeah.
Do you have any hints?
Yeah. So I did. Recently in Prague, I interviewed Titus Gebel, who is the CEO of the Free Cities Foundation, and Stefan Livera, which was so good. And I've got, I've got a few, but I don't want to ruin it. I've got like 6 people I've done. Samson and the Prince and Mike Peterson from Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador. Michael Saylor is already done. It's there, dude. Like, it's my best played podcast episode ever. So people should definitely go watch that.
Incredible. Opti. Incredible. All right, everybody, we're going to switch it back to the main stage. Aleks Svetski is on the stage. Let's check it out.
We have a little bit of both. I just realized I have a TV here, so I can actually look in front of me without looking back. There's a great talk, actually, by a guy called Jack Conte. He's the founder of Patreon, and he gave this talk, and he kind of talked about it as like Web 1.0, 2.0. In the 2010s we had ranking, and then 2020s we had content algorithms. And one of the framings that I liked from him was this idea that the content media platforms are more about reach and discovery, right? You can have 0 followers on TikTok, you post the video, it goes viral, all of a sudden everybody sees it. So it's got nothing to do with your social graph, it's all about discovery. Whereas where I think traditionally social and subscribers and all that sort of stuff was this kind of idea of like your true fans. You're building a relationship with someone on a regular basis. Someone follows you, someone subscribes you, and they want to establish a relationship with you. That's currently missing on the internet. I mean, companies like Patreon are trying to fill that gap, but the fact is they're built on and around platforms that don't enable the creators to develop depth anymore. They create the incentive for creators to build things for reach, which starts to create some perverse sort of outcomes. So the question, why, how the hell did this happen? How do we get here? Well, it kind of starts back when the internet was formed. So the internet is this kind of stack of protocols. You've got like the physical layer, the link layer, you've got the IP layer, the TCP layer, and then you have the application layer, HTTPS, which all of the stuff is sort of built at this layer. Now, what was always lacking in the early internet was a layer for identity. Also another layer for money, so money transmission never was able to happen. Obviously, we know a thing called Bitcoin, which is why we're all here. That started to transform things. It gave us the ability to transfer value directly peer-to-peer. But the identity piece was always missing from the internet. And what this meant was, despite the fact that these 4 layers gave us a whole new design space. Before the internet, there was no such thing as Google or Amazon or Uber or Facebook or any of these things, right? So the internet, with these 4 layers, gave a massive design space where literally, fundamentally, the fabric of society, the fabric of the world basically changed. But what we got was identity living inside the applications. So what that means is, you go and sign up to Uber, you have an identity with Uber. You log into your bank account, sign up to a bank account, you have an identity with the bank account. You sign up for this conference, you have an identity with the conference. So every single application actually has an identity. So all of a sudden you end up with hundreds of identities. Google and Facebook and stuff tried to solve that with single sign-on, but introduced a new problem, which is kind of this centralization around your entire identity is held with these guys, which can be easily turned off, can be easily censored, can be easily lost, can be easily all that sort of stuff. So you start to get the situation where these companies end up treating you as the individual, as essentially a product, because that's what you are. You are a identity, a unit inside their walled garden, so to speak, right? So where do I think we're going? And this is the thing that I'm thinking of here. Like I'm trying to frame it as social 2.0. It's not a very creative name. I'm sorry, I'm not super creative in this sense. But basically the idea is that over the coming decade, what I think is going to happen is a new set or a new kind of wave of social networks is going to start to rise up that, as I said earlier with that graph, going to be more social network oriented or social graph oriented. And we're already starting to see the rise of a couple of these, right? So there's like Kara, which is the one with a C. That's a Instagram specifically for designers that doesn't allow any AI content on there, right? So it's a very narrow niche, but they're building it for that and they're growing. They've got like a couple million users now. There's there's Blue Sky. Obviously, they just hit 15 million users. That's like the communist bastion of version of fucking Twitter, right? There is Truth Social, so that's the MAGA version, right? So you've got these kind of communities and these apps developing around these things. So I think what we will see in the future, alongside the billion user applications, is probably the 10 million user, or the 20 million, or the 30 million user. Now there's three apps on here, Atlantis, Primal, and Damus, that share something really interesting, which is they share the fact that they are built on a common protocol. So what I mentioned earlier about the identity living inside the application, we have now a fundamental paradigm shift available on the internet where a common protocol for identity has been established, and I'll show you what that looks like. Essentially this, we have now the 4 layers of the internet stack that I showed you guys before. We have a layer for money, and now we have a layer for identity. And to kind of come back to this slide, this identity, I call it rich identity for the web. And the reason it's rich is that it's not just an ID. On Noster, you can actually append a bunch of stuff to your identity. So your identity is actually just a key pair, similar to Bitcoin. So you have your public key, your private key. Noster is a key pair identity. So it's a bearer instrument, means that it's yours, you hold it, you own it, and you can append data to it. So you can put things like your profile picture, you can put a description. But most importantly, and this is where I think the killer feature for Noster is that you can have your follow list and your follower list. In marketing, particularly in digital marketing, what they say is that you don't own any of your audiences other than your email list. So they always teach you, build up your Instagram, whatever, but drive them through a funnel so that you can bring them down to your email so that you can capture their email address, because then you actually own it. Well, Noster is kind of like, takes the email component, because if you have your identity, if you have your key and your follower list is attached to it, you actually own now your follower list. So you kind of get the benefit of email with the distribution of a social graph, which is very, very interesting. A couple other things about Noster, it's stateless. So unlike blockchains that try and aggregate state and data and all this sort of stuff, Noster kind of puts the state to the side. It's like, okay, we don't need state like the internet. It solves storage through this relay mechanism. And what relays are, a simple way to sort of understand it, is relays are a bunch of databases living all over the internet, and different clients or different apps can listen to different relays for data. And you as a user, it's really interesting. If you've got some sort of sensitive data, let's say you were RFK 6 months ago, a year ago, and you wanted to talk about vaccines, if you posted your content on any normal social media platform, it will get wiped, right? But you might have said, look, I want to make sure that that data doesn't get wiped. You could set up your own relay, you could put your own data on there, and any client, any Noster app can listen to that. So you have basically uncensorability because you're storing that data yourself on your own relay. So you could be on that end of the spectrum. You could be on the other end of the spectrum, which is, yeah, well, I'm just posting my travel pictures. You don't need to then go and store it on your own database and make sure it's uncensorable. No one gives a shit. It's like no one's going to censor some travel content. So in that case, other clients or other relay services can be more as a service kind of structure, which is basically like what Web 2.0 is. So Noster solves storage in a very interesting way, which is it outsources it to the market, and the market can decide based on what the use case is. It also outsources money to Bitcoin, and as I said earlier, it's a bit of a protocol. So it opens up a whole new design space, like I said here. So if you can imagine the 4 layers of the internet gave us Google, Facebook, Uber, all this sort of stuff, Airbnb, etc., transformed the world in a big way. This new 2 layers are going to give us another transformation. I don't know if it'll be as big as before and after the internet, but it's certainly going to be significant when you have an identity layer and you have a monetary layer. So to kind of sum up, the way to think about Noster is not, oh, it's just a Twitter clone or it's a Twitter for free speech. No. The way to think about Noster is it's a universe, it's a basis for a universe of applications where your identity is yours, and you can go and instead of we even have to change the idea of login. You're no longer logging into applications. What you're doing is you're unlocking an app. So you're taking your key, you unlock, and you have full usage of that application. And if you don't want to use it anymore, I guess you log out or you lock it, and then you go to the next application. You do whatever you want, right? So it's yours, but there will be an entire whole ecosystem of different applications that use this unlock lock mechanism and that leverage the social graph, that leverage the social posts and all this sort of stuff. You got this massive interoperability between them. So you want to think about Noster as the substrate for a whole new world of applications that may be built. And right now, I will admit, the only applications that are being built are freaking Twitter clones, right? So everyone's building another fucking Twitter, like Damas, Primal, this, that, everything, Amethyst. They all look kind of the same. They all have their little variations and tweaks, and that's not to denigrate those things. It's just that's the state of where Noster is at the moment. in 5 years, there's going to be 100 other apps that we didn't think about today. And that's essentially, and this is where I'm going to give you a little bit of shill on what we're building, is what we're trying to do with this app called Satlantis. So we're trying to build something to use elements of Noster in a way that is different than just building another Twitter client. So we have this thing called like a city page, where the city itself is made up of posts, so social posts. So our app listens to the whole Noster network, and anything that is relevant or hashtag to that city or whatever we pull in. You have people, so you can see like people can mark themselves as visiting, as following, as living, or as an ambassador of a city. So that way you can see very quickly, kind of a bit like Orange Pill app in this sense, but you can see and you can connect with people. And I guess it's less creepy than Orange Pill app, because on Orange Pill app, people like randos can like contact you and you're like, who the fuck are you? Whereas here, there's actually like a social graph. You can see who do they follow, what's their content, what's their profile, all that sort of stuff. So it gets interesting. You've got scoring, you've got events, you've got merchants, you've got all this sort of interesting stuff. And we're leveraging Noster not only for the login, but for the social graph to mean, and this is where it gets really interesting, is I want this page to change for everybody who goes on and visits the page. So to give you a way to think about it, if all of us logged into TripAdvisor right now and we looked up San Salvador, every single person in here would see the same page, the same merchants, the same things to do, the same experiences, the same shit, right? On Satlantis, if we get this right, you will, if you're interested in Bitcoin, if you're interested in surfing, if you're interested in food, we're all going to see a different feed, different people, different events, different chats, different communities. So it should be dynamic. It should evolve based on who you are, what your interests are, and what your social graph is. Now, that is a unique approach to using some of these ingredients that Noster gives us that other applications don't. So, you know, the idea is we want to kind of combine a bunch of ideas. We've got this sort of Instagram-esque ability to create content, build an audience, connect with people, follow people. And the fact that Bitcoin is sort of a standard for it, I mean, imagine you're a content creator. Let's say you're a nomad. You want to travel around the world. You want to do stuff. You have like the places that you want to go, or you might have a guide. You might have a course that you want to sell, or an experience, like come to San Salvador and I'll give you a guide, whatever. You could have all of this stuff listed inside your actual application. I wonder if my clicker is going to work. So you could have it inside the info section, or in the bookmark section, or in my experiences section. So you start to get this kind of creator toolkit where you can get paid, you can build an audience, you can sell your services, you can connect with people, you can find things, you can discover, you can do all that sort of stuff. This is why we're kind of calling it a super app. The other piece that's in there is this really cool merchant map. So has anyone here ever used BTC Maps? Kind of few people, yep. So I love Nathan, but I mean, it's an open source project. It's very hard to use. Like the merchants don't have great profiles. Like it's very hard to find people. Half of the merchants don't even accept Bitcoin. So what we've done is we're building a very, very highly curated map where you can find things like, beyond just they accept Bitcoin, but things like, I want to find a $0 restaurant. I want to go to the best carnival place. I want to go somewhere for the vibe or for the food quality. I want to go somewhere where people that I follow are going because I trust them. I want to go somewhere that the people that I follow, that I engage with, have reviewed. So we've got this kind of like rich map idea, once again, influenced by your social graph, influenced by a bunch of things. Third, we've got this events piece in there as well. So meetups, conferences, retreats, all this sort of stuff. We want to have like farmers markets as well on here. And once again, if you're interested in, let's say, freedom, you should see meetups that have something to do with freedom tech or whatever, right? If you're interested in food, you should see that sort of stuff. So you'll be able to host events and discover events and find community and do all that sort of stuff. Once again, because we're trying to use the Nostra social graph as kind of like the crux of what we're doing. So you can kind of think about it like almost, it's interesting. When Facebook first came out, people didn't know what the hell it was. They're like, oh, how the fuck do we like define this? What is it? Well, in the same way, I'm having trouble defining what the hell we're doing with Atlantis. It's kind of a bit like Google Maps, a bit like Meetup, a bit like Instagram, a bit like TripAdvisor, all kind of mashed up into one, using Nostra as the technical substrate. And the people that we want to build this for is whoever kind of fits in this Venn diagram. So if any of these are sort of your interest, like network state, nomading, geo arbitrage, like we have a funny shirt in the back called Flag Theory, stacking passports and dodging governments, right? So like if you're in any of these buckets, this is the kind of network, this is the kind of thing that we want to build for you guys, because discovery is a problem. So let me wrap this up here, and kind of like leave you with a mental model for what the future might look like. Social 1.0 today, they're about large billion-plus user platforms. I think Meta has 4 billion users. That's half the world on there. TikTok, I think, has close to 1 billion, whatever, right? So they're about large things. They're about few. So there's only a couple of these large players. They're more about discovery. They are more content platforms. So they have more in common with Netflix and YouTube than they have with what the early social networks were. They're more about influencers, like a real 1% of creators, because these creators get good at hacking the algorithm, and then you get these outsized returns. And they're more about, as I said, the algorithm. Social 2.0, in my opinion, is going to start to see the emergence of more niche and micro social networks, stuff that is more domain specific. I believe there will be many more of these because the world is becoming fractal. Like fractured. There's many different interests and people want niches. And I think previously all of this stuff was done on forums, right? Forums were where you went to get like the deeper, more engaging information for stuff. I think now we're going to have almost, I could call it forum 2.0 with what's coming up here. It's going to be more about relationships. It's going to be more about community. It's going to be more about friendships and connections. It's going to be more about the social graph. So I wonder if I had another slide. Okay, I don't have another slide. So that's basically the presentation. So Noster is a rich identity protocol for the web that enables an entirely new design space for the web. And the kind of products that are going to be built on it are unlike the kind of products that came before. There'll be elements of them all in there, but there's going to be new things. And that's what gets me sort of excited about this, is like, I don't want to see the same shit over and over and over again. And that's fundamentally what we're trying to do with Atlantis. So if you're interested in more Noster stuff, there's going to be a Noster day on Sunday in El Zonte. You can RSVP to the event by going to the San Salvador or the El Zonte page on Atlantis, so Atlantis.io. You can look it up. The app is going to be available in a couple of weeks. We wanted it to be ready for this conference, but we didn't make it there. If you like the basis of this talk, Social 2.0 is a little blog that I just started. I just put out the first blog. It's futuresocial.substack.com, and you'll be able to get a written version, essentially, of this talk. Thank you all. I hope that was useful, and I'll see you on Noster.
Thank you, Aleks. And thank you to everyone here in the audience with us. How many people are happy that Bitcoin has gone up in the last couple weeks? All right. How many of you don't check Bitcoin price? Hey, okay, 2 of you, 3 of you. Good for you, awesome. Well, coming up next year, we have a gentleman named Carl from all the way from South Africa, right? So this wonderful conference of adopting Bitcoin, obviously, this is not the only branch of this conference, actually, right? So this is just the El Salvadoran branch of adopting Bitcoin. There's another wonderful branch in Cape Town, South Africa, as well as another one in the Netherlands. Highly recommend them. I've been to the one in Cape Town, highly recommend it. So if you ever want to get the chance to go to South Africa, explore a new place, a new country, new content, whatever it is for you, highly recommend it. And to give you a taste of that, I'm going to introduce here Carl, who has experience with Luna Exchange in South Africa, as well as Honey Badger, is going to be giving a pitch as to why Bitcoin is money. That is his mission to explain. So Carl, come on out. Thank you very much. Yep. Thank you very much. Yep.
Hallo, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo estás? My name is Karel van Wyk. It's a very Afrikaans name, as I'm from South Africa. I am an electronic engineer, a coder, and an entrepreneur. I like to build things. I like to build products and companies. And I've been building stuff in the Bitcoin space for over 10 years now. So for me to come to El Salvador, the first country to accept Bitcoin as legal tender, as money, it's a bit like a pilgrimage. When I saw the title of the conference, Crossing the Chasm, I felt like I needed to be here and to come share with you some of the great things that we're building in South Africa, because we're building amazing things. And I've got a really cool story to share with you. There's some stuff we did across the Atlantic building. And then just talk a little bit about what the future looks like for us. Because even though the present is great, the future might not look as bright as things are now. So something about my country. Like El Salvador, we deal with poverty. We're a country divided. I think the Times magazine at some point called us the most unequal country in the world. But unlike Salvador, we don't have a champion, a president like Bukele that is a visionary, that can solve our problems with crime and violence and can address the economic issues with something like Bitcoin. And so the people of South Africa, we've realized growing up that we need to take the future into our own hands and that we need to build a plan B. So for me, that plan's always been Bitcoin. And so I founded this company, this project, Money Badger. And the mission of Money Badger, the goal and the purpose of Money Badger is to prove that Bitcoin is money, that it can be used as money and applied to serve your day-to-day needs for payments and remittances. And it's as much a company as it is a charity. It's a labor of love, really. The Money Badger is obviously, it's like a honey badger with a bit of lightning in its tail. And we picked the honey badger as our mascot because it's a uniquely African animal, and it expresses the values that we also care about. A honey badger expresses the properties of tenacity, determinateness, ingenuity, and fearlessness. And so we've been working really, really hard to drive Bitcoin adoption in South Africa. And one of the things that we did that made a big impact and really moved the needle is that we added Lightning payments for one of the biggest retailers in the country, Pick n Pay. So Pick n Pay is like the Walmart of South Africa, if you can imagine. And we've been working on this project for a long time. We've actually started in 2017. We did on-chain payments for Pick n Pay, and it didn't work. The reason it didn't work is pretty obvious. On-chain payments are slow, they're expensive. And then we left it for a while. And then some smart people built something called the Lightning Network. And then Lightning solved all of these problems. Lightning was fast, Lightning was cheap. It worked really well. I mean, I'm using Lightning here on a day-to-day basis. I was in Berlin, the little road trip from Berlin to El Sante, and it just blows my mind that I can pay with Bitcoin everywhere, and we can use Lightning. And so the thing about Pick n Pay is that, like these shops in El Salvador that accepts Bitcoin, Pick n Pay also lets you live your life on a Bitcoin standard, because not only do they sell groceries and food, they also sell things like clothing. You can buy airtime, electricity, you can pay your municipal bills. So basically, they offer a lot of services. You can even buy travel tickets. They've got locations in practically every town in South Africa, so they've got wide distribution. And the reason that they did this, people ask me, oh, how did you orange pull Pick n Pay? But I didn't orange pull Pick n Pay. They came to me. The reason that they did this, why did they add Bitcoin payments, is that they said, we want to serve our customers better. I guess it's like Bukele that said, you know what, I want to give people the option of using this technology, and Pick n Pay said, we want to give people the ability to spend Bitcoin at our store. We want the bragging rights. We want to be the first major retailer in Africa that accepts Bitcoin. They put that challenge to themselves, and they made it happen. And it works phenomenally well. It works really well. Now, there's a couple of reasons why establishing this beachhead in South Africa is important. One of the most important reasons is because there's a lot of misconceptions about Bitcoin and Bitcoin payments. people think that Bitcoin payments are expensive, that they're slow, that it's technically difficult. People think that nobody's going to spend their Bitcoin. I mean, if people are going to spend crypto, it's going to be what? Stables, USDT, all of that stuff. The government doesn't believe Bitcoin is money. 2 years ago, our Reserve Bank, or the central bank, issued a statement, and they said, we don't believe Bitcoin is a currency because you can't simply walk into a shop and buy something with it. Instead, our view is that it is an asset, and we will regulate it as a form of investment. And yet, very soon after that, we launched the Pick and Pay integration, and we proved them wrong. So we've already proven the regulators wrong on this. What's happening there, that is a small child from the Bitcoin economies project. Economies is a circular economy in South Africa in a town called Mossel Bay. One of the founders, Herman, is here as well. He's going to be speaking on a panel. And this little kid took a Lightning wallet, she walked into a Pick and Pay, and she purchased a single little loaf of bread, all on her own. If she can do it, anybody can do it. Another misconception, like I said, is that people will only spend stables. This is the breakdown of the payments that we process. Now, I know what you're asking, like, why are you processing dollars, Ripple, Ethereum, so all of that nonsense? But what we've done is that we've added support not only for Lightning payments, but also for the major wallet providers in South Africa. So these are Luno, Valar, and Binance. You've probably heard of one or all of these. And via those wallets, their users can pay with any of their balances. But as for Lightning, obviously it's only Bitcoin. And as you can see, the vast majority of payments that Pick and Pay is receiving is in Bitcoin. And I think that's incredibly inspiring. Another reason why this Pick and Pay thing is important is because it supports the establishment and growth of circular economies and communities in South Africa, like Bitcoin economies, like Bitcoin Witshand, and many more. Why is that? If you start a community center and you start expanding into the community and onboarding shops and merchants, it's very hard sell to say, oh, you need to start accepting this magic internet currency. And they ask you, okay, where can I use it? How does it work? And they don't have a good answer. But if you can tell them, listen, that very big supermarket on the corner there accepts Bitcoin. Why don't you accept it yet? That's an easier sell. Or, you know, if you're earning it, you don't have to worry about not being able to use it. You can go to Pick and Pay, you can restock. Bitcoin economies uses Lightning at Pick and Pay to buy stationery and food and other supplies for their community center. And so it just helps to establish these communities and these centers and change the minds of the merchants to start accepting it. But there's one last barrier. So we've solved the issue of slow payments. We've solved the issue of expensive fees with Lightning. But there's a problem when it comes to the QR code. Now, when I was here, or when I'm walking around here, I'm scanning a Lightning invoice, right? You take out your Blink wallet, I'm scanning it, and my Lightning wallet can understand it. But with Pick and Pay, they only generate a Pick and Pay QR code. And any wallet that wants to pay Pick and Pay needs to be able to understand and read that code, and it's not a Lightning code. So what does that mean? Well, there's a bunch of other South African QR payment apps. It's not only crypto payment apps. There's like all kinds of fiat-based QR payment apps. And Pick and Pay said, if you want to pay with us, you implement that QR code format. All of those wallets, being South African, did so, and then they can scan and pay the code directly. But why would a wallet like Blink, that's being developed in El Salvador, add support for this Pick and Pay thing? It doesn't make sense. So how did we solve this problem? At the bottom, Those are the icons of Luno and Valar. Those are the local South African crypto wallet providers. And for them, we gave them an API. So they can scan a code, the Pick and Pay code, and their wallets can understand the code directly. But for Lightning wallets, we've introduced a translator app. So I'm walking around here in El Salvador. English is my second language. Spanish, no bueno, okay? So I'm taking my phone out and I'm opening up Google Translate and I'm sticking it into people's faces. And I'm like, can you please speak? And then they talk and it translates it and I can understand what they're saying. So the same principle applies. We introduced this app called Crypto QR. It's a translator. When you get to the point of sale, the cashiers rung up all your goods. You scan with Crypto QR, not with the Lightning wallet. You scan with Crypto QR, and then that thing translates the Pick and Pay QR into a Lightning invoice, and you can pay the Lightning invoice. So it works. It's nice, it's seamless, but you need two apps, and people don't want to install two apps. They want to use one app. And so we had this challenge, and we asked ourselves, how do we get the Lightning wallets to understand the Pick and Pay QR codes directly? Is it possible to solve it? So applying for speaking at this conference, I was speaking to Kamal. So as you know, Galloway is an organizer of this event, and they published the Blink wallet. And I said, what do you think about this problem? Do you think it's something that we could solve potentially? And he said, well, let's talk to one of our developers, Juan. He's from Colombia. So he's across the Atlantic Ocean from me. I'm sitting in South Africa, and we're talking, other side of the world. And Juan says, yes, I've got a solution to your problem. I'm like, what? No ways. I've been trying to solve this for a year. I'm a smart guy. I don't believe it's solvable. He's like, no, I've been thinking about this from Blink's perspective. We have a similar problem scanning proprietary merchant QR codes. And I think we can build something into Blink to scan a Pick and Pay QR code. So I'm like, okay, let me hear it. What's your plan? He says, do you know what's a pay code? A Lightning address. That's my pay code, capeleopard@blink.sv. It looks like an email address. So what does that mean? It means you can send Lightning directly to somebody, to their address. You don't need a Lightning invoice first, right? So he says, all you need to do is Money Badger needs to create a pay code for every single Pick and Pay QR code. Every time a QR code is generated, you create a pay code. And then if you pay that pay code, the transaction will be completed. Why? Because Lightning wallets, any Lightning wallets, whether it's custodial or non-custodial, knows and understands how to pay to a pay code. So I'm like, okay, how do we do this? How do we get from a Pick and Pay QR code to a Lightning pay code? And then this guy blew my mind. He said, 3 lines of code. There's a solution. The wallet scans the QR code. It decodes it. It reads the data. It looks for a string that says Pick and Pay. If the QR code has Pick and Pay in it, then Blink knows it's a Pick and Pay QR. Blink knows that Money Badger processes Pick and Pay QR codes, and it just creates a pay code that is the QR data or the QR code at cryptocure.net. Cryptocure.net is simply the Money Badger payments API. And it literally blew my mind. I was like, that is the most genius thing I've ever heard. Because I've been trying to solve this problem for a year. And in a blink of an eye, you just solved it. And I cannot overstate how important this is. Because this piece of code can now be added to any Lightning wallet. Custodial, non-custodial, wallet of Satoshi, Strike. In fact, another wallet recently added this last week. By the way, all of this happened in the last month. And why was this possible? How were we able to solve the problem so elegantly? Oh, I wanted to mention one thing. This got posted to Reddit. The Reddit mods removed the post because I said this is spam. We've already seen people paying with Lightning at Pick n Pay. Nothing new here. And we were like, no, you don't understand. It's a small step for a Lightning wallet, but it's a massive leap for Lightning and Bitcoin adoption in South Africa, because what we've done here is we've eliminated the CryptoCure app. You can now, who's got a Blink wallet here in the audience? Okay, if you visit South Africa tomorrow, you walk into a Pick n Pay, you ask for the QR code, you scan it with your Blink wallet and you pay it. Guys, that's fucking magic, okay? And the only reason that's possible is because of the power of open source. Bitcoin is built on a foundation of freedom. It's built on a foundation of open source. A long history, decades of cryptographic principles needed to be in place first before Bitcoin could be built on top. The first money that's built on open source. But we had a problem. Like I said, transactions were slow, not quite useful for payments. So some other smart people built an open source solution on top of Bitcoin. Bit by bit by bit by bit, we're building something that's amazing. Top of Lightning URL, and then pay codes. So this whole pyramid needed to exist for you to be able to walk into Pick n Pay with your Lightning wallet and scan and pay directly. Open source is magic. Open source gives us the ability to collaborate on a global level. It's this unbeatable network effect of people collaborating and working together. And that is truly powerful. And that's how I know that we are unstoppable. But some other barriers to adoption also exist. And the most fundamental problem we have right now is the misunderstanding of the HODL model. Okay, I was at the Pupusa area last night in El Sante, and I met some people there, and they said, oh, Bitcoin, yes. Yeah, we've got Bitcoin. I said, yeah, I'm paying for my pupusas with Bitcoin. They said, we'll never do that. I'll never, ever, ever, ever spend my Bitcoin because the price is going to go up. So why would I spend it today if I can hold it and I can have more tomorrow? But the HODL never meant that you shouldn't spend your Bitcoin. If you go read the original post, it says, never sell your Bitcoin for fiat. So people are like, okay, I'll spend my dirty fiat, I'll buy some Bitcoin, and I'll HODL it forever. Guys, this is wrong. The spend model is the right model. You shouldn't have dirty fiat to spend. You should work, earn fiat, convert everything into Bitcoin, and then you're forced to spend your Bitcoin. And why is that important? Because you don't onboard a merchant by going to them and saying, oh, Bitcoin is amazing, Bitcoin is great. That's not the way. You go to a merchant and you tell them, there's 100, there's 1,000, there's 10,000 people spending Bitcoin at your competitor. Not at your store because you don't accept Bitcoin. The spend model is the way that we drive adoption and that we get more people onboarded. I'm going to show a darker slide now. So I know the tone changes a bit quickly. This is a second barrier to adoption, Bitcoin adoption in South Africa. So it seems like things are going well for us. We're building, we're establishing new circular economies. We're integrating with large merchants. We're getting hundreds and thousands of people spending Bitcoin in South Africa. Our numbers are growing. But there are rumors that our central bank is not so happy with all of this. There are rumors that our central bank wants to put limits in place that will prevent companies and organizations from self-custodying Bitcoin, and that will limit the amount that an individual may self-custody themselves. Now, you might say these are simply rumors, but I work in the industry and I can see the kind of things that's happening. So as far as I'm concerned, there's a very good chance that self-custody will come under fire in South Africa in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So what does that mean? It means that we need to build as a matter of urgency. We need to build today. We need to build critical mass. We need to set a high watermark so that when that tide comes and it tries to sweep away our freedoms, we need to say no. There's too many of us. And we're going to need your help. We're going to need the help of the world's Bitcoin communities to amplify our message, to help us think and to support us when these things happen. And as for Money Badger and myself, I'd like to leave you here today with a promise. I promise that no matter what, we will keep fighting, we'll keep moving forward, and we'll keep building bit by bit, whatever it takes. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. The day marches on, and we have yet another awesome guest with another awesome topic. So as we've all heard, there is no second best. Bitcoin is digital energy, et cetera, right? But we need new kinds of energy, right? We need nuclear energy. We need renewable sources of energy. We need a variety of kinds of energy because as we've heard many times today, there is no such thing as a rich, energy-poor country, right? So I have the atomic Bitcoiners coming out here to explain to us in a wonderful orange tie here the importance of nuclear energy, especially in relation to Bitcoin adoption and mining. So take it away. Take it away. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luke. Oh, technical error, just one moment. Yeah. Oh, okay. Un momento.
Yeah, I got to take
Perfect.
that, but yeah, that's definitely not us.
Yeah.
If you've ever attended a conference of any kind, you'll know that once in a while there are technical difficulties. So we really appreciate our IT teams for jumping in and making sure that
At the Simply Bitcoin news desk, they're having a little bit of technical difficulties on the main stage. We got Dennis Porter in the house, and he's about to join the conversation.
Wait. Dennis, come back in 10 minutes. I think they're ready now.
10 minutes. I'm coming for you.
Are they ready? Okay. All right. We're going to pass it back to the main stage, and then we're going to get Dennis Porter. But we still don't have main stage feed. All right, everybody. Main stage.
Power as part of their long-term energy strategy. And if anybody is following the events at the COP29 conference, El Salvador, in fact, just signed on to a pledge to triple global nuclear power capacity along with 30 other countries. So for those of you who haven't met me yet, my name is Ryan McLeod. I go by the Nuclear Bitcoiner on X and Noster.
and I'm Heidi.
Yeah.
And I am not on X.
Yes. We work in the Canadian nuclear industry at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, and we are very passionate about the idea of integrating nuclear power with Bitcoin mining.
Full disclosure, however, our ideas are our own. We do not represent the company today, and we do not give financial advice.
Yes. Our intention and the theme of this presentation today is to elaborate on the complementary effects that we believe will emerge when Bitcoin intersects with humanity's ability to harness atomic energy.
So despite both Bitcoin and nuclear power being at the forefront of technological advancement and energy transformation, both face significant opposition built upon fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Admittedly, there are certain risks when engaging with nuclear technologies, but it has been subject to narratives that rely on exaggerated hazards with radiations to people and environment. Nuclear power has endured FUD for many decades. So much like Bitcoin, we understand that battle.
Yeah, but before we can address like how Bitcoin can apply, we first want to give a brief lesson on like nuclear fission and what that even is. So ultimately, it's the process of releasing the energy contained within the nucleus of heavy atoms like uranium, which are found in nature as different isotopes. So if you can recall from chemistry class,
The elements are defined by their number of protons, but now isotopes are defined by the amount of neutrons they have. Here we have 3 different isotopes of hydrogen atoms. So the protium is just hydrogen with no neutrons. Deuterium has 1 neutron. Tritium has 2 neutrons. So almost every element has multiple different isotopes that have different configurations. So some isotopes are unstable and they naturally undergo nuclear decay, which is where they release alpha, beta, gamma, and neutrons. And some of them are naturally occurring, while some exist from the process of nuclear fission. The isotope that we're most interested in is uranium-235. It's the most commonly used fuel for nuclear power. It's generated with the fission process. And when a neutron interacts with a uranium nucleus, it becomes unstable, it splits into smaller elements, it releases more neutrons and an immense amount of energy. This energy is then captured by a fluid like water or a molten salt, gas like helium, and then is transferred to a steam turbine to generate electricity. Then the emitted neutrons, they either induce another fission reaction or they get absorbed by the reactor to ensure a 1-to-1 ratio. And then this just here is an image of the fission yield. So the smaller elements that are released when the atom splits are referred to as fission products. And they split roughly around the atomic mass of 95 and 137. Most of these pose little to no hazard, but there are some that do. And that is why nuclear fission byproducts are the most safely and heavily regulated industrial byproduct by far of any other industry. The IAEA has oversight over almost every single microgram of uranium that is in the nuclear power industry. And then these are examples of the storage facilities that we will be using for nuclear waste. So it's securely stored in shielded casks on site. And then these are strategies for long-term systems that focus on safety and accessibility for future generations. Some of the reactor types that are available today may even be able to reuse these byproducts to generate more power and other isotopes that can be used for other use cases.
So since the discovery of radiation and fission, the 2 most known uses for nuclear power have been electricity and weapons. But it's also been harnessed for other peaceful means, such as medical procedures, archaeology, agriculture, hydrology, and more applications that we have yet to discover. For now, let's stick to power generation. Its benefits are numerous, providing abundant, affordable, and clean energy in the safest, most reliable way we know how, although public perception has not been favorable towards it since the Fukushima accident. But that is changing. Nuclear power is being reevaluated around the globe as part of a decarbonization and energy security efforts. As Ryan mentioned earlier, it is exemplified by the 24, now 31 nation pledge at COP29 to triple nuclear power capacity, and other recent announcements with expressed intentions from big data companies to power their hyperscale data centers. So parallel to these developments, vendors of small modular reactors, or SMRs, have been persistently marching forward towards technological readiness, promising to greatly expand the market for nuclear power. SMRs are smaller and more agile, but are they worth it? In recent years, SMRs have been getting a lot of hype for their potential to displace hydrocarbons as a source of heat and electricity in smaller markets and microgrids, like remote communities. Their novel features include passive safety systems, modular fabrication, they're easily transportable, they have longer refueling cycles, and faster construction. The potential benefits are numerous and could significantly improve the living standards of many around the world. However, the SMRs are still years away from being proven, and there are dozens of designs at varying stages of readiness.
So where does this leave us with the development of these potentially game-changing sources of energy? Well, we have an interest because our company is interested in microreactors. In Canada, our action plan outlines a strategy to deploy small reactors to the remote north to replace diesel power in isolated communities and industrial sites, a strategy that could essentially be replicated in most markets around the globe. However, in the studies conducted to assess the feasibility of deploying only SMRs to power a community or industry, the economic case is negatively impacted by the presence of stranded capacity. And that stranded capacity means the energy that is not being used productively. The reason that stranded capacity exists is because you need to install, in order to be reliable, you must install sufficient capacity to meet the peak demands of a community, even though that peak may only present itself for a few days of the year. Plus, you need a buffer on top of that. So typically, this is met with a combination of baseload generation and peaking generation. But since we are trying to address this without hydrocarbons, our options for peaking are limited. So we are proposing that with nuclear power and Bitcoin mining, and by using Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset as the foundation of these microgrids, we could meet the electricity, heating, and financial needs of any community anywhere. So solutions that rely upon solars and wind and batteries, they have their merits, but to enable energy abundance for the greatest amount of people for a high-tech society, nuclear power is essential to meeting humanity's needs. Yes. And when measured on the metrics, I don't know, this is for you. Yeah, you go.
My turn. When measured on the metrics of power density, safety, land use, material use, emissions, and reliability, nuclear energy comes out on top as the apex energy source to empower our technologically advanced and growing civilization.
Yeah, I messed up on the slides.
Yeah, you did.
Yep. I lost track of my slides. Let's get to,
You did that.
all the benefits of it. Okay, now here we are. So, despite this, there are many challenges to overcome. And as described in a recent nuclear financing report by the International Atomic Energy Agency, nuclear power plants are complex projects that require alignment across many stakeholders, and the economic life cycle of a nuclear power plant project can span more than a century, requiring a very long time horizon. The main phases encompass the initial planning, licensing and development, construction, operation, and decommissioning. And at some of these stages, large sums of capital can remain tied up for years before the project even begins to generate revenue, while some of these funds and endowments must be preserved and added to over many decades. And the two primary factors impacting the feasibility and financial stability of nuclear power investments are capital costs and the cost of capital. As you can see from this graph, this is the breakdown from the Hinkley C reactor in the UK. 2/3 of the cost of building that reactor is interest alone. So if we can find better financing strategies, we can significantly lower the cost of building these things. So the requirement for such a considerable upfront investment is highly sensitive to the changes in cost of capital, and delays in construction times will result in a higher amount of interest being accrued, which in this case is almost 2/3, but in averages out to be almost 20% of the total cost in many instances. So this report goes on to detail a range of financing mechanisms that the government are used, such as government backing, public-private partnerships, offtake contracts, and other financing instruments such as bonds. The report, they explore the combination of these strategies from a traditional framework that is predicated on a fiat standard. But we are here in El Salvador, the Bitcoin nation, where exploring the possibilities of what it could be when viewed through the lens of a Bitcoin standard is supported and encouraged. Initially, we had intended to speak primarily about how Bitcoin mining can be used as a flexible off-taker and a supplementary heat source for SMR microgrids. But as we've learned more about the broader nuclear financing landscape, we've realized that mining is not the only role that Bitcoin can play in facilitating the development of nuclear technology. So by contemplating different ideas like using Bitcoin mining as anchor loads, modeling fundraising strategies like the volcano bonds, or using the fact that block space is going to be a highly sought after scarce resource, we can begin to see the early stages of what could be a whole new realm of potential ideas for financing the proliferation of nuclear power. But let's start with mining.
So anybody that has listened to a few podcasts about mining or listened at length to someone like Ryan, who's fascinated by the process, has by now heard the common tropes about Bitcoin mining, improving grid stability, monetizing stranded power. It can go anywhere, it can scale any size, it can synchronize with any load profile. Its flexibility is its superpower. This is what makes it unique from other big data centers. A few key properties that Bitcoin mining is like a load of no other. It's interruptible. It can reduce or increase power usage dynamically in response to common grid signals. It's location agnostic. It's scalability, density. It's dematerialized, so digital products have no physical storage or transportation constraints, allowing generators to immediately realize the value of their output. It's a non-rival. It's a load that does not compete with critical consumers. And it's a low-grade heat, so many markets can benefit from electric heating at various scales. So when we speak about Bitcoin mining with a nuclear-centric audience, this is the obvious go-to argument. The idea of building small nuclear power plants profitably in small or off-grid markets is faced with an obvious challenge of achieving 100% utility of the asset. Overbuild and leave capacity stranded, compromising economic viability, and underbuild, and you require hydrocarbon backup anyways, defeating the intent of displacing the hydrocarbon use. So with the ERCOT flexibility, Bitcoin mining alleviates this issue by offering a digital conduit to realize the value of stranded power. By operating in parallel to physical power infrastructure, transformers, and power lines, etc., mining's unique load profile allows them to be a right-sized off-taker in any environment, paying a global price for power that anybody, anywhere can. Whether it is through a joint venture or self-mining, utilities and power plant owners in remote locations can now use mining to amortize their fixed costs across more consumers, making them more profitable and allowing them to connect more people to power at a lower cost. What Gridless is doing in rural Africa is a perfect example of this. Underused hydro and geothermal plants were unprofitable and needed to charge high rates to locals, which is an unsustainable model. By mining Bitcoin with the power that would otherwise have been wasted, this now offers lower rates, putting money back into the pockets of those who need it to invest in what is most meaningful to them. Mining can also be applied in ways that evolve in sync with the energy demands of the local environment, easily adjusting over time to the right size for each stage of growth.
Okay, yes, but there's more that Bitcoin can offer than just mining. Recent successes of energy bonds dedicated to nuclear power projects highlight a growing market appetite for nuclear investments. Ideas that are being pioneered by El Salvador's volcano bonds can just as easily be applied to a nuclear power project by raising funds to hold as Bitcoin reserves, by committing generation capacity towards hash rate, and offering Bitcoin redemption option to the bondholders. By tapping into Bitcoin as an investor base, a new model for financing energy projects in the digital age is emerging, reducing reliance on traditional lending institutions and decreasing the burden on ratepayers. So Bitcoin's effect on time preference is very complementary to the long-term investment mindset required for a nuclear power plant's century-long life cycle. Its store of value properties offer these projects a range of benefits at various stages of their life. So in the pre-construction phases, a portion of the early capital can be set aside as a reserve to offset the effects of inflation on the fund's value in the multi-year period that precedes the construction phase, or a commitment to future hash rate could be used as a means of pulling future revenue forward, reducing the debt requirements. During the construction and commissioning phase, that reserve can be used as collateral to cover unexpected costs during the construction, offering flexibility to adjust budgets without requiring extra funds. Any appreciation of the Bitcoin reserve can then be used to contribute to servicing debts, thereby reducing the impact of the interest accrual over this critical phase. Then, as part of the operation and fuels, during the operational phase, part of the fund can be used to develop Bitcoin mining infrastructure as part of the overall energy system. The revenue can then be used to cover expenses and add to reserves. By receiving payments for electricity as Bitcoin, they can add to the various capital pools and cover their operating costs. And in some cases, the appreciation of the reserves and the mining profits can be applied to employee pension contributions or bonuses and rebates for the local consumers. Then, as a legacy community fund, a portion of the reserves or mined Bitcoin can be set aside for community initiatives that will establish a legacy relationship with the area hosting the nuclear power plant through multiple generations. These Bitcoin endowments and trusts would be entwined with the community's energy prosperity, and they will adding socioeconomic value by promoting positive incentives to invest and work in one's own community. Then, during the midlife refurbishments, as many nuclear power plants undergo refurbishments to extend their life and midway through their operational phase, a portion of these reserves could be set aside to contribute to these funds. By holding a portion of these reserves dedicated to a capital fund earmarked for future repairs and upgrades, it can preserve the value of early revenue for future use rather than relying on traditional funds at the present time. And then decommissioning waste management funds are a regulatory regulatory requirements as part of the licensing approvals, and Bitcoin's potential as a long-term store of value offers a means to hedge against inflation during this multi-decade phase. And then during the decommissioning phase, it can be delayed for many years because of the nature of radioactive decay. And the Bitcoin will be able to preserve the value of these funds during the lengthy site rehabilitation process. And then this is another one that I had about hash rate equity, because block space is scarce, and as more users increase the demand for the block space, some of these users will have a vested interest in securing predictable access to that block space. So by acquiring equity in a power plant that is mining Bitcoin, they could acquire direct access to that block space and be given priority access to that block space, giving them more predictability that is critical for their time-sensitive and high-priority transactions. So any power company, nuclear or otherwise, can benefit from having a well-managed hash rate portfolio as a key performance indicator, because a generator's ability to produce hash rate would be attractive to equity holders with transactional requirements. And in my opinion, this will be a great means of raising funds for nuclear power plants of all sizes. Yeah. And then as this starts to accelerate, we can start seeing it evolving into a nation-state hash rate. So because a nation's ability to secure their share of global hash rate will be predicated on their electricity infrastructure and their ability to generate power. So as one nation or a block of nations increases their share of hash rate, the share of others decreases. Max Keiser calls it a hash war. Jason Lowery expanded on it in the software thesis. But the idea is simple. Nations and institutions are now going to be in a race to secure unimpeded access to block space and Bitcoin's time chain. So like, what does it mean to NATO that the BRICS nations are now supporting each other to deploy hash rate? Like, how are they going to respond in kind? Like, I believe that in time, as this hash rate intensifies, the attractiveness of nuclear power will only increase once these entities have exhausted much of their existing excess power. Big reactors will offer large capacity volumes and security assurances, while small reactors will distribute hash rate broadly with the added effect of empowering people and industries in remote locations. What if it even intensified so much that fuel for nuclear power plants is sourced from nuclear weapons, prompting the deproliferation of nuclear weapons in the service of sustaining and acquiring more power for more hash rate? But that's the sort of thinking for decades from now. Right now, what can we do to prepare us to navigate this path to get there?
What comes next? We need to conduct comprehensive studies. Before engaging heavily with mining, the nuclear sector will need to see examples and studies that demonstrate the positive value of adding Bitcoin mining to SMRs. This chart shows that by adding a proof of work mining load to the OPG, Morocco, Canadian Nuclear Laboratory remote mine case study, the capacity factor is greatly improved. We have to monitor trends and build relationships. We're going to test in microgrids, so successful demonstration with real-world applications will provide invaluable data and confidence with utilities, policymakers, and investors. Then we're going to deploy, initiate a global chain reaction of nuclear deployments across the world. And of course, underlying all of this is education at every level, starting from small ages all the way up to our older generations. This is just a very quick slide on some of the positive impacts on the social and environmental aspects. So it enhances grid reliability, increases economic certainty, boosts investor confidence, provides a reserve asset for decommissioning and waste management funds. It's affordable, clean energy. And the health, well-being, and clean water and sanitation are all benefited and used with nuclear power.
Yeah, so to summarize, nuclear energy and Bitcoin mining will be important tools for unlocking prosperous and sustainable communities. After power comes critical infrastructure and essential services. By enhancing the viability of nuclear power plants as more than just an off-taker, Bitcoin can allow for the potential of power infrastructure that was once unimaginable.
Small modular reactors and Bitcoin mining, a powerful combination. Thank you so much.
We did it.
Big breaking, massive breaking. I'm here with Dennis Porter, future Senator Porter. How you doing, Dennis?
Absolutely doing so good. Glad to be here in El Salvador. It's my new home away from home For those that don't know, my parents have lived here for 15 years, and so it's exciting to finally come down and be able to visit and hang out with everyone and truly experience everything that El Salvador has to offer.
I did not know that your parents lived here for 15 years.
That's right. They've seen the entire journey, and they have been very excited about the progress that El Salvador has made. We have seen this country absolutely move the right direction. Crime is at an all-time low. There's buildings everywhere. There's massive infrastructure projects. We're like watching an underdeveloped country become a developed country in real time.
Absolutely, absolutely. But listen, I want to kind of pivot the conversation to what's happening in the States. A major, major election sent shockwaves throughout the industry, but you have really been focusing on the state level. And you made a major announcement today, just to kind of give you guys a quick recap in case you guys haven't been tuning into the news. A couple days ago, the state of Pennsylvania representative, of which, Dennis, you spoke with him, announced that Pennsylvania is potentially seeking to put Bitcoin on their treasury, which is massive news. But you made an announcement today on stage that, did you say 10 other states are looking into that as well?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the state of Pennsylvania has absolutely introduced this strategic Bitcoin reserve legislation, and it's not the only state. It is just the first domino to fall. We are speaking with lawmakers across the country. We have now up to 10 states who are interested in introducing this type of legislation. So that means that we have 10 lawmakers in 10 different states who are ready to introduce strategic Bitcoin reserve legislation. And this is just the very, very beginning of the movement. We're going to see some news on this probably just within a month or so, maybe less, here in the United States of another state introducing this type of language. But it doesn't just stop there. We also have 4 different lawmakers in 4 countries across the world who are also interested in using our model language at Satoshi Action to have their state start buying Bitcoin.
This is absolutely massive news because, I mean, you're not only seeing this on the federal level, but you're seeing this on the state level, which, I mean, I think one pressures the other. Is that correct to say that?
Absolutely. We definitely see that FOMO building from the states, because as the states are going to be buying Bitcoin and passing these types of legislations, all of a sudden it makes a lot more sense at the federal level. We often call the states the laboratory of democracy, and that means that there's a lot of opportunity for trial and error, for trying new ideas out and seeing if they'll work. We've seen so many things happen at the state level and move to the federal level, and so that's what we're trying to do with Bitcoin, strategic Bitcoin reserve legislation. Pennsylvania is the first state. We'll see another state soon, and hopefully, all in all, at the end of this, one of these states will pass this legislation into law, truly locking in the reality of a strategic Bitcoin reserve in the United States, and hopefully then that will lead to something that happens at the federal level.
That would be absolutely massive. It would literally massive break the internet. But I mean, Dennis, you have been very, very successful at passing other legislation in terms of protecting the right to self-custody, protecting the right to mine in various states throughout the states.
Yeah, that's right. And so what's happened is we've put ourselves in this position to be able to help lawmakers pursue cutting-edge, innovative policies like SBR language, because we have already helped them introduce and pass legislation across the country. We have legislation that's been introduced in over 20 states, and we have passed law in 4 states. 4 different governors in 4 different states said, yes, let's protect the right to mine Bitcoin, let's protect the right to self-custody, the right to run a node, the right to peer-to-peer transactions, and that set a foundation not only for those states to pass more innovative technology policy, but also for us to be in a position to say, hey, we've been here, we've done this, and we can help you get this legislation across the finish line.
Incredible. What would be, we're kind of heading close to the top of the hour, but what would be if, there's 6,800 people watching live, almost 7,000 people, what would be your message to policymakers and regulators in the United States, potentially if they're feeling a little bit uneasy about Bitcoin, they're not completely sold, what would be your message to them?
Well, Bitcoin as a technology has so many benefits that it can offer. Oftentimes when we talk to lawmakers, we get rid of all of the technical components of Bitcoin. We often say that most people don't know how the internet works, but they know what the benefits of the internet can offer. We know that we can watch this live stream in the middle of this conference. We know that we can call an Uber and call a car to pick us up. We can order Amazon online. And so lawmakers understand the benefits of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining when you deliver that message to them. And now we're going to be talking to them about how they can secure their future with strategic Bitcoin reserve legislation. You can protect the security and the economic viability of the individual states, especially in the wake of what's, with the last decade, the incredible amount of monetary debasement that's taken place. I think it's even more important that the states have strategic Bitcoin reserves than the federal government, who has a money printer and doesn't have full exposure to the negative impacts of monetary debasement.
Beautiful, because it protects the sovereignty of the states. All right, one last thing. Dennis Porter, talk a little bit about the fact that Bitcoin is bipartisan. It is for everyone. It is not a left and right thing?
Absolutely. I mean, for those of you that don't know me, I've spent a big part of my career advocating for Bitcoin as a nonpartisan or bipartisan technology. There is something in Bitcoin for both sides of the aisle. We see conservatives clearly love the sound money argument, the freedom component that Bitcoin has to offer, but those on the left-hand side of the aisle really do appreciate the ability for Bitcoin to be able to service the needs of people who don't have access to financial services, and also that it is not a money that you can discriminate with. You simply cannot discriminate with Bitcoin. It is open and permissionless, and that is something that appeals to everybody on the left. I mean, it appeals to everybody broadly, but it's something that the left truly cares about.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Porter, CEO of Satoshi Action Fund. Check it out. We're going to transition back to the main stage.
China, very specifically, we'll talk about this a little bit more, there were very clever workarounds around this exchange ban. There was a mining, I will say, moratorium. Let's say that's like a little bit more accurate, where the national party state said, Bitcoin mining is harmful for the whole of Chinese society. And this was said by someone who was a senior economic advisor to Xi Jinping at the time, someone who I affectionately nickname the penultimate boss of Bitcoin. The one who actually advanced the mining ban, you can say, in China. This is when the national government stepped in and said, we will not allow the local governments that benefit from Bitcoin mining from continuing this activity anymore. It is harmful to the national interests of China. But even though this was the case, and even though there was a moratorium, I still have sources, and there are still people who mine Bitcoin in China to this very day. And there are actually still local government officials, some of them have been arrested, some of them not, who have shown their support for Bitcoin mining, even though the national government has stepped in and tried to ban it so hardly. There's also law enforcement for trading. Thousands of people have been arrested for trading Tether or Bitcoin in China. And there have been the quote-unquote crypto king of China. I mean, I know, I get he's a crypto guy, but he was arrested for something like 7 years or 8 years for providing an over-the-counter trading exchange that was serving Chinese customers. And in fact, China has made it illegal to operate even overseas over-the-counter trading desks. If you're a Chinese citizen, you work for these desks, they will try to go after you. But despite all that, you can't arrest everybody. You know, just like Chinese people still use VPNs today to access content that they want to access beyond the Great Firewall, a lot of Chinese people today still buy Bitcoin and Tether. Then my funnest story is they tried to take down Damus. I don't know if people know about Damus, but it's a Noster client that's quite popular. And I actually interviewed Will, who created Damus, for the book, because it actually became very popular in China and Hong Kong for a while. It was actually, I think, that number 8 or number 7 top app in Hong Kong's app store, especially during the protest era. And you know what? The Chinese Cybersecurity Administration sent a notice to Will within 2 to 3 days that they had taken it down from the Apple App Store in China. And then not only that, they went and they banned the default relays within the Damus app, showing an advanced technical understanding of the technology and a way to surveil and control these expressions and measures. But even then, you can't stop the internet. You can't stop internet traffic. You couldn't stop Noster. And we're going to talk later on about the Chinese people who are still talking about, I think it's the coolest thing. It's super recursive. They're talking about how to pass the Great Firewall on Noster and different other things as well. So this to me is the resiliency. These are the bans, and this is the resilience. There are still people who post on Noster, you know, Chinese people who post on Noster, express their views and other matters and everything on there. There's continued buying of Bitcoin. We can track this quantitatively. And we can see that certain over-the-counter trading desks are reporting record inflows because China's economy is doing very poorly right now. And there are very few options for Chinese people who are restricted by capital controls from taking their money outside the system. We see that Bitcoin miners, some of them may be at this conference or other places, or you might have met them. They've gone around the world. Some of them have moved to the United States. Some of them have moved around. But some of them have chosen to stay in China. And that is still a continued sign of resiliency. China thought, perhaps, I don't even want to credit it to that extent, but the general idea of having so much hash rate and mining rate in a physical location, you know, the fact that all these advanced mining chips, ASICs, were developed in China. China was probably in the best position to try to attack the Bitcoin network when it decided to implement the mining ban or moratorium. And what we saw was that even though hash rate howled for a while, now hash rate is at an all-time high, and the network has been more resilient than ever. And there are professors and others who are questioning China's ban and moratorium on mining, saying that it was a huge mistake. There's an embrace of freedom tech, and there are Chinese entrepreneurs and VCs, and maybe if you go around, you might meet some of these individuals. I don't want to like name specific people, but there are definitely still a lot of people who are involved, whether they're developers or entrepreneurs, and they're among us in community. And I always say, you know, I have a very, very, very deep appreciation for people who are working on Bitcoin in mainland China. Not in an ideological way, but just that they are building and they are part of our global community. So the current state, I just want to talk about that a little bit. So I mentioned a little bit that there's like a little bit of a clever hack for most people. And, you know, this is kind of like where you learn how to get around those little squeaks, like these little holes in the wall. And I just want to report to all of you that Bitcoin has a lot of these different ways that people can backdoor and still be part of the Bitcoin network. And so a really big one is that the exchanges that used to work with China, for example, the Chinese historical exchanges, Binance, OKX, Huobi, and others, they have this very clever business model now where, and hopefully it lasts, but where they actually create discoverability for merchants that are willing to sell Bitcoin and Tether. And what you do is you can wire Chinese yuan or renminbi to a domestic wire to some bank account somewhere, and you will get Tether or Bitcoin back. In the case of Hong Kong, there are still cash shops where you can actually go and trade sats on Lightning for Hong Kong dollars. Hong Kong's a little bit separate. We'll get into that a little bit. But all this to show that there are clever ways around, even though exchanges are the main way that people buy and sell Bitcoin, and even though exchanges have been forbidden by law from interacting with the Chinese people, there still are a lot of Chinese people who buy through these methods. And so the last thing I want to say is, you know, where do you find these people? They're in community. People use VPNs. Again, I have the pleasure, unfortunately, you know, I wish I could convey it to all of you, but if you follow the right enough people and you speak a little bit of Mandarin, you'll soon get into all these different rooms. There are these X spaces where people go and they're kind of narrating their journeys, and, you know, a lot of them are buying altcoins and all this other stuff. But it shows that there's still a continued resiliency for Bitcoin and people communicating about it. And on Noster especially, which we'll talk about, there seems to be a category of Bitcoin maxis that are in community with all of us and who are trying to educate people about Bitcoin despite the most repressive situations possible. So just to give you some quantitative data, this is the total value received by a select Chinese-based over-the-counter trading desk. This is by Chain Analysis. I asked them about this, and they told me this was a lower bound of how much Bitcoin was probably being purchased by Chinese people. This is just of a few of these desks we're talking about. And as you can see, in 2021, we had, you know, some law enforcement actions and things like that. It went down, but it has only gone up from now. Bullish. So now we talk a little bit about Liu He, who that's the individual to the left of Xi Jinping. And, you know, we talk a little bit about Hong Kong and what's happened there. And so some people might be confused. They might be like, well, Bitcoin, there's a spot Bitcoin ETF that launched in Hong Kong. So what's the deal with that? And really, really quickly, I want to say that the Chinese Communist Party I think like in the mainland has made it very specific that they do not want mainlanders to buy Bitcoin because they do not want capital flight. They do not want people leaving the system. People ask me all the time, do you think Bitcoin is changing or will change China's policy or government or anything like that? And what I tell them is that Bitcoin already is. And it's doing it in a way that is the most meaningful way possible. Bitcoin offers Chinese people the ability to be able to step up and say, I am making my own financial decisions with the money that I have earned. And this, above all else, is why there is still resiliency despite all these restrictions. And now we'll talk a little bit about China's response to the digital yuan, to the most significant response, I think, to Bitcoin is that China has tried to roll out the world's most advanced central bank digital currency, the digital yuan. And it wants to be able to have the ability to expire people's funds, to be able to issue it directly from the central bank. This is something that is not only China specific, but is a standard that China is trying to advance around the world. And so you see in China two visions. One is Hong Kong, where the idea is to squeeze out physical cash shops. In Hong Kong, the basic law, which is the constitutional law, protects the ability to trade Bitcoin or anything else with a Hong Kong dollar. But the idea is to regulate it and make it custody coin, as you might see in other jurisdictions around the world. But in China itself, there are legal bans and restrictions, and the idea is to try to advance people to using either WeChat Pay, Alipay, or the most advanced CBDC, the digital yuan. With the digital yuan, China is proposing to advance its model around the world as an example for countries like India or other places. And it has signed up partners like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Thailand Central Bank in its quest to advance an inter-central bank digital currency future for the world. And just recently, last year, in a direct attack against the petrodollar, it bought oil with ECNY, digital yuan, settled by the United Arab Emirates government. So when we talk about the game theory of Bitcoin, the game theory of what's happening right now, the whole idea of the cypherpunk idea of there should not be a central bank digital currency, this is a fight that's happening right now. But I want to say that there are people on the front lines, and there are Chinese posters on Noster and people who are posting about their views. And I just kind of I kind of scraped a couple of posts from Mandarin Noster just for all of you to kind of understand a little bit about how there is that community of people. So, one of us. But, this guy's been following Miami coins. People are talking about how you shouldn't use Bitcoin to buy shit coins. And people are just obsessed about the monetary supply in China as well. And they also talk about real estate pricing. Some really, really interesting posts. And I don't want to say, when people talk about it, I don't want to say it's like, I think it's just a good bit of fun. And a lot of Chinese people are posting on it because they want to just express their views out there. But I always have a lot of respect because I will say this, there have been some of these Chinese cypherpunks and others, or Bitcoin maxis, you can call them, who have gone on to different podcasts and said they want to find community with us. They're translating documents back from English into Mandarin in order to educate Chinese people about Bitcoin, the Great Firewall, the surveillance state, and everything else. What we do here resonates there. And I hope that what they do there will end up resonating here as well. So some active MPubs. I'll keep us on the slide a little bit. Just posting up some MPubs. One of the most beautiful things about Noster clients is that you can actually have content translated from any language into your language of choice. So I always encourage people to go. Another really cool thing is like, it would almost be like the equivalent of Taylor Swift being on Noster and just trying to like orange pill people. The king of the prince of love songs of Mandopop is on Noster, and he's always trying to orange pill people, which I find to be kind of like a cool spoiler. So all this said, what is the future going to be like, right? We talked a little bit about the resiliency now. Some bad news on the government front. I don't think the government is likely to unban anytime soon. I think they're pretty set on the digital yuan path. Hong Kong is trying to position itself as a digital assets hub. There's a lot of Web3 activity, and they're trying to shut down the peer-to-peer. They're trying to shut down the over-the-counter trading shops that we talked about. China's economy, which I didn't really talk about a lot in this, but just so everybody knows here, the youth unemployment has become so high that the statistics are no longer published. Who knows if they're right or not? But China is struggling to achieve 5% headline growth, and that is creating a lot of struggle on the Chinese real estate market and on the Chinese shares. And so these same forms are going to be really bullish for Bitcoin because there will be monetary stimulus and more Chinese people looking to escape. China's going to watch Trump, and there may be war, there may be peace, but I don't have enough time to explain that. So this is how you can find me if anybody wants to grab a screenshot of that. I want to thank you all for your time, and I hope that we all find ourselves within community, no matter where we are in the world. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Testing, testing. We're getting through the day here, talking about freedom of money, freedom of energy, freedom of information, freedom of speech here in El Salvador, here across the globe, with a wide variety of people and individuals. And so up next, we don't just have one speaker, but we have one of our first panels of the day, including multiple wonderful people talking about Bitcoin as freedom of information and freedom of speech. So Noster, Bitcoin, everything associated with that. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce, I think they're all back there now, getting mics set up. Need just a minute? Just a minute? Okay. They need just a minute to get the microphones going. So I guess my question here is, who came from the farthest away? Has anyone here from Europe, by chance? Okay. Is anyone here from Asia? One. Fantastic. What about Australia? I guess we count New Zealand as a part of that. No one? Okay. And then everyone else from the Americas? I'm from the United States, Canada. Okay, there we go. A very, very enthusiastic one. Woohoo! Go America. So, how many people here, is this your first Bitcoin conference ever? Okay, wow, a lot of people. Okay. How many people, this is your second Bitcoin conference ever? Okay, a couple. How many have been to more than 10 Bitcoin conferences? Okay, well, I know you have. Yeah, you guys? Okay, 2, 3. Awesome. Are you all ready? All right, come on out, guys. Thank you, everyone, for keeping with our technical challenges with the day. As you know, our internet's been a little bit spotty, but without further ado, let's welcome out our wonderful panel, Max and friends, to talk about Bitcoin freedom of information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Can you guys hear me? Test, test. Awesome. So we talk a lot about Bitcoin. That was just a Noster talk. And I want to welcome 4 panelists onto the stage. Please come here. We're going to talk about Noster, the freedom of speech. And first of all, to see what's happening here, where we are at, who knows what Noster is? Okay, that's a decent amount of people. Who of those people who know what Noster is actually has a Noster account? Okay, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Okay, who is on Noster at least once a month? Okay. Who is there at least once a week? Oh, and who is there every day? Okay, that's not bad. We got quite a lot of Noster users on here, and here next to me are a couple of builders who actually use Noster as a protocol, build different solutions on there. And yeah, maybe let's just start here. Can you introduce yourself and what you are building on top of Noster?
Hello, my name is Fabian. Hello. We're building what we call the Salute Protocol, which is a way where people can actually control their digital identity and digital data in the health industry. So we all know that in the last 5 years, they've been playing around with our digital health identities and data, and we're actually trying to take that away from them and actually giving it back to ourselves.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I'm Calvadev. I am working on Shopster, which is a permissionless marketplace to transact with Bitcoin, built on Noster. And yeah, we're just basically trying to open up the ability for people to use free markets on the internet, using Bitcoin and anonymously.
Some of you may have heard me. I was speaking a little bit earlier about what I'm building. So the team and I are trying to use Noster in a unique way. We're building a sovereign individual super app. It's hard to actually define what the hell it is that we're doing because we're trying to use elements of Noster in a way to connect people that are interested in things like sovereignty or Bitcoin or geo arbitrage or remote work or nomading, all this sort of stuff. We're trying to find a way to connect all of them and give them all of the tools that they need in order to not only connect with other people, but to build communities, to find places to go, places to eat, experiences to have, events to attend, all that sort of stuff. So it's quite a super app. Oftentimes I think I'm mentally deranged because it's such a big app and I've decided to try and do this, but hey, that's what we're all here for, right? Being incredibly insane.
Hello, my name's Simon. We're building an app on Noster called Fanfares, which is a tool that enables podcasters to gate their content behind a lightning paywall. So some of you may know Value for Value with Fountain, where customers are tipping content that they like. This is a slight step up on that, where they can actually restrict the content to only people that have paid. So it's more like a pay-as-you-go Patreon model, but one where you don't have to put in your credit card details or identify yourself, and you don't have to subscribe.
Yeah. So as you see, everybody here is kind of building on top of Noster, and this is a freedom of speech panel. So maybe to start, because Noster is a solution to a problem which has to do with freedom of speech. So maybe it's interesting to get to know what is happening right now in regards to freedom of speech and centralized, centralized platforms, and just maybe shortly describe what problems we're facing today. Well, yeah, so you can start and then we go.
Like I said when I started, I think we've all seen what happened in the last 5 years with what's happened to our data, our identities, how they've basically been confiscated and controlled without our knowledge, without our control. So in other words, the people and the world is starting to realize that this is the path that we're on right now is not going to be sustainable if we want to be, free, if we want to be people that have ideas and thoughts and things like that. So for me, the idea is that, okay, we need to take this back. And we didn't really have the technology to do that before. Now with Noster, and obviously with the idea that I can control my data through my keys, like with Bitcoin, we can now do this. So now there's a new time, and it's really exciting from my perspective, that that we can do this. We now have the tech to actually take back. And the way that I see it is that we've always lived in a world where, physically we can walk around, do things, talk to people, hate on someone, say, I don't like you, I'm getting out of here. But we don't have that ability in the digital realm. And now with this technology we do, and that's freaking exciting.
Yeah, that's cool. So Kavdev, how would you explain Noster to somebody who doesn't know it yet, and how it actually solves the problem or enables what Fabian just said?
Yeah, well, I generally like to think of Noster as essentially a permissionless way of broadcasting information anywhere on the internet. Because as you mentioned before, probably the biggest issue is that most of our data is locked in these big monolithic companies, and no one has access to them. No one can use this data. It's not an open marketplace for people to interact and use this stuff and build actual interesting applications with. And Noster really opens up the design space to really take back that the ability to actually control the data that we're publishing onto the internet and give us control of our identity. Because more so than anything, in order to be able to interact and use a lot of the stuff we do on the internet, we need our own identity that we actually own, or multiple that aren't necessarily tied to our KYC reality or any of that stuff. We just need an ability to permissionlessly permissionlessly interact with a network and not have to be stuck in these like, yeah, honestly, like pretty bullshit companies that just don't allow us to do anything. And yeah, that's essentially like a general gist of that.
Yeah, yeah. Would you agree with that? Because Noster kind of can be something different for different people. Would you agree with his definition of Noster?
I mean, I would say that Noster is to digital media what Bitcoin is to money. If you think about how Bitcoin enables you to own your own money in your own self-custody, that's what we're getting with Noster. We're getting the ability to actually have that public-private key, which gives you definitive ownership. It can't be taken away from you. It can't be censored. It can't be changed by any authority because it's restricted by cryptography.
Aleks, anything to add on that, or you have
No
the
comment.
definition? Okay, good. So as we discussed before, Noster can be a lot of different things, but we are also facing some challenges in building this. So obviously, the protocol is just 4 years old, right? It's kind of still in its infancies. And the adoption right now is also kind of stalling or questionable to a certain degree. And I've just been to Brazil, and in Brazil we saw that the freedom of speech was massively impacted by the ban of Twitter, for example. But Noster didn't yet have this huge inflow of new users. So what would you think? Why would you say is Noster not there yet to be the solution for somebody who has issues with freedom of speech?
I think we need to hurt first. I think that's the key. I think we as people, as humanity, needs to get hurt hard enough to wake up. That's why Bitcoin started, right? I mean, we had the global financial crisis, people were hurt, people lost a lot of money, livelihoods and everything like that. And that's when they started to pay attention. Same thing here. That's why I keep on saying to people when I talk to them about what we're doing is it would have never worked 5 years ago. People were not hurt enough. So in other words, you come across situations like this, and as long as these things keep happening, like in Brazil, then all of a sudden people are going to go, yeah, I need to have an alternative. I can't do this anymore. My medical information is being confiscated. They're screwing me over. I can't have this anymore. So sorry to say, but as humanity, we need to get hurt. And in nature, you actually see that as well. You know, when you get forced to, and you have a lot of pain, that's when you start to grow. That's when you start to evolve. And I think that's what we need. So yeah, let Klaus and his mates do all this wonderful stuff, hurt us a lot, because that will actually drive us to do the opposite.
Okay.
Yeah, and I tend to think that there are two primary reasons, one technological, one more like ideological. On the technological side, the use of relays at the moment is just a little bit too convoluted for most people to like interact with, especially like just people who just don't really have much technological experience. Like the key thing about it is that you can like swap your servers and like have an ability to take your data anywhere and anywhere. And like we have an open data standard, so like it's a very that's like the most important part. But like most people, when they tend to sign up for like Primal, Damus, all these things, they just stick to the default relays. Most people don't know how to really like interact with this stuff or don't know how to find relays. So that's like one of the key reasons I think that at least growth hasn't like really picked up too much with technology. But a more ideological side, I feel like marketing Noster as like a free speech protocol is actually the wrong angle. I see it more as like a free market protocol. And it also kind of changes the incentive of like when we're talking about Noster and like things to build on it. Because I tend to believe that like most of the at least initial social network apps that have been built on it are not going to survive in the long run because they're basically just trying to recreate Twitter and all these other things. And unless they like eventually turn to traditional models like ads. And like with Zaps and eCash and like these other micropayment solutions, we can actually kind of flip the way of applications to be able to monetize. And like framing Noster as a marketplace protocol or a market protocol kind of gets people who get onto it to realize, okay, and start thinking about how could I actually like build something that encourages the use of money and that encourages the use of, rather encourages transactions and like encourages people to actually use this permissionless money that we have. And like that's the real like synergy that kicks off like the most of the growth. And I feel like more people kind of resonate with the ability to actually like do stuff without having to get permission from some corporation, especially when it comes to their money. So that's like one big thing. It's not just for freedom of speech; it's for freedom to do anything, really.
Yeah, I think that's a better take. I would sum it up similar to what you just said about problem one is to do with the technical side of things, and there's two parts to the technical side. There's Noster itself is still young and emergent, and we had this conversation with Pablo in Sao Paulo, right? Like, I think many of us thought that it's ready to do so much more, and then people aren't building on the same standard. The NIPs are like half baked. There's like bunch of ideas that like haven't been thought out properly. One of the ones that really drove me up the wall was the NSEC bunker. It was like, it was built and it was sold as, this great solution, but it was like half-baked, poorly built. It was a disaster. And we originally had NSEC bunker in Atlantis, and we spent all this time like fucking dealing with bugs, so that we ripped it out and we kind of built our own. So I think you've got sort of technological problems with Noster, and that's just a function of how early it is. I mean, or maybe not, I don't know. It's been 4 years. Like, Facebook was doing a hell of a lot better after 4 years, but you've sort of got a difference in coordination there. But as well as that is like the applications that are being built on Noster, quite honestly, at the moment, are not really that useful. They're like copycats. Kind of what Salvador just said is like, there's nothing novel or useful. Like, I mean, X, I know you've got a shirt that says you should have deleted X earlier. Yes. I'm sorry, fuck you. Like, X is the greatest platform on the face of the planet. I think it's fucking fantastic. I think what Elon done there, like, just goes to show what kind of, what leadership does in a business, right? And no one, at least not what I've seen at this point, there's no one or very few, maybe that's a better way to put it, is very few people building on Noster in a serious capacity. Like, there's a lot of experimentation going on. There's a lot of stuff being funded that's open source and all that sort of stuff. But even funding for open source has perverse incentives, because what you do is you remove the pressure that the marketplace puts on you to actually build a useful business or a useful product, right? So if you get a fucking grant to just like go and play around, you're going to go and play around. You're not going to actually build a business that matters to customers. So there's a couple of technical things there, and then also what you said about the messaging. Like, it's been really pushed as censorship resistant. Well, it turns out what we needed was a fucking Elon Musk to come and change the narrative around that. So now all that censorship resistant stuff is going to Substack and X, which are platforms that actually work. So we sort of lost that game. So what else can we lean into? I think a marketplace is a great angle. I think another angle is this idea of single sign-on. So with your identity. So kind of like even changing the phraseology. It's like you're no longer logging into apps, but you're unlocking an app. So, so it's kind of like changing the paradigm on that stuff, because what you want to do if you want to compete with someone, you need to see where they're weak, and then you need to lean into where you're strong. And at the moment, there are options in the freedom of speech space that maybe like we could sit here and make the argument, oh yeah, but Elon might censor you. Well, that's a really shitty argument, because like people don't understand the technical underpinnings of Noster. So they might be like, well, Jack might censor you on Noster again. Like, even though that is wrong, for example, that's the perception. And trying to overturn that perception is fucking impossible. Like, Bitcoin's been around for almost 20 years. People still don't fucking understand why, but they just buy it because the number's going up, right? So people will get into Noster if Noster is not mentioned and the number of users on applications are going up. And that's a very different problem. So I think the focus has just been in the wrong place. And maybe I shouldn't even say wrong place. It's been in the place where it kind of needed to be to build out some foundations, but I think the focus needs to shift now. And that's kind of one of my mantras. Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you're saying about X there is interesting, because probably the best thing that ever happened to Twitter was Elon Musk becoming part of the government, because he's now protected. There's much less chance of him actually being attacked by a government and being forced to censor. But the reality is it could still happen. Maybe after 4 years it could happen. Maybe whoever's in government could say to Elon, you will censor or you will go to prison. He doesn't want to go to prison. There's always that single point of failure with a centralized platform. The reality is that Twitter is fiat money. Your identity is stored in their database. They own it. Their data is on a central server that can be shut down. On Noster, you own your data. It's on multiple different servers that cannot be shut down.
Sorry, but the thing is, if Fanfares is doing really well and you're allowing all of this cool content on, and then someone turns around and says, Simon, you're going to jail unless you shut down Fanfares, you're going to fucking shut down Fanfares. So that doesn't solve the problem. I don't think that's a strong enough argument. Sure, the data might still exist and people still have their keys, but most people, someone else is going to have to build fucking Fanfares. And then that person, whoever builds Fanfares, can also get shut down. So I just don't think the censorship resistant argument is strong enough.
This is the beauty of open source. The code will be out there. Anyone can add to it. They could put me in jail. The thing's still going to get developed. It's not just going to be an L server. It's going to be on other people's servers as well.
No, I mean, you look at the darknet markets. They started coming out, and in the beginning, each one that got shut down, another one was built. It was better, and then they shut it down. Now there's no fucking darknet markets that are functional because after a while, the authorities get good at finding out who's doing what and just shutting people down. So it's not. I don't think that's a fight we want to pick, and I don't think that's a hill we want to die on. I think we need to just build way better products that just happen to have Noster somewhere in the background. It's fucking invisible. Like going and pitching, the single point of failure, all this sort of stuff. I just think it's doing Noster and ourselves a disservice because we're just focusing on the shit that people don't care about.
I absolutely agree. We do need better products. I think the thing that's going to make Noster really win and the Noster clients win is if they're really convenient and easy to use. And I see your point there about Facebook after 4 years being better than Noster was after 4 years. But yeah, we are in the open source environment. I think the important thing is that the basic architecture is censorship resistant. It is permissionless. And I personally feel like Noster is going to be the next layer of the internet. I think your npub will ultimately be your IP address, and you'll be able to post whatever you want to your site. People will be able to come and see it through multiple different applications. A Noster client is the equivalent of an internet browser. Anyone can spin one up. They can't shut them all down. It's a game of whack-a-mole. They just can't shut everything down. That's the core strength.
Theoretically, but in practice, it's a bit trickier because there's 3 internet browsers that everybody uses because there's 3 teams that knew how to build a really good internet browser. You know what I mean? Or maybe there's 6. I don't know. But it's like building a very good Noster application requires a very good team and a very good all that sort of stuff. Just because it's open source doesn't make it good. So if I was the government and I saw a dissident sphere developing, and there's probably out of the 1,000 people experimenting, there's probably 6 teams that are really good. I can easily pinpoint those 6 teams and I just shut them down. And that's a massive blow to the entire network. And then networks have both network effects and anti-network effects. You do that, you kill the anti-network. So you create anti-network effects and you just destroy the whole thing. So I just don't think it's again, coming back to my earlier point, I just don't think it's a flag that we should wave.
I think the good thing about Noster is kind of that, it has so many different factors you can use of Noster. You might be more on this, censorship resistance. This is the thing why you build on Noster. So let's dive into why you guys actually decided to build on Noster, because there are different things, right? Some apps need the social graph to actually build a better product than Instagram. That's what you do with Atlantis. Then CalvDev, you just mentioned that you actually are more focused on the monetary side, that you're able to just send it. And I think that's the cool thing about Noster, that you have this one technology which is fluid based on the use cases, and it doesn't need to cater to everybody in the same way, but you can just use the parts from this technology to actually make your product better. So I want to know if you can maybe point to one of those different things. Obviously, it's going to be a merge of all of them, but if you just want to highlight for your particular use case, the one thing why you decided to build on Noster. Maybe let's start with you, Simon.
So the key thing for Noster for me was Zaps. Once I saw Zaps on Noster, I was absolutely in love with it, because what we had been trying to build even before we found Noster is content monetization. So that's what comes as part and parcel of the Noster architecture, is that you can have content that is paid for. At the moment, it's just tipping, but with the right encryption, that can be pay to access. The other part of it is ownership. So many things on the internet at the moment we just don't own. I mean, Bitcoin is really the only thing that any of us actually own on the internet. But now with Noster, we have the ability to own content with the right structure. Any content that you've paid for in the past, it can be assigned to your Noster identity, And you'll always be able to access that because the encryption key will be stored within your profile. So it won't be like you just keep on paying for Spotify for the rest of your life in order to have access those songs. You paid it once and you've got that content forever.
You want me to go?
Yep.
Okay. For me, the it was because I was on drugs. No, I'm kidding. No, the draw card for Noster was, if I had to like point to one thing, honestly, it's the social graph. That's it. Like, and
can you explain that maybe for people who don't know?
Yeah,
what
so
it is?
social graph just means who you're following and who you follow, basically. So there's like, imagine a couple lists, right? And what's interesting for me in the context of what we're building is that I think the people you follow, the content you engage with, the stuff that you're interested in, should fundamentally transform the experience you have on the web, right? And we kind of have that, this is why Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and all this sort of stuff are so good at what they do, because they serve you relevant stuff. Like they know what you like before you even like it, before you even know yourself. So my thought was, there's a space in the world which is called travel, and everyone traveled here. Travel is a fucking pain in the ass. Like, you're always trying to figure out where to go, where to eat, what to do, what events to go to, which people to meet, all this sort of stuff. It's painful, right? And sitting there spending hours like searching on TripAdvisor and Google and all this kind of crap is annoying. So could I take the social graph to try and make that discovery process faster, better, more relevant? They're probably like the three elements. And I still don't know what the answer to that is. Like, maybe Noster will help. Maybe we should have just built our own social graph. I don't know yet. So we will find out. The good thing with Noster is that we could kind of bootstrap a bit of that social graph because there's already users on there. I think there's like 6 Noster users or something like that. So we could start from 6. But there's like momentum that we can tap into. So that was the draw card for me.
Yeah. A good friend of ours, Pablo, he mentioned that by building on Noster, you can actually just tap into a network effect, because all of those different apps kind of attract different users. And by, as you said, just copying your NSEC into different platforms, you kind of get the benefit of all of those network effects building together. So this is, I guess, what you say. So how does it look for you? Why do you build on Noster?
Yeah, I think for me, probably the most important thing is the permissionless identity. Just the fact that you can create an account and just no one can tell you to do what you can do and stop you from doing whatever you want to do. And especially when it comes to like a marketplace like Shopster, like you kind of need, and if you want an actual free market, you don't want to be like hindered to be able to send someone money just for buying like a book or something. You don't want to have to like KYC all your information. Like that's another beauty of it, is that the identities on Noster, like you can generate them on a single click, and it's just, you have an account. You can even just come to a new site and not even, the user doesn't even have to generate an account. You can just give one to them and they can figure out like that they're using Noster at some later point. But then I think another thing that's really important is the server architecture. Just the fact that you can have relays that are swappable and interchangeable is very, very important. Because like somewhat on the point of the single point of failure stuff, like not only does the relay architecture kind of help the user, obviously, but it also helps like app developers and builders like in that nature, because like, yes, if the government comes to our client or something and tells us to shut it down and we're not censoring, like, yeah, sure, like they'll shut us down. But it also gives us the flexibility to, like, if we want to serve our users or give our users the ability to actually still have that freedom, still have the optionality, we could just run our own relay and just be like, you know what, we'll censor everything you tell us to, and like we'll comply to everything. But with the ability for users to swap different servers and different relays, interchange them, it still allows you to kind of live up to your values and not have to fully comply. You can give optionality to the users and give power to the creators as well, the builders that are building the apps and the products that people use every day.
I think for me, it's the single point of failure. But let's rephrase it. It's the single point of control that is actually happening in the world right now. In all our different sectors in life in the world, there is this very much centralized control that's going on right now. And those are, in essence, single points of failure, which are single points of control. If we live in a society where we have these centralized points of control, depending on whatever it is, then we as humanity don't have the ability to evolve. We need to communicate. We need to argue. We need to have, say, you're a dickhead or something like that. We need to say that, right? So we need to have that freedom to do that. So if we live in a world where these single points of failure or single points of control our lives, we don't have the ability to evolve. We need to have these arguments. We need to clash to evolve. And if it keeps on going this way, we can't do it.
Yeah.
And that's for me the biggest thing.
Yeah. So for me, it's kind of different. I'm not the builder. I don't build stuff like you do, but I am somebody who actually uses Noster to create. So just so to explain why I am on Noster is basically the most valuable thing a marketeer can have is an email list. Because if you have the email of your actual customers, you actually own it. As somebody who's like doing YouTube videos and social media content, I never had the opportunity to do this before because I was always in those walled gardens or those platforms on. I have X amount of people on YouTube following me, but then I have people on X following me. And it's never truly my followers in a sense. Of course, they follow me on there, but if I post something bad about certain vaccines on YouTube, for example, they can simply shut me down, and therefore kind of I'm losing all my work that I've been building on the last couple of years. And so Noster for me has this value proposition that basically the people I connect with are actually connected with their identity to my identity. And whatever I'm doing, if I fuck up, yes, I can lose a lot of followers because they themselves decide, okay, fuck this guy. But it's not a central platform or, as you say, a single point of failure that all my career might be destroyed within one day. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think decentralization appears to be a trend that's been going on for a long time now, because the way media started was with books, and the only people that could read and write were the church, and the only book that they wrote or read was the Bible. But they had total control over that, and the rest of the populace just had to believe what they told them about what the Bible said. Over time, more people became able to read and write, and the whole thing was decentralized. And once you had technology for broadcasting, that was initially very controlled by governments, big corporations, but now with things like YouTube, Twitter, that is decentralizing the mass media. With Noster, that's taken the whole thing one step further and just an increasing amount of decentralization, which increases the ability to have free speech.
Yeah. So having said all of this, I'm kind of a hypocrite because I still post on YouTube. I still have my other social medias because, to be honest, the tools are not there yet, right? We are still extremely early. So what are we missing right now? Are we for 4 years on a good trajectory? What do we focus on more? What are the problems you face? Maybe Svetski, you mentioned already that you have a little bit of challenges with the Noster protocol right now, building your solution. Maybe just tell what the problems are with the current version or the current way Noster is.
I mean, I think I spoke about the problems earlier, like some of the technical stuff, or do you mean something else?
Yeah, just like, for example, from a technical perspective, you said you might have a better, you might be able to build it better on other technologies than Noster.
Yeah, I mean, so there's the way we've been trying to build everything. So I think I kind of get what you mean. We tried to make every single feature on Atlantis Noster compatible, right? So we have these city pages. So we made the city page itself and the city a kind of Noster event. I don't remember which kind, one of the hundreds of kinds, right? We made merchant locations. So we have this really rich map of places where you can search for, as I said, Bitcoin merchants, seed oil free, carnivore, local picks from people you follow, all this sort of stuff. And we made every single location a Noster event as well, right? That came with its own challenges. For example, when we create the location, we sign it with our key, but then it makes it difficult for somebody who's actually the owner of the location to claim the location because they need to sign a new event with their own key. So then we have to discard the old one, and then we had like all this extra technical debt, or technical load, I should say, because we had to make the old event kind of show up next to the new event and make the UI look super simple. So there was all this extra stuff. And, over the last couple of weeks, I've sort of been really challenging myself on this. I'm like, okay, if we're betting on Nostra being here for 10 years and, hopefully getting better, or, 50 years, 100 years, however long it's going to be here, maybe instead of me being a dumbass and trying to build everything Nostra compatible, maybe the approach that's better is as Nostra as possible. Someone mentioned this to me earlier today, gave me that sort of phrasing as I was explaining this. I was like, that's a good way to frame it. So as Nostra as possible, meaning that we make some features Nostra compatible. So like login, social posts, like so kind one events, because we know those two work at least. But maybe some of this other shit, we don't need to. Maybe we need to just build that like a normal software company.
Yep.
And then at some point, when Nostra is more robust, when we have more resources, when we're in more of a capacity to do that, then we make it Nostra compatible. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I know some Nostra purists will be like, well, that's a Nino, it's a Nostra in name only or some shit, but fuck them. Like, the point is we've got to actually build a business. And I think trying to apply the purity test here, I think is really dumb.
Yeah.
Like, I think we need to use it for what's useful and for what works. As we go, and then we need to evolve the product and the services that we're building as we go, as Nostra gets better. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, Simon, you're building everything. You're trying to be 100% on Nostra, right? With FanForest.
Sorry.
How much, or like, let's put it in this way: do you run into problems when using Nostra to build FanFairs?
Yeah, we are at the bleeding edge of technology. I've spent years of my life telling people, don't be on the bleeding edge of technology, and that's what we're now doing. So. Honestly, I just love the tech. I mean, we are having to build stuff as we go. We're having to figure out, how to use stuff. We're able to use other people's code. It doesn't always work. We're having to really kind of build from the ground up. And it's all undiscovered country. So a lot of the time we start in a particular direction, it doesn't work out, and we have to find a new way. But that's the nature of what we're doing. It's open source, it's cutting edge, it's hard graft all the way. And that's just the reality of it.
Yeah. I guess one thing which is going to happen in the future, and I'm assuming Illuminates is doing this, that the people who use Nostra won't even know that it's built on Nostra, that it's just in the back end, it's a technology where everything is running on.
Yeah, based on that, because on your first question, or your question is, how do we make sure that people can get on board and stuff like that? And one of the things that you said before is Nostra is many things to many people, right? So I think what you need to look at is, what am I looking to resolve? What issue am I looking to fix? For us, it's obvious. For other people, it's something different. And if you take that idea and that view and say, hey, in my industry, I am going to help hospitals, patients, etc. But in someone else's industry, I'm going to help streaming, ownership of my own content, etc. So you need to take an approach of Nostra is not going to fix up everything. No, Nostra is going to fix up something for that specific market or that specific industry, creating ownership, etc. So I think that's sort of the approach that you need to take with Nostra, because literally it can mean many things to many people. I talk to people saying, I don't like the idea that some supermarket chain can look inside my fridge, right? Because they can do that right now with fridges. I'd like to use my Nostra keys to do that. So again, look at it, what industry you're looking to address and what issue you're looking to resolve, and build your business case on that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I actually like what you said, CovDev, that we might have framed Nostra wrongly, and now I think we actually in the space ask the right question, what to do with this technology.
Yeah, we had all the weirdos like ourselves get on first, because we understand what it means. And now we come to a new phase where, hey, okay, how is the world going to understand this? How do we make the world understand how it's going to benefit in different areas for their lives?
Yeah, I think when people ask me what Noster's like, I say the best thing to do is to try it. And I tell them to download Primal and start using that, because that's the first way to explore it. The next thing I tell them, it's not just about social media. There's many other things we can do with Noster, but that's just a good way in, is to start to experiment, to get your Noster ID, to see that you can zap people with Bitcoin. But I just think we're going to see, a huge number of different opportunities that build out of this protocol that appears to be very organic. It really is a symbiotic thing with Bitcoin. that just gives people freedom. And we're going to be exploring this one, I think, for 10, 20 years to come, and we'll be amazed what comes out of it.
Yeah, and a bit on like the niche aspects of stuff. Like, the fact that we're kind of focusing on social media clients as like the initial starting point kind of makes us think that like we have, like, in order to be successful, we have to capture the whole world. But now, like, the only reason like these companies like Facebook or Google were able to reach the magnitude of scale that they did was because of it was a function of fiat money and like venture capital, like being so close to the money printer. And like, there's a place for venture capital and all that stuff. It's very good for growth and like development, but now that we have Bitcoin and we have something that is sound and allows us to actually build more niche products that can be tailored to like maybe a specific neighborhood, specific communities, specific just groups that are doing different things, and we don't necessarily have to capture the whole. We don't have to have 7 billion users or whatever else in order to actually be successful. We can build niches, and like, yeah, there's like a good essay that's I forget who it's written by, but it's like 1,000 True Fans. Like that's like the Nosters kind of realizing that vision of being able to sustain yourself by just having 1,000 people who really like your thing and want to pay for it. Like we have the ability to actually, we have the ability to be more nimble and build things at a faster pace and more scale, and that's what we should really lean into.
Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of people always say we need this killer app at Noster, but basically it's enough to just build a small app which caters to enough people to be profitable. Then we get again into this, what we discussed before, that we actually need to find business models which work on Noster, because most of it right now is not really profitable, especially all of the big social media clients. And yeah, this might be the way how Noster scales, with just very granular and very granular clients or use cases.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, having a profitable business model is going to be absolutely essential in the long run. You know, we can't all be living off Jack Dorsey's grants for the rest of our lives. You know, we need to find a way to really kind of have a circular economy. What I saw during the dot-com boom was a lot of businesses that didn't really know how to monetize, and most of them died. The ultimate thing that made that work was the pay-per-click technology, which really kind of worked from advertising. But Noster doesn't really seem to lend itself to advertising as a monetization strategy. I think it's going to be something that we can do with the zaps, where the clients, the relays, the applications can take a split of the payment. When the payments are significantly large, they're all going to be getting a really good return on the investment that's been made into the technology to start with.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, to wrap it up, I would say Noster, as we started, can be a lot of different things. As we see, every one of you uses it for a different reason, and we kind of all in the space need to figure out what is the way to integrate Noster in our solutions. Also being truthful that we are very early, the technology needs to evolve to a certain degree, but focusing on these use cases, which you do, I think is the right way, because this way we figure out what works, what doesn't work. We kind of can find out together what the future of Noster looks like. And I think by doing this, we actually have a very positive future to look towards to with Noster. So yeah, any last words from you guys?
I think I'm just going to say one couple final words. So if these panels are really useful to give you like a conceptual idea of Noster and sort of the high level stuff. On this Sunday, we will be running a Noster day. So like a full interactive day where we can do more than just tell you, we can show you stuff. So it's going to be held at the Bitcoin Mansion. You can RSVP for the event on the El Zonte page on Satlantis, actually. So it'll be, you're registering on Noster. And when you come there, we're going to do like a proper 101 session, explain things. We'll get you guys onboarded so that way you can set up, you can see how you can port your identity across into multiple different applications. You'll build like a local social graph. So we'll get people in the room to follow each other and create some posts and all this sort of stuff. And then Calvadev's going to actually run a technical workshop. So people who are more interested in doing a bit of a technical deep dive, he'll be able to take you through that. So if you guys are around, it'll be at Bitcoin Mansion in El Zonte. You need to RSVP because it's got a maximum space of 50 people, and I think 30 or 35 have already signed up. So it's going to be small, tight, but it'll be super valuable. So if you guys found this valuable, I just want to let everybody know about that. It's a free event as well, so there's no tickets, but that's why it's completely limited. So if you're interested in that, the El Zonte page on satlantis.io, you'll be able to find it in there.
Perfect. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm still alive. Hello, guys. Go on Noster and try it, actually. I think this is actually the way how you can yeah, experience it. It's very cool. You can download Primal. Yeah, I'm just going to do Noster marketing here. Go on there and enjoy Noster.
Let's go. Wow. Good thing I came back. Am I back? Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm not back.
All right, we're headed straight from that panel into a next one. A couple quick reminders is that if you make it outside at some point today, there is a Bitcoin scavenger hunt. So free Bitcoin are involved with the scavenger hunt. So if you go to the kids section and there's a QR code by the kids section, if you scan that QR code, it will start to take you on that scavenger hunt. There are prizes and Satoshis along the way of that scavenger hunt that you can win, of course. Additionally, in the back right corner of the room in here, there is a special limited edition beer entitled Sovereign. There are 2,500 cans to be sold today and tomorrow, so it's a limited edition special brew of beer. So if you're any kind of beer connoisseur, something to consider on your way out today as you make your way to the parties tonight. And of course, also if you are looking for a shuttle, go to the Adopting Bitcoin website. Certain hotels that are nearby around here, you might be able to take a shuttle from there. So if you want shuttle information, go to the website. So check out the scavenger hunt when you make it outside. Make sure to pick up a beer on your way from the Sovereign table. And then, of course, make sure you have your travel information ready for the end of the evening as we wrap up here. But, of course, we have a panel coming up here about Bitcoin regulation and adoption. And we have, I believe, 4 wonderful people that are going to come up here and explain their perspectives on the regulation of Bitcoin, in particular here in Latin America, El Salvador, Guatemala, what's coming up here in the future. So without further ado, come on out, gentlemen. Yep, come on out. Great. All right, thank you. There you go. All right, microphones.
All right. Well, first, thank you guys for being here. I know you have things to do, but I think it's a important topic to talk about Bitcoin regulation, public policies, right, to foster Bitcoin adoption. Just for a little bit of context, we have here Juan Mayen from Blink. So we have really on-ground experience of Bitcoin companies really doing something, specifically in El Salvador. We have Carlos Rivas from ASO Bitcoin, also a group of interest in Bitcoin country, El Salvador, and Christian Betancourt from Asian Tech and from Insights from Prospera, Bitcoin-friendly jurisdiction in Honduras. So thank you guys once again. And one of the first questions that I want to ask you guys is, how do you describe Bitcoin-friendly jurisdiction?
Hi, thank you for being here. How I would describe friendly, Bitcoin-friendly jurisdiction. Basically, which one that has many of the elements that we see in El Salvador. First of all, a fast way to incorporate companies, a fast response from the government entities that are involved in any type of licensing granting, a very appealing tax regime. In El Salvador, the only tax benefits, for example, that you have as a Bitcoin company is capital gains exemption. From the Bitcoin Association, we have pushed to obtain benefits for more type of taxes. for the Bitcoin companies that have decided to open operations or invest in the country. But let's say these amendments still are in study. But summarizing, fastest way to incorporate friendly tax regime and prompt reply from the government entities involving licensing.
Perfect.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's important. No capital gains taxes. Yeah, for sure. I would say you do want a certain level of regulatory recognition or acknowledgement of Bitcoin and more broadly crypto assets. I think that it's also cultural in the sense that in some countries, for example in the U.S., when something is not regulated, people think, oh, then I'm going to get into it. But maybe sometimes there's a more conservative approach in Latin America where people think, oh, it's not regulated, then I won't get into it. But yeah, I would generally say, some level of regulatory recognition could be legal tender, right? As right here in El Salvador. But at least that it's recognized in law and regulation, and that there's also some level of clarity for the regulators, right? Because one thing is the law, then you need regulators that sort of understand this and that know how to deal with these types of companies and endeavors, and ideally also a judicial system, right? Courts that have a sense of this type of technology. And we're seeing, jurisdictions pop up with this. Of course, what we're doing in Prosper and Honduras, what's happening here in El Salvador, more broadly for example, DAOs or different tokenization efforts. You're still using a lot of Cayman Islands, a lot of BVI. Panama still is very popular with this. Switzerland, of course. So what I'm seeing really is some sort of network or node of jurisdictions that are friendly towards this type of things.
Yeah, so just to add a little bit on that, a Bitcoin-friendly jurisdiction, I would describe it as having Bitcoin as legal tender. And you may ask, why is that needed? Why are we forcing it on people? Because having Bitcoin as legal tender builds credibility with the general population, with the everyday man, right? Who may not necessarily think about Bitcoin on a daily basis. And so I think having the legal tender status is vital to be in a Bitcoin-friendly jurisdiction. But another, I would say, equally important aspect is respecting privacy, right? Private property. And this is related a little bit with private property in terms of if you are in a jurisdiction that doesn't allow you to have privacy for your transactions, what's going to happen is that those companies or people building on private technologies on top of Bitcoin are just going to go elsewhere. And then you risk losing that competitive technical advantage in the country wherever that's forbidden. So equally important is a jurisdiction or a government or a regulator that respects the privacy of each individual. And as we all know, Bitcoin is uncensorable money. So no matter what political party or what belief you have, that's the power of Bitcoin. You can transact with Bitcoin and no one can tell you no. So I would say legal tender, respect for privacy. And then the third one that I would say is, no tax on capital gains is great, but you see a government that maybe rolls out, an educational initiative to teach, again, the everyday person of what Bitcoin is, how to use it, and we see that here happening in a certain scale, but that's what I would describe as a Bitcoin friendly. Of course, you have to have leadership from, the bottom up to provide that credibility for the coin.
Great, yeah. So obviously this is about like public policies and regulation, and what you have been mentioning is completely related to that, right? Tax incentives, relationship with regulators, legal tender. So one question that obviously I think is even more related to what's happening with Prospero right now, Christian, is there enough to be a Bitcoin-friendly jurisdiction if you don't have rule of law? If there is no rule of law? Like
you definitely do need rule of law for Bitcoin friendly jurisdiction, or generally just for financial instruments, right? Financial instruments and Bitcoin and all of these types of assets and and Ways are very abstract, right? And not many people understand them. They can be sort of ethereal. So for all these types of endeavors, you do need a strong rule of law, or at least a reasonable amount of rule of law, and ideally courts and judges that understand it, because it's not just a matter of like recognizing and respecting like privacy and property rights, but also it's a matter of, if something wrong happens, with one of my agreements with my clients, for example, and then I need to take that to trial, I don't want to be in trial for just, collecting a debt for 2-3 years. And on top of that, with a judge that doesn't understand the technology, right?
Yeah. And Carlos, so can you comment on that in the perspective from El Salvador, rule of law and being a Bitcoin-friendly jurisdiction?
Okay. Yes, as there is a Bitcoin law in El Salvador that basically what it helps is get it established as a legal tender. The rule of law is a more wide complex concept. So the challenge here is where the cases arises to courts and see if they have also the knowledge and the understanding of how to implement, protect users, clients, or also companies from users in these cases, possibly that have provided bad services, bad use of the services they provide, or even companies that have not complied with the terms and conditions on certain products. I can say that we have rule of law because we have a regulation, and because I hope the courts are trained in how to understand basically that regulation, and also complementary regulation as the digital asset issuance law. But up to this day, there has been no relevant case that basically has put at trial the court. Okay. Yes, there have been cases where, for example, wallets have been misused for do activities related to anti-money laundering, etc. But there have been not like a big amount, let's say, of cases, and the courts have decided to pursue sentences on a more criminal and traditional regulations than approaching to what Bitcoin or digital assets establish regulation. But it has been a tool for them. But to me, the opportunity to 100% confirm that there is a rule of law regarding that is when see more cases or relevant cases arriving to the courts.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to prevent, custodians running away with people's money. So you definitely need rule of law for that, and a proper process so that people can recover their assets in case that ever happens. So yeah, that's my last
Yeah, so it's really interesting because some like the next thing of rule of law maybe is the relationship with the regulation and regulators. And my next question for you guys is, how can a business can be competitive, can scale and be efficient if the regulatory burden is so high? See, if the regulatory burden is so extensive. So any comment on that? How you think we should manage that relationship between regulation, efficiency, and the scalability for businesses?
Okay, so I can take this one. So if you want to foster an innovative environment in El Salvador, you need to allow, the team of 1 or 2 people who may not have, $1 million in the bank, be able to, one, build a product, and be able to scale that product, with $50,000 or $100,000 in their bank. So if the regulation adds so much regulatory cost, whether it's KYC, whether it's compliance, whether it's reporting, then that team of 2 is simply not going to build a product in the country, or is going to go to a jurisdiction that's going to allow them to build that product at a lot lower cost. So what happens is that you end up asphyxiating innovation if you have too many reporting requirements, because you don't allow the small player or the small team to be able to build a really great product. So that's
According to how the regulation is established in El Salvador, of course, impose a high burden to every company working with Bitcoin in the country that needs to comply, starting from anti-money laundering policies, ranging to cybersecurity policies, business continuity policies, experience in the compliance officer, a lot of things, corporate experience, finance, backup, etc. And I understand, and it makes sense that you need to comply all these regulatory and have all these burdens for a business to start, because you will be handling people's money, people's fund. But the best way and how other jurisdictions have basically provide a solution to the innovators and don't choke basically the innovation in the industry are the regulatory sandboxes. And we have been pushing the establishment of a regulatory sandbox in the general Bitcoin and fintech industry of the country. And I hope that in the short term, we see a regulatory sandbox established in the country because, as Juan says, a two-person team could have an amazing product. It doesn't matter that they don't have the financial muscle to escalate it, but at least they can try to launch a minimum viable product and raise funds. And at the moment, how the regulation is, that is completely impossible to get a license or launch it. So the challenge is to develop that inside the regulatory sandbox.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's somewhat tricky in this type of industry because you do have some international standards and norms that you need to comply with, right? Like the International Financial Action Task Force recommendations, the FATF recommendations. You do need to comply with them, in most of the free world, if not all of the free world. But within that compliance, you can find ways to make the experience easier for startups, easier for developing companies, in the way that you are going to need to have a compliance officer. That's a given, but maybe within those requirements that FATF establishes, you can have a streamlined process. You can have more common sense, a more common sense approach to the sort of things that these companies would need to get for them to get licensed, right? And in that sense, what Carlos was saying, I'm very happy to hear that, because there has been very good experiences with regulatory sandboxes, all around the world. I've been able to study some cases in Colombia or in the United Kingdom that they were fairly successful. Right now, actually in Argentina, they're developing with the FinTech Association there, the FinTech Chamber, and the regulator, the what's called the CNV in Argentina. They're developing precisely this, a regulatory sandbox for financial activities, crypto, Bitcoin related projects. And I would think that, given already the great experience that you guys had in El Salvador, what if you can create that sandbox that allows fast tracking companies, right? You allow companies to be created fast. You allow them to, flourish fast or fail fast as well, right? And you go to the next thing.
Maybe can you expand a little bit more for the audience, a little bit on the sandbox? What does it mean and why it's good for regulation-wise?
All right, so it's called a sandbox because I like when you were a kid and you were at the park with a sandbox, you can go and build like a castle, and if you want to change it up, you just destroy it and start building it again. So the idea is for you to have not necessarily a jurisdiction, but some sort of special regime that allows differentiated regulations or conditions, given that you have certain conditions, right, for you to access them. So in the case of financial sandboxes, right, these are usually developed by the local regulators. They create this regime and say, if you're a startup, or if in your business model you are including some sort of innovative technology, then we will fast track you, right? Your permit will be ready faster. Maybe your capital requirements will be lower, that type of thing.
And it's interesting because obviously that's a way to foster not only Bitcoin adoption, but corporate investment in a lot of industries as well. And just like following this same topic, I want to, I want you to talk to me about a little bit more on the relationship with regulators, how you approach regulators. And I think obviously, Juan, you have an interesting story there. But yeah, for the three of you, like how you approach regulators and how is the relationship there?
So in that regard, I started with Bitcoin policy kind of in Honduras in 2020. And so I introduced Bitcoin ATMs in Honduras, and my first, action was I'm going to reach out to the regulator and let them know, hey, I'm going to, bring this Bitcoin ATMs into the country, and I want to, teach you how this works, how do you use this technology, and I reached out to the central bank, to the National Commission of Banks, to all these regulators, and you want to establish a formal and professional relationship with them. And I had the fortune that they were very receptive back then on listening on how Bitcoin works and how these processes work. And you kind of have the same here in El Salvador, where the regulator is open to having a conversation on because the regulation here is so new and the space is so new. We have to be able to be humble enough to admit that the regulators don't know everything yet, because this is all new tech. Bitcoin came out in 2009 and we became legal tender here in 2021, but it takes a while to understand fully how to best regulate it to foster innovation, right? That's a huge challenge. And so you have to have an open relationship with the regulator. And I think the best way you can do that is by establishing spaces, where you can present to them and they can give you feedback. And it's more of a conversation rather than like a dictatorship. Like if you have a regulator just dictating rules without understanding how these are going to be implemented, then you're going to have issues. So that's what I would suggest. Just
and Carlos, so you're in the asset Bitcoin, maybe.
My experience is different. I come from the banking and pension sector, so I was used to deal with the regulator. Here in El Salvador is the banking superintendency. So for the traditional industries like banking, pension, insurance, I can say they were hard, but there is a standard to comply, okay? But luckily, when Bitcoin law was approved and Bitcoin companies started to base in El Salvador and operate, I had the best of the experiences with the regulator. The banking superintendency was really, really, really professional, really open. Basically, the first 2 years, they learn from the companies. They learn where were their business models, where were the liabilities, where were the areas that they need to improve. And once they learn what was the activities they will develop in the country, they start to approach in a more regulator way, but they already have clarity of what was your business involved and what were the areas they will need to basically look for to audit and you will need to improve. So I can complain basically how the regulator here approach to most of the companies that are part of the Bitcoin Association.
Interesting. And Christian, I know that you with Asian Tech have approached not only the Prospero regulators, but also in other jurisdictions. So tell us more about it.
Yeah, my experience with regulators has varied. You have in certain places, in certain jurisdictions, the regulatory body is a bit more accessible. They're more open to talk to you, to hear your feedback, to explain to you how they interpret things. In other places, not as much. It has been, very fortunate experience in Prospera. So maybe for those of you in the audience that may not know, Prospera is a special economic zone in northern Honduras that has regulatory autonomy, trying to replicate some of the dynamics like that Dubai did or the special economic zones in China did. It's fairly new. It's very new. Started just a few years ago. Some political tensions right now with the government. But long story short, you had to kickstart a new regulatory body, which is the Rochard Financial Services Authority. We were very fortunate to have an A-star team that includes people like Chirac Shaw, one of the founders of the Dubai International Financial Center, or Sohandas Gupta, which was deputy director for Homeland Security in the U.S. So people that were already very forward-looking, right? So we were very fortunate to have, very good communication rails, let's say, with them. But generally speaking, about regulators, I try to just remember that they are human beings as any other, and I try to take an approach of public choice theory, right? They have their own incentives. They want to keep the jurisdiction safe, right? They want to make sure that the consumers are safe, but they also want to be looked at as being innovative, right, and allowing growth. So it's like trying to find that balance in the way you treat with them, and of course making a lot of information available to them, right? Trying to have those approaches. If you can set up that's what happened in Honduras, for example, in the ordinary regime. Like, you set up some sort of group that includes private sector and includes them, so you have a continuous communication. And probably I would say that getting them in touch with regulators from other places that are maybe friendlier, that also may help to broaden up their perspective.
Interesting, yeah. So keeping the conversation on regulation, I think we were talking about this a couple of days ago about the government overreach, right? Because obviously there's a relationship between regulation and government overreach. So where would you draw the line between a government having like overreaching, the liberty and individuals, and also having regulation that comply, right? Because obviously there are reasons why compliance is good, but there is also a line between being compliant and also overreaching, right? So what will be your thoughts on that?
I would say from our perspective that many times these compliance measures, they have the purpose of deterring bad actors and to safeguarding against bad decisions and essentially negative externalities, right? Unintended negative consequences of a business that went awry, right? That didn't work out. So in that sense, regulations play that role, right? But you don't want to overdo it, because if not, then you smother the industry, right? And you prevent it from growing. I think a good approach is, instead of just purely regulations, of course you can have like licensing process, but also identifying clearly the property rights of the parties in any given relationship, in the sense that if something goes wrong, it would be easy and fast to determine the damages that may be created, and then you have a quick judicial process for it, maybe through arbitration, so you can get people paid whatever damages may have occurred. I think that's a good approach. In some places, you also see that some types of companies from regulated activities particularly may need to have insurance, right? Private insurance. In Prospera, what we did is that you have like the traditional regulator, but the insurance company, in a way, also acts as one. Because it's in their interest that you're compliant with the law, right? Because if not, they would need to pay for something that goes wrong. But also, they don't want to smother you, but it's because it's also in their interest. Then you continue to grow and pay higher premiums, right?
Completely. And so let's go to a more specific Bitcoin standpoint, right? From obviously Bitcoin business standpoint and Bitcoin association point of view too.
Okay. In our case, most of the regulations that have been passed, not only regarding to Bitcoin, but always are made on a higher compliance requirement. So what we find out, in order to try to not set extra burdens to the companies or the entities that will be applied, is start since day one that you find out that the regulation is going to be launched. Basically start doing lobby activities with the government entities, the Congress, the executive branch, presenting them all the challenges and the setbacks that drafting and approving a regulation the way that they are proposing is going to harm the industry. And basically that's approach used globally, okay? Loving activities where associations or other type of entities basically look and take care of the interests of their members in order to certain regulations be drafted in a separate way so they can keep doing business, generating income, taxes, etc., and creating jobs.
So yeah, from the Bitcoin standpoint, again, I think as I said earlier, respecting the privacy, right? When I think a government overreaches when they want to know too much of maybe again over-regulating the industry, that can affect any Bitcoin company in the space because if the government knows everything, then we start repeating 1984, right, and the George Orwell fiction. So again, I think the overreach here is being able to, have a good relationship with the regulator where you feel comfortable enough to say, hey, we think that certain regulations are an overreach because they invade people's privacies, or because you just have basically an all-seeing eye over you all the time. So compliance is needed, but again, we have to keep the boundary line pushed, as much as you can, because if you yield, then they're going to come for everything, and then we're going to lose the freedom, and then
I love it. I love it. So I think one of the most interesting topics that we were discussing as well was KYC, right? Like I think it's obviously a taboo topic on the ecosystem. A lot of people say we need KYC. I personally say that KYC is an illicit activity, but I want you to ask you guys about can a Bitcoin company specifically can be scalable if they require KYC, for example, for all their users, right? Because in El Salvador, we have this RNPN, Registro Nacional de Personas Naturales, which have all the information of all Salvadorians, right? If you as a Bitcoin company need to KYC all Salvadorians to serve them, probably you're not gonna make it. So what do you think is the right approach to that, and your comments and thoughts on KYC being obviously maybe a government overreach?
KYC is a very important setback for the developments of business in the industry we that have all us here. But sadly, there are international standards that all jurisdictions by treaties need to comply. So that's something that you can escape from. So that's the challenge from the teams, the commercial team, the regulatory team, the legal team, to basically draft the best product possible that you are not going to bypass the KYC, but you need to find alternative ways. For example, the El Salvador regulation allows you to run something that is called simplified KYC, okay? It's not that you're going to have anonymous accounts, okay? But you can run light KYC process for certain type of services, okay? So the idea is, because here the challenge is with the client that they don't want to perform in type of KYC, and I understand that the Bitcoin ethos runs in the core of that, but basically it is a global standard, so the best way is to start with a simplified KYC, and then later on, as your clients keep managing higher volumes, you can run more complex due diligence process. But that's the approach that basically in this jurisdiction have worked, and different companies are working around that strategy.
Yeah. I would agree with that in the sense that these are international standards, the FATF recommendations, but within those boundaries, you can try to simplify it as much as possible locally. You do need to comply with them, because if you don't, then other countries don't want to play with you, right? Then you become blacklisted and all that, and you don't want that. However, I do want to take the moment to replicate something that I was speaking earlier with. I think he's in the audience, the Open States guy, which was, we may have an opportunity right now. It's the burning 20s, right? At this point in the world, some of the global institutions that were established post Second World War are now being questioned and reanalyzed, right? The World Bank, the UN, the IMF. So what if, and now as there are political changes happening worldwide, what if we could have a political window to maybe analyze again the FATF recommendations? What if we could make some changes to them, right? I think, it's hard. These are very bureaucratic institutions, but I think it could be a good point in time to try it.
Yeah, I would say that one, it's very costly to do KYC per each client, but if it's needed, there's ways where the government, like you mentioned, the RNPN, can provide seamless access to companies that can help reduce cost. Because if you're going to KYC your customers, what's the best way of validating or matching the data that the customer provides than matching it against the official database. So I think the government does have some space to help companies streamline a more seamless KYC process than rather each and every Bitcoin company out here in the country, trying to basically duplicate the National Register of Persons. So if the government can provide like easy access to the official databases and be able to, streamline those processes, I think that would be a win for everyone.
Yeah, I think there's like, in my opinion, there's like a contradiction on having this like compliant measures applying into a country, for example, that has a non-bank population. If you don't even have a bank account, how you are going to even think about like money laundering, right? Like you are living day to day. You need a bank account, you need credit. That's what you're looking for, right? You're not looking to money laundering, but it's interesting. Thank you, guys. Maybe we can be like wrapping up a little bit the conversation. Any final thoughts, the three of you?
Yeah, and I do need to take a flight very soon, but I just wanted to leave the idea that, really KYC doesn't work that well. I mean, there's several studies right now that have pointed out that it does create a burden for companies that is considerable. But really, as you change the requirements and as you change, the forms or the sort of things that you ask, criminals also change their ways of operating, right? And criminals tend to be, good at their work as well. So yeah, I think it could be a good time to analyze if it's worth it or if there could be a more efficient or more intelligent way to do it. And generally speaking, I'm very glad to be here and seeing all the development happening in El Salvador, top-notch regulations. And yeah, keep building.
Awesome.
About how the global and political landscape is shifting right now, especially in all America. It gives us the opportunity, especially when Bitcoin definitely will be push the adoption in several jurisdictions along the continent. Maybe not as legal tender, but the Bitcoin world will be in their basically projects in the next couple of months. Being that said, I think it's a big opportunity for pursue changes on regulations and standards that we have been using for around 40 years, 50 years, and try to innovate, find new ways of how regulation that we have been talking in this panel basically shift constantly. And now all these global and political changes are happening. I think that the regulation that we're discussing right now, possibly in the next 4 years, will be 100% different.
I guess my final thoughts would be for all the builders on Bitcoin here in El Salvador or around the globe is to build your product to the best of your ability, and then you can find funding to comply and be able to meet all the criteria that are required. But the important thing is for you to build your product and test it, because if you don't build a product and if you don't test it, you won't know if you have anything good. And sometimes, you can analyze all the costs and see that, hey, it costs too much to be properly regulated or XYZ. But my advice to you would be to not let that stop you from building Bitcoin products. because the regulation and the compliance, that all can be fixed. But at the beginning, for a Bitcoin entrepreneur, it can be very overwhelming and sometimes asphyxiating to see how much you have to comply with. So my advice would be to, if you're building on Bitcoin, keep on building. And then number two would be to suggest to the regulator to have an open mind on how they approach things, and work hand in hand with the entrepreneurs, because what the entrepreneurs are seeking really at the end of the day, if you're in Bitcoin, is to provide access to this finite scarce asset, which is Bitcoin, right, to the people. So that would be my final thoughts.
All right, thank you guys. I think this was like a really powerful conversation, really nice topics. I think we should keep having these open conversations and keep them interested in this, because we're going to change the world. Bitcoin is going to change the world, and we're going to make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Now, I don't know if you heard, but there was an election this year over in America. Probably heard about it, maybe just a little bit. And we're not going to talk about that because political tribalism is annoying, right? When you have a bunch of quote unquote grown adults in the room all yelling at each other saying, I'm worse than you, you're worse than me, it gets a little annoying, right? So we're not going to talk about that. But instead, we're going to hear from Ben DeWall about how political tribalism in Bitcoin hurts Bitcoin and is bad for Bitcoin. So, this is something I think a lot of us care about, is about how Bitcoin is apolitical. And so ironically, by it being apolitical, it's the strongest political movement in the world. So without further ado, I'd love to invite Ben DeWall up here, Bitcoin OG, Bitcoin advocate, super awesome Bitcoin advocate and Musket and other Bitcoin projects. And so he's going to discuss political tribalism in Bitcoin and why it is hurting Bitcoin and what we can do about it to prevent it. So Ben, come on out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So, political tribalism harms Bitcoin adoption. It's probably worth kind of first asking, thank you, that's helpful. It's probably first worth asking, what is political tribalism? So, in order to actually really understand that, we need to ask, what is tribalism in general? Where does it come from? What's the background of it? What is what do we mean when we talk about tribalism? So let's go back to tribes, human tribes. A long, long time ago, people had their local tribe. Their tribe could be their family, their extended family, maybe a group of people kind of living together and hunting together, doing things together. And it helps to be close to your tribe. It helps to work with your tribe. It helps to have these very close connections so that you all benefit from helping each other. But also, you don't want people coming in and kind of ruining that. You don't want people coming in and taking things from your tribe when they're not a part of it. So for that reason, you have the idea of outgroups forming, the idea of people who are not a part of your tribe. Now, tribalism is inherently based around cognitive biases. Cognitive biases aren't necessarily a bad thing. They actually exist in order to steer you away from the truth. But sometimes being steered away from the truth is actually a useful thing. Imagine this guy here wandering along the savannah and he hears a rustling sound in a bush. If he hears that rustling sound, it could be the wind. The wind blew a little bit and the bush shook and it made a sound. And he could ignore it. Or maybe it's a snake that's going to bite him and poison him and kill him. So he develops this
fear of a rustling sound in a bush, it's more often than not going to be the wind. More often than not, the rustling sound in the bush is just the wind. But if you run away from every rustling sound in a bush, you will survive. If you don't run away from every rustling sound in a bush, then one day it might be the snake. It might bite you and you might die. So we have a cognitive bias which steers us away from truth, but is nevertheless helpful, and it actually improves our lives. Unfortunately, these cognitive biases can be hijacked, and they were. Civilization started growing, and people found ways to define new in-groups. You are a part of my town, you are a part of my city, you are a part of my religion. And these in-groups became very tight-knit, and people started becoming more warlike with each other and having larger battles and fights over who is a part of my group and who is not a part of my group. So one of the problems there is something called Dunbar's number. We can maintain, as humans, around 150 close, stable social relationships at a maximum. We really can't do more than that. Like, if you think you have 200 close friends, you probably don't. It's not a natural human thing to go beyond about 150 people. As soon as you live in tribes, so cities, of more than 150 people, no longer are you an actual tribe, and you start separating yourself on other things. You start separating yourself by sports team. You start separating yourself by what suburb you live in. You start separating yourself by which particular leaders you want to be governing you. And that modern tribalism, it doesn't actually necessarily mean some of these ideas aren't better or worse. Like maybe, sports team A is objectively better at playing that sport than sport team B. But should these people hate each other? Should these people fight? Should these people hurt each other over which team is objectively better or even subjectively preferred? It doesn't make a lot of sense. So we end up hating people because our tribe tells us to, and the tribe even shapes the narrative around what we hear about other sides. So if I'm in a particular tribe, I will hear things about the others which aren't necessarily true or are maybe only partially true, because that's the information that I'm getting from my tribe. And maybe I won't investigate further because the things I've heard aren't valuable or interesting to me. So this brings us to an interesting experiment. If you take a large group of people and you put them in a room and you give half of them green balls and half of them red balls, and then you ask them a bunch of questions about the people who are holding the red balls or the green balls, actually, there's not too much difference. So, they come out about the same. Are people with red balls more attractive or are people with green balls more attractive? Actually, you don't immediately assume that the other group is bad. But if you do the same experiment and you run a bunch of games, and in those games, you award points. So, okay, the red ballers get this many points, and the green ballers get that many points. And then you ask the same questions. People who hold green balls, are they more or less attractive than people who hold red balls? People who hold green balls, are they more or less intelligent than people who hold red balls? You actually get tribalism forming. You get people saying the other side are less attractive, are less intelligent, are less good at whatever. And people will try to justify it. They'll say, oh no, it just happened that the balls were divided up that way. It's not, I'm not saying they're bad because they're the ones holding the red balls and I've got a green ball. No. I'm saying it because, I can objectively see that they are less intelligent. I can objectively see they are less attractive. But the same test done without playing those games shows there is no bias. So becoming part of a tribe is something that happens subconsciously, whether you realize it or not, and your worldview is shaped by that tribe. I want you to imagine that you're seeing a group of people, and this group of people is somebody who you disagree with philosophically on some really important thing. So it doesn't matter who they are. I mean, we could say they're central bankers. Maybe you fundamentally disagree with central bankers on something. Or maybe it's, vegetarians, maybe it's carnivores, maybe it's, who knows. But you disagree with these people on something. And now they're having a conversation. They're talking about something which has nothing to do with that particular aspect of them. So if they're central bankers, they're talking about something which has nothing to do with finance or central banking. How interested are you in listening to the nuanced, detailed points that each of them is making? Probably not very, because they're a group of people who you have already considered the outgroup, the others. Now imagine a group of people who you fundamentally agree with. So people who are like you, people who hold your same beliefs and values and so on, and now they are also talking about another topic, something which is not relevant to the aspect that you've defined as being similar to them. How likely are you to listen to their viewpoints now? Probably quite a lot more. And that's something that we all do and we're all guilty of. How this relates to Bitcoin is a little bit of a problem, because we, as Bitcoiners, we talk about Bitcoin and we enjoy talking about it. But there are other people out there who have heard bad things about Bitcoin. They've only heard Bitcoin is a way to, it's a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a way for people to manipulate money in different ways and try to enrich themselves at the expense of everyone else. I'm concerned about buying my groceries, and look at those Bitcoiners over there having fun and enjoying themselves. What incentive does this poor person here have to learn about Bitcoin? How much worse is it when they then go on social media and see a bunch of Bitcoiners saying, have fun staying poor? It doesn't help. So you can't be blamed for not learning something if nobody's willing to teach you. And, it might sound harsh, but why should I care? Why should you care about whether other people are interested in Bitcoin or not? Maybe that sounds harsh, but it's a fair question to ask. And the answer is, you don't want to end up like this. Freedom is only true freedom if everybody around you also has it. If you are financially free and literally nobody else is, then you are not financially free, because you have nobody to trade with. You have no financial freedom to interact with who you want, because they have no ability to interact with you. So the only way that you can really be more free is to help other people to be more free. The only way that you can make your experience with Bitcoin better, the only way that you can make Bitcoin better for you, is to make Bitcoin better for everyone else as well. Let's talk about skin cream. This is a bit of a diversion, isn't it? There's this nice little study. Prior to the study, participants were given a numeracy test, so testing how good they are at quantitative reasoning, so figuring out their numerical abilities, as well as a series of questions that collected some basic personal data about them and their political leanings. And then they were shown these results. These results are completely made up. These are not real figures. There is no actual skin cream. But the people didn't know that, and they're told, when you look at these numbers, people who did use the new skin cream, the rash got better in 223 people, it got worse in 75. Patients who did not use the new skin cream, 107 got better, 21 got worse. Does this study support that the skin cream makes rashes better or worse? If you're not particularly numerate, so you're not much of a mathematical mind, you might actually say it makes the rash get better, but actually it makes the rash get worse. And you can see that by the fact that in people who did use the new skin cream, about 3 times as many got better as got worse, but about 5 times as many who didn't use the new skin cream got better. So you can actually say that the new skin cream actually makes rashes worse. If we flip the numbers around, so exactly the same numbers, but oh look, I swapped rash got worse with rash got better. So now we know the results of this survey should be Rash got better, right? And yeah, that's what we see. People who are more numerate tend to get that right. People who are less numerate tend to get that wrong. And their political leanings and personal biases don't seem to matter. What if we asked the exact same question with the exact same numbers to the same groups of people, or the same kinds of groups of people, because obviously we're not asking the same people, they'll catch on. And we say that a city was trying to, or there were cities that banned handguns in concealed carry, and there were cities that didn't ban the concealed carry of handguns. And in some, crime got better, and in others, crime got worse. Well, these figures show that cities who banned concealed carry had increased crime. And if we swap the numbers over, it says cities that banned handguns or banned concealed carry handguns decreased crime. What's interesting is people who have very good numeracy get it wrong based on their political leanings. If you politically generally support handguns or concealed carry of handguns, you want to believe that concealed carry of handguns decreases crime. And if you think that concealed carry of handguns increases crime, then you want to believe that. And people who are more numerate, people who are better at understanding numbers, get worse than they were on the skin cream survey, purely based on their political leanings. So the more you are numerate, the worse you do in comparison to how you would do on a neutral test like the skin cream survey. So what's the takeaway from this? The takeaway is you are biased. I am biased. We are all biased. We need to recognize our biases and actually work around them and do something about them. So I kept it simple for the purposes of this presentation, but if you are interested, this survey actually comes from a study called Motivated Numeracy and Enlightened Self-Government by Dan Kahan et al., published in the Cambridge University Press. So you can look that up yourself, you can read these results and see for yourself. So let's talk about some bad arguments. The worst argument that you're ever likely to come across is called a straw man. A straw man argument is when you build up ridiculous caricatures of an argument in order to beat it down in an easier way. So a classic example is that person A says, I think a vegetarian diet is healthier than a non-vegetarian diet. So person B comes along on Twitter, because that's the best place to find trolls doing straw man arguments, and says, person A thinks everyone should just give up meat entirely, and eating meat is really bad for you. Whether or not person A believes that, and whether or not it's true, is beside the point. The point is, person A never said that. Person B is misrepresenting what person A said and potentially misrepresenting what they believe. That leads to additional tribalism. And this is exactly what we see on social media, especially in the Bitcoin space. So in the Bitcoin space, on social media, especially Twitter, you will find that Bitcoiners are generally politically leaning to the right. In fact, quite far to the right a lot of the time. They perceive people as being the enemy, anyone who isn't politically aligned with them. And they will say things like, leftists want to turn your kids trans. And they will say, leftists hate Bitcoin. Leftists want to control your life. Leftists want to destroy everything which is good in the world. Those are all straw man arguments. And the problem with that is you can't have a sensible debate and you can't get the people on the left to be interested in Bitcoin if all you're going to do is scream these pointless, trolly straw man arguments at them. All you're going to do is end up with a bunch of people who aren't interested in learning about Bitcoin. And if people aren't interested in learning about Bitcoin, then you have less Bitcoiners to interact with. So this thing here is called the political compass. It's generally another way of looking at politics. Instead of just saying left and right, you have left and right, which can be roughly equated to a more socialistic viewpoint and a more capitalistic viewpoint. And then on the vertical axis, authoritarian versus libertarian. Personally, I fall about there. So I'm a leftist. So anyone out there who thinks leftists believe a certain thing, let's talk afterwards and see how much I actually believe what you say I believe. But I'm also way down here. I'm libertarian. I'm strongly against government control. I'm strongly against the idea of authoritarians coming along and dictating what anyone should do with their lives. So what does all this mean in practice? What kind of world do I want? I want a world where people have the maximum possible freedom for themselves and to be able to prosper together, free from the control of authoritarians, whether that be government or corporate authoritarians. And maybe we can argue over the how, but if we agree that freedom and prosperity are the goal, then we can at least make some headway. Some of you might be wondering about that mural there, free market anti-capitalist. A lot of the time, the term capitalist gets used to mean free markets. A free market anti-capitalist disagrees with that concept and essentially says that a free market is a market which is as free as possible, a market which allows people to interact as they wish without the overarching controls of capitalism, without the overarching ability for capital, money, to control who makes decisions in life. Do we really want the richest people in the world to be the ones who decide how you live your life? That's what capitalism is. So as a free market anti-capitalist, I am against the idea of rich people being able to decide how I live my life in exactly the same way that I'm against the idea of governments coming along and telling me how I can live my life. I want to live my life as a free, sensible human being cooperating with other free, sensible human beings in a free market of ideas, goods, and services. So spreading Bitcoin adoption requires reaching across political divides. It requires finding common ground and not shutting people out just because you think that they are different to you and maybe have different beliefs. I think it's okay that we have different beliefs. I hate chocolate. I think chocolate tastes revolting. But probably most of you love chocolate, and that's okay. I can dislike chocolate and you can like chocolate. I can love strawberry and you can hate strawberry. It doesn't matter. So we can have different beliefs, we can have different ideas, but we can also have common goals at the same time. We can work together for freedom and for prosperity for the maximal number of people as possible. So this wouldn't, I discovered Bitcoin 14 years ago. And I think that's a good thing that I discovered it as early as I did. Because with my political beliefs, as somebody on the left side of the political spectrum, I actually pretty firmly believe that if I discovered Bitcoin only today, I would not become a Bitcoiner. And that would be a serious loss to me, as well as potentially to others. Because I look at what I see online, I look at these arguments, I look at these fights, I look at these pointless discussions, and I think all this is doing is keeping people out of Bitcoin. All this is doing is stopping the revolution that we are trying to build. This is making the world less of a Bitcoin place than it otherwise would be. And that's my fault. It wouldn't be my fault that I wouldn't be interested in Bitcoin. I mean, maybe you can say, yeah, he should have just looked into it anyway. He should have just investigated further. How often do you do that? When somebody comes to you and says, hey, there's this really cool thing that I want you to look into, but you've already heard a little bit about it and it doesn't sound interesting to you. How often do you investigate further? Probably not that much. You don't have that much free time in your life. Time is valuable. You can't look into absolutely every little thing that people tell you to look into. For most people, Bitcoin is still that. Bitcoin is this thing that they haven't seen a reason to look into it further. They haven't been convinced that it's worth looking into. And when they start looking into it and they see all of these voices saying, people who hold your beliefs are bad, people who hold your beliefs are terrible, go away, we don't like you, have fun staying poor, why would they look into it further? Why would they want to become Bitcoiners? So instead of that, let's foster a spirit of working together, a spirit of reaching out across political divides and trying to fight against that internal tribalism that we have. Say, sure, I disagree with you. I think you're wrong on this point and this point and this point. You're wrong, but we can still talk about Bitcoin and we can still agree and we can make Bitcoin a global thing for everyone as it was designed. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Thank you to Ben. And next we have someone else who has not yet spoken today, but I think it's going to be a really interesting one because obviously one of the main criticisms of Bitcoin is that it doesn't produce anything. There's nothing productive with it, right? It's a little number that sits on a screen or a computer somewhere that nobody uses. And so the point there being that we need productivity. We need businesses, large businesses, small businesses, all the businesses in between, right? And so a lot of people, including myself, think that there's going to be a revitalization of small businesses. And so our next guest here, Bobby Schell, is going to be talking about Bitcoin and small business, right? So that's going to be talking about, he's going to be talking about why this is exciting for Bitcoin, the global asset, and what you can do to take advantage of this opportunity and this arbitrage where there's a very narrow window with small business owners to understand Bitcoin. So if you're interested in small business or looking to start a small business or want to help other small businesses in your network, I'm sure Bobby's got something here to share that's going to be helpful for you. So Bobby, come on out. Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you.
All right, hello. How's everyone today? Doing well? Can we have a quick round of applause for the conference and everyone volunteering, making it so great this weekend? Thank you guys. All right, so today I'm here to talk about small business and Bitcoin and how we can make medium of exchange a reality. And I believe that entrepreneurs are the ones that make money happen. And we're going to dive into exactly what that means in this presentation today. So I'm going to start with a personal story. I figure I could share some background. I'm not like a big name like a lot of the folks who we're lucky to have here today. Just to share my background, why I'm sharing this. We'll dive into how money inspires entrepreneurship and creates jobs and builds our economies. And then how business leaders are the breadwinners. And then something charismatic at the end, from hodl to throttle. We'll dive into what exactly that means in context to this. So my entrepreneurial story. So in 1st through 3rd grade, my dad, he was kind enough to help me learn about business. He would take me door to door. And if anyone in their childhood ever sold a Christmas gift wrap, you might remember kids at school, they would, their parents would like kind of sometimes go to their work and sell it. My dad took the time after a long day of work to go door to door with me. He'd teach me about sales, and he would stand like 2 to 3 doors down. He would not allow him to be like a pressure to the people that answered the door that I was speaking to. And he required me to learn how to like do sales, get no's. And he's like, hey, every 100 no's you get, you'll get a yes. And I learned about sales and marketing. And then in 6th grade, I started my first lawn care company. Anyone else have a company as a young child in the audience here? 1, 2, 3. All right, great. And that was great. I did it from 6th through 11th grade. And in college, studied marketing and sales. And then got out of college, started doing marketing for small businesses, Google AdWords, SEO, a lot of inbound digital marketing. And what we'll touch on in this presentation is small businesses and the role they play in our local economies, how they create jobs, and much more. And then in 2021, I left the fiat world, as we say. I didn't know what I was going to do, but my partner and I, Aleks Wells, we started Imprint Digital, our own digital marketing company, as well as Grit Investments, where we acquire and start small businesses to build a portfolio of our own to have financial freedom. We want to build our own future. And during that time, I also joined Voltage. I'm now 3 years at Voltage. We are a Lightning payments provider, working with exchanges, neobanks, and helping them deploy Lightning payments with a simple API so that we can, help the world adopt the Lightning network. But moving on, I wanted to draw this out because we all know Bitcoin, triple entry bookkeeping, as we love to say. As a child, I had my first single entry bookkeeping moment where my dad sat down with me and he said, "Bobby, when you start your business, here's what you need to understand about money, where the money goes, how you have to be responsible with it." And I thought this would just be relevant for this event and it might get a couple of laughs from it. So moving on, how does money encourage entrepreneurship? I want to dive in and study the history of what money has done and how it's played a role in our economy. And if we look at the evolution of money, over time we see that as money evolves, job specialization increases. And this is one of the coolest things I've just kind of learned over the last year. When we look at history, there's pre-money where we did barter, early money through ancient civilization, where we have, we're trading grains and we're using commodity money, and then we go into coins and so on. But we'll dive more into this in these future slides here. So pre-money, the barter system. And I used AI for images, right? Like we're gonna leverage AI in this story, but hunter-gatherers, we would go out and just take what we would want for ourselves. And it was all about sustainability of just our community, our small group of people. We were not really growing and extending beyond who we were directly around. Farmers domesticating plants, craftsmen who would build the tools for folks in these respective roles, and then healers and shamans who use their services within the community. There was very limited specialization. You can imagine how small these groups were, very self-sufficient, and we bartered. And then when we move forward to early money, what's very interesting about this is merchants and traders, we start to have a bit of a surplus. So now we think, hey, are there communities within, miles of us or whatever, and how can we go to them and bring what we have done to start to, gain access to other items? And then when this happens, the most fascinating thing, on the innovation piece, is we start creating boats. Written language comes about, and we start accounting for things because we have a bit of a surplus, which is just interesting. So because we are doing things as entrepreneurs, taking action, money becomes more part of what we're doing, and that leads us to doing more and creating more specialization. Priests, temple workers, and builders and architects, we start creating things to store what we have and, building an actual economy. Then there's coin currency. So in this time, you start to see more of the rise of professional classes. Soldiers and mercenaries, at this point, we're not just gathering food to eat for the day. We're having enough to store. We're having enough to where we need to account for it. Now we need people to protect it. We have something worth taking. And if any of you have, seen Jason Lowry, how we talk about projecting force and having power, it really starts showing during this time. Bankers and money changers, as money spreads, we have currency. We need to manage this wealth, because as we're trading and exchanging these goods and we start to have coins, now let's say, well, what do we do with this surplus of money? We don't just have, these goods that we're trading, we actually have coinage. What do we do to manage it? How do we handle it? And then we introduce taxes, which we all love, right? Who loves taxes? Yeah, I see y'all smiling. Y'all are awake. All right. We don't love taxes, but they're introduced. And then one of the most fun things, if anybody here makes music, I'm a musician as well. Now that we have coinage, and if you've ever heard of busking, where you're on the corner and someone's playing music, you can tip them a coin. Now that we have coins that we can just hand out, we see a true introduction of artists and performers and people who can earn money, right? This is pretty exciting. And you start to see this rise of professional classes, government, art, and just standardization across multiple empires, because we create things, we account for them, and now we're trading with others, and unique jobs can come about. Banking and credit, moving on to the medieval period, bankers and financiers come about, and now we have credit and loans. And one of the things that has been in debate, if you paid attention to what Saylor and Safety have been talking about, is when there's a Bitcoin standard, credit is going to die. I don't necessarily believe this is true, because anyone who understands borrowing, it's like, you ever had a friend borrow money and then a week later you're like, hey, you got that money that you owe me? And they're like, no. It's like, even without these intermediaries, there's going to be borrowing, there's going to be credit. Like, it's always going to live. So in a society, we're going to always have bankers and financiers, these people who like manage the credit and the loans in these books. And guild artisans, this was one thing that I found very interesting. Like with guilds, there's these groups of people who kind of pass along this esoteric knowledge and these like secrets of trade over time. They help the next generation learn the craft of what is going on. And you can imagine with guilds that even though these people are passing along this information, there can also be this nepotism that also happens. It's like, oh, let's keep this knowledge within our family, or let's influence what happens politically. So, while there's good in some of these things, there's also bad. There's always corruption. Merchants and traders, you have professional traders where, they may not create and like hunt down and like bring these goods to market. They're the ones who facilitate the trade. And scholars, we've learned so much over the last, 1,000 years that now we have folks who are teaching how to do these things. They're teaching these specializations even further at scale through universities and creating these academic opportunities for people. And we move into the Industrial Revolution. And during this time, there's the printing press, the stock market, and we have factory workers where now we can have economies of scale. So, we go from hunting and growing things to we have a surplus. We can trade with people like within our land region. We build boats where we can take it globally. And now, we've got just this incredible innovation of just engineers, inventors, railway operators where we're using like steam engines to send things, and business managers where across the board, we are accounting for all of this stuff we're doing in innovation. And again, all of these innovations and money that are happening create jobs. They enable people to do more specialized things, and we connect each other as a world more. And we're going to touch, as we move forward, in on how Bitcoin enables that even further in the generation that we're in now. And digital money, here we are today, right? So today, a lot of you are software engineers, IT developers. You're working on all of the stuff that we're here talking about today. You've got investment bankers, stock traders, with like these instant settlement, movements of money across the planet, e-commerce, which I've worked in for my career, and then cybersecurity. How do we manage this data? How do we manage this movement of information and protect ourselves from attackers and position ourselves for success? And during the transition from the Industrial Revolution to here, you can see there's a pretty big gap, from the mid 1800s to the 1900s here. The innovation that happened during that window also is electric power, automobiles, medical advancements, and microprocessors. So digital money, this is where we are today. So like, what does this mean now that we've kind of set the groundwork for this presentation? Well, my takeaway and what I believe and what I've kind of dedicated my career to is entrepreneurs, they're the ones who create jobs and they create markets. And entrepreneurs, they're the ones that take the risks to create the future. I believe this. I feel like we see this. We see it with Elon Musk, whether or not we like him, love him, or hate him. He's a big bet taker. He puts his money where his mouth is and he innovates. And we see this with many others. And for us here, the one thing I want everyone to take away from this is you should be bullish on yourself. Trust in your ability and take advantage of this opportunity you have, because those who are entrepreneurs, those who create the jobs, those who pursue these industries, they're the ones who build the wealth, they create the jobs, and they are the ones that determine our future. And how do we accelerate the medium of exchange through entrepreneurship? It's with our entrepreneurial action. Entrepreneurs, they bend the future to their will. And here's where we get from the hodl to throttle piece. So you can imagine, like, how do we expedite medium of exchange? And we're not going to talk about, just spending Bitcoin in this presentation. The entire point is about how do we as people make sure that Bitcoin is what is adopted and used. And I believe for each and every one of us that if we pursue entrepreneurship either by building a business, acquiring a business, which we'll dive into both of those, or owning equity in someone's business and working with these entrepreneurs who are the cavaliers and the trailblazers of the future, that's how we advance Bitcoin adoption. So building a business, let's talk about just some of the challenges, like doing this stuff from scratch. Funding's incredibly hard. One of the good things about being in Bitcoin early for some of you is you've seen your net worth increase tremendously. So funding your own business actually is reduced over time. We've seen the charts of the cost of homes, the cost of eggs over time. When you hold Bitcoin, inflation does not impact you. Congratulations to every one of you. Product market fit. When you start a new business, you have to figure out, how do I make this product or service come to market and provide value? It's a big challenge. Building customer trust and awareness. Every new brand has to go through building trust with customers, helping customers understand the story, like what value do we bring? Is this person ethical? Like, are they going to do right by me? And then managing cash flow. This is one of the biggest problems. I've written about this in the past 2 years ago, but there's a $1 trillion problem in America where invoices do not get paid. And just by a show of hands, like, who owns or is a part of a small business who deals with cash flow daily? Anyone in the audience? Okay. So just by either screaming amen or nodding your head, how big is cash flow a problem? Like, do you deal with chargebacks? Do you deal with tough customers? I see some frowns. Like, it's hard. It's a real thing. At my last company, just a quick story, when it came to Visa and we ever had a chargeback, we would win 75% of them, but there would be times where invoices would go unpaid and we just have to deal with that, or we get a chargeback and we would have proof of, hey, here's a video of us working with them. Here's the signed contract. Here's all of the texts we've had with them. They paid us $40,000. We still lose the chargeback. We provided service. Cash flow is a major problem for businesses. Hiring and retaining talent's hard. We know that. Establishing operational processes. One of the biggest things in business is having consistent processes that people can follow, they can come into and thrive. We want to give that to employees that we hire. And then adjusting to market changes and just work-life balance. When you start a company, it's incredibly hard. 75% of businesses do not make it to $1 million in revenue. And those who do make it past that, about 50% of them fail within the next 2 to 3 years. Starting a business is incredibly hard. So then there's this idea of acquiring a business. We call it acquisition entrepreneurship, or entrepreneurship through acquisition. It's lower risk than starting a business because you can acquire the revenue and operations. If you acquire a business that's over $1 million in revenue, the failure rate is quite low because they have a lot of these things that we discussed in the last slide. There's immediate cash flow. And with a lot of these, you've already got customers. You can focus on growth. So if your skill set is operations, sales, or marketing, you identify that gap within the company that you've acquired, bring your skill set, and improve upon it. There's an established brand. So you have market presence. You're already in your local market, or you're already solving this problem for customers, and you can take that and build upon it. There's access to financing. If you've got a good credit score and you bought a home, you know that it's true that it's very easy to get another loan. Or if you have a business and you already got cash flow and you want to go get some debt to further advance the business, it's much easier. There's opportunity to improve efficiency when you acquire a business. Whenever you audit a business and before you acquire it, you can look at it and just say, where is the opportunity? What can I improve? And it's pretty cut and clear versus starting from scratch, approaching some of these challenges. There's also lower operational complexity. You can really focus on strategy and not building things from scratch. And then there's rapid growth opportunity. So a big thing is when you buy and acquire a business, you can just take advantage of what's there, grow upon the foundation that's there, and even roll up and acquire other companies and add it on top of your business to then later sell at a higher multiple. So some quick facts I just want to share, and then we'll kind of start wrapping up here in the next 5 minutes. But acquisition versus starting in 2024 in America. There's this thing where baby boomers are retiring, and we call it the silver tsunami, where there's about 10 to 12 million baby boomers retiring. They've got like 10 trillion in wealth wrapped in businesses, and 70% of those businesses will not actually be bought and acquired unless someone pursues them. Massive opportunity. There's a wealth transfer of that 10 trillion that, if someone doesn't buy it, they're gone. So that doesn't mean you have to acquire. That also means that if you want to start a business and fill that gap, you can do that too. So you're not forced to just go out and buy one if you do not have capital. And many businesses are undervalued. So a lot of these businesses with stable cash flows, they're undervalued generally because they're lacking a lot of the efficiencies and just the processes that are necessary. And I spoke to a business broker the other day, like businesses that are over $1 million, there's a lot less, but businesses that are under $1 million, which haven't reached that hurdle of just success, there's tons of them that are sitting there. So there's a massive opportunity where if you've got the wherewithal to grow those, there's a big opportunity to take an under $1 million revenue business and grow it. Buyer demand is increasing incredibly. I have a slide here where we'll talk about the LATAM market, but acquisition entrepreneurship in America, it is this esoteric thing where Stanford and like these Harvard schools of education, it's one of the biggest focuses of their MBA program. And there's something called search funds where if you're a wealthy individual and you can invest in businesses, search funds over the last 30 years have returned 34%. So you can imagine if you invest in these businesses making 34% a year, outpacing like the stock market and other assets. You do small business acquisition, take the cash flows and also buy Bitcoin, and you've got those level of returns. Talk about cash flow winning. You know, you might not have debt like Sailor, but you can create what you want. You can buy Bitcoin with it, and you can create an exit opportunity for yourself. I think that's pretty compelling when you don't have access to the debt markets and some of the things that Sailor has. Financing, in America we have the SBA program for small businesses where it makes acquiring a business more accessible. And then the labor market's changing. A lot of folks who are in, big tech, finance, Wall Street, they're moving into small business acquisition. And a couple of points quickly on LATAM. I wanted to touch on this just as we're here. 99% of businesses in LATAM are small business, but it only makes up about 20% of the GDP. So there's a lot of opportunity. This just means that, all the businesses, majority of the businesses are small business, but it doesn't make up most of the gross domestic product. So by acquiring one, you have an opportunity to really accelerate. Family-owned transition, this is another thing. There's something in psychology called identity foreclosure, where when you don't do what your parents do, you do something else. That's identity foreclosure. Most kids don't want to do what dad did. So if you have a heart of an entrepreneur, you can acquire one of these businesses. And in other countries, outside of America, the merger and acquisition market is much smaller. It's not as advanced. So that's an opportunity for those who are here. And there's emerging growth sectors in areas like technology, renewable energy, and just an incredible value creation opportunity for those who have a heart for entrepreneurship. But this isn't the whole story. We've touched on how money evolves. It creates job specialization. And job specialization in the sense of small business, we might be talking about HVAC, electricians, home contracting services, you name it. There's in my line of work doing digital marketing for small businesses since 2013, there's 120 verticals of small businesses I've worked with my entire life. But as money has advanced from, coinage to now digital money, and we have Bitcoin, which is very different from just card digital money that we all know, Bitcoin creates a new opportunity. And if you were at the Dirty Money showing yesterday here, you learned about a few of these businesses. Gridless, they take wasted energy in the market and bring it in a valuable way. So if there's a waterfall just pouring down, you can hook miners up to that, capture this energy, turn it into money, and monetize this in a local community and stand up new communities. Where was that ever possible without debt? So what's really fascinating about this is, a small group can come in and take this action, and it actually eliminates some of the bankers and some of these things that we saw in the early stage, communities. These jobs that were innovative thousands of years ago, they're eliminated. We don't necessarily need banks in some ways. And then leveraging, in a greenhouse, you can run a miner, and if you run a greenhouse, leverage that heat to grow plants and do whatever you want to do. Ending waste, there's landfills that are filled with trash and garbage that rather than just allowing that methane and CO2 to emit. You can turn that into Bitcoin. Pretty innovative. Carbon capture, oil and gas. I feel like this is one like I hear a lot about, where where there's like fracking and these like wells that are just like expelling waste, and you can just capture that and turn it into Bitcoin. Renewable microgrids, in like low income or like remote areas, you can build out a microgrid and buy energy during like low demand hours, turn it into Bitcoin. Educational programs like Me Premier Bitcoin. Shout out to you guys out here. And solo founders who leverage AI. I think this is one of the most interesting things. You see like Sam Altman from OpenAI and others talk about how if you want to use AI and build whatever you can imagine, there's going to be solo founders that create these billion-dollar unicorns. Like, that's totally feasible. And there's protocols available now. One is called L402, which Jordy spoke about earlier, where you can create these LLM models that can like speak to each other. Right now, GPT is very general, but you can create LLMs that are like very hyper-specific to one thing, and they can pay each other for compute. Same thing with like API paywalls, like 80% of the internet is APIs. So imagine like APIs just paying each other for usage in real time versus these like $100,000 bills. It creates efficiency. All right, here we go. In the last slide here, wrapping up. This is an encouraging time for us to build. Whether you're a Bitcoiner considering entrepreneurship, you're an entrepreneur considering Bitcoin, or you're simply curious. The opportunity's here. You don't have to have the next great idea. You do not have to be this AI genius. You don't have to be the smartest person in the room. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in our communities, like businesses that are closing. There's no one there to acquire it. And if you show up and do the work, you can create the future that you want. And my belief is that throughout history, these folks that have these specialized jobs, they command the future. They're the ones that kind of just forced the next hand of what unfolds in our world to happen. And for us, as Bitcoiners or anyone listening who's an entrepreneur, if you have Bitcoin, take a risk, start a business. If you're a business owner who wants to, step out and do something beyond just what your job is, acquire Bitcoin. And what this is going to do is give us an opportunity to tell the market, hey, we accept Bitcoin as payment, and we will offer you this incentive. Or leveraging Bitcoin with its just kind of infinite ability of programmable money, you can create the future you want to see. So I hope this was insightful and helpful, and it inspired some folks to pursue entrepreneurship and explore what is possible. But I appreciate it. And my name is Bobby with Voltage. We're a Lightning payments provider company, just helping exchanges, neobanks, wallets, and custodians deploy Lightning. And if you'd like to chat about that, I'd love to. And if you're passionate about entrepreneurship, I'm your guy. Give me a shout. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. So who in here knows what Bitcoin mining is, more or less? Okay, most people. All right, who knows about Bitcoin mining pools? Right, okay, yes, so they're not actually swimming pools. Okay, now how many know of Ocean? Anyone know of Ocean? Heard of Ocean, right? You heard things about it over the last year? Well, we have the co-founder of Ocean, Mark, coming out here, and he's going to be talking to us about Ocean and about Bitcoin mining pools and everything there. So Mark has multiple decades of experience in technology and energy, and of course, with Luke Dasher and a few other people, have created Ocean. And as you know, Ocean sponsored, in large part by Jack Dorsey and many other wonderful investors. So a really, really fantastic effort, and so it's a privilege to have Mark. This is my second time meeting him. So Mark, come on out, and we'd love to have you. Thank you. There you go. All right. Thank you.
Hello, San Salvador. Do we have any Bitcoiners in the house? Okay, do we have any miners in the house? Do we have any miners in the house who have ever heard of Datum before? All right, so my name's Mark Artimko, president and co-founder of Ocean. We launched our mining pool almost 12 months ago to this date, November 28th, 2023. And we've been on a mission to decentralize Bitcoin mining and put the power back in the hands of the miners, back in the hands of the people, so to speak. And Datum is our product that we launched at the end of September. So I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes to essentially, explain to you what it is and show you how this, I believe, is the secret weapon for miners in Bitcoin to be the most profitable and to take back the most amount of sovereignty as possible. So with that, I'm going to queue up a video. This is our ad that we created for Datum when we launched it at the end of September. So I hope you enjoy it.
In a sense, it's autonomous, blind, and decentralized.
Oh, how do I use it?
Underlying sovereignty, censorship, resistance of Bitcoin. Now is the time to act to keep Bitcoin free. That's not decentralized alternative technologies. So fine. Engineered for sovereignty, still represent power and the law space to the largest. That's onboarding.
This is a big one. Luke, to me, has always kind of stood out a role of protector of Bitcoin. I don't think any of us would really be here today. He didn't take on the actions he took. Every action he's taken for Bitcoin has spoken to one of protecting it and making others a bit of a guardian angel.
Oops, we went too far. Can you guys help me back it up to the first slide? There we go. All right, did you enjoy the video? Awesome. So I want to start with the ocean beginnings to explain a little bit about the journey and how we got here. Who in the audience has ever heard of this pool called Eligius back in the day? All right, we got some OGs here. So Eligius was the Bitcoin mining pool that my co-founder Luke Dasher, legendary developer, created in 2011. And Luke was one of the first. It was one of the first mining pools ever in existence. It was, I believe, it was the first observable mining pool. So if you ever look back into the historical charts, Eligius is the first kid on the block, essentially. So Luke ran this pool by himself, essentially, initially, and then with another guy. They did it as a hobby. It was a zero-fee pool, and it became very popular among early miners. And at one point, Eligius had 20% of the network. This was a transparent, permissionless, non-custodial pool. And over the years, as the Bitcoin mining pool space grew and became a little bit more corporate, Luke went back to doing other things and writing code and fighting the block size wars. And essentially, Eligius kind of died on the vine. I met Luke a couple of years ago through some connections, and we decided early 2023 that we were going to resurrect the pool because we felt that the state of Bitcoin mining at the pool level was too centralized, and this was one of the biggest risks to Bitcoin sustainability and security. So essentially, the launch of Ocean is a rebrand and a relaunch of a very older pool. Now we do have, it is a new name, it is a new brand, but essentially under the hood, it's an extension of Allegia. So our roots trace back to 2011. Now, along the way, we were starting the company, we were doing a capital raise, and we, through Luke's connections and whatnot, we were able to talk to Jack Dorsey and tell him about the mission of decentralization. Jack immediately backed us. As everybody knows, he's a proponent for decentralization, and he saw this as a need worth funding. So Jack came on board, and we had a launch of the pool. We had a big event in South Carolina, and essentially we called it the Future of Bitcoin Mining Conference. And at the conference, we talked about some of the existential threats to Bitcoin and the mining ecosystem. But what's funny about the name Ocean essentially is when we were launching the pool, we initially were going to call it Allegius. And what's funny is one day we were talking to Jack, and he said, "Hey, have you guys ever thought of a name change?" We're like, "No, why?" And he says, "Well, if you're talking about the pool at a conference, what's somebody going to type into like their web browser when they're searching you up? And like, does it start with an E? Does it start with an A? Is there a G or is it J?" And like the point was, maybe you guys should think about a bit of a rebrand. So Ocean came about as a way of us kind of like wanting to make the product as accessible as possible. And so the criteria was pick a name that actually everybody knows how to say and everybody knows how to spell, and that was Ocean. But there's other elements of the pool, such as being transparent and permissionless and whatnot, that kind of align with the brand. When we launched the pool initially at the end of last year, we launched as a centralized mining pool with 3 pillars. One of them was non-custodial. So when Ocean finds blocks, the block rewards go directly to the miners in the Coinbase transaction, in the generation transaction, to the greatest extent possible that is supported by the firmware. So this is in contrast to other pools, FPPS pools, which take full custody of the coins as they're mined and then distribute rewards to miners sort of separate from the mining process. We also wanted to be the most transparent as possible. We wanted our miners to know that every share that they mined, every proof of work that they submitted was going towards rewards that they were earning or supposed to be earning. So one of the criteria for our website was that all the stats had to be publicly visible to everybody, and that's the way it is. So you can verify your reward split, and also we launched with several different templates so miners could verify the transactions that were going into the blocks before they were mining. So that was a very important principle. And the third one is that we were permissionless. So there's a phrase that I use, which is if you don't need permission to buy Bitcoin, or you shouldn't need permission to buy Bitcoin, why should you need permission to mine Bitcoin? Bitcoin was never intended that way. It didn't exist like that in the future, right? Everybody was mining Bitcoin on their computers using their CPU power. And so we wanted to restore that element of, anybody that had an ASIC could point that ASIC towards a mining pool and plug in a Bitcoin address, and voila, you're mining without seeking permission from the pool operator. So we didn't want to necessarily be in that authoritarian position. This is kind of like the state of affairs as it is as of last night at 10 p.m. So who here has seen this pie chart before? Okay, does anybody, is everybody okay with this pie chart being in these proportions? Okay, this is what I refer to as the ugly pie chart. This ugly pie chart shows that we have a serious problem in Bitcoin mining at the pool level, and I'm going to dive into that further. But essentially, we have 2 mining pools who control over 50% of the hash rate of the network. And not by control, I mean control the blocks, control what goes into the blockchain. And behind the scenes, there are probably around 12 pools on this chart. Many of those other pools are operating as proxy pools for one of the 2 giant pools. So the effective control and consolidation that's happening is worse than what's shown on the chart here. So we have we have a serious risk of the potential for censorship because what is being done by the pools today is essentially the creative, the intelligent parts of mining. So, kind of like, teasing this issue out a little bit more, to really understand what I'm talking about when I say like the centralization at the pool level is an issue, we have to understand what the different components of mining are and what it was like in the early days of Bitcoin and how we kind of got here and what sort of changed along the way. So before pools, miners would essentially use the CPU power from their computers to everybody who was running a full node, right? So you ran a full node, and are there any miners in the house that were mining in 2011 or 2010? Okay, you guys are awesome. So there was a button called on the node. If you're running a full node, there was a button called Generate Bitcoins. So if you clicked on Generate Bitcoins, you would essentially start using your CPU power from your computer to mine Bitcoin. And that was the first phase of miners. And what would you be mining exactly? So every node was syncing to the network, right? Every node was validating transactions. Every node was building a local mempool locally based on what they were hearing from the network. They were running filters. They were selecting which transactions to include in the block. They were constructing the block templates, right? They were saying, out of these, 100,000 transactions, what 3,000 do I want to put in my next block? Am I going to optimize for fees? Am I going to optimize for my own personal transactions? But the point was, there was a decision to be made, and it was being made by every single node operator, every single miner in the world. And then once that decision was made, that template was converted into work that was given to the CPU, and the CPU would do the hashing. It would find a block, and then it would send it back to the node, and the node would propagate it to the network to basically say, hey, I found the block, and then that miner would get rewarded. So there's, how many steps are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps in the mining process, and only one of those steps is hashing. Only one is hashing. Everything else is, in some fashion or another, is doing something intelligent or making a decision on behalf of the operator. So pools came along, and pools came along to essentially solve the cash flow dilemma of miners, right? As difficulty increased and more people got into mining and GPUs entered the scene, it wasn't economically rational to wait, several months or several years to find a block. And this quickly became an issue. So Luke and others constructed and devised this idea of, well, why don't we just pool our hash rate to solve for cash flow? And it's a very, it's a very real problem, and it's a great solution. But the issue that happened along with solving the cash flow for the miners and aggregating the work, the pools kind of assumed the role of all of these intelligent parts of mining from the miners. So today, everything except for the proof of work element is actually done by the mining pool, not the miner. So if you look at the ecosystem of pools and miners, you can really think of the pool doing about 80 to 90% of the mining, and the miners, the people we call miners, as doing the 10 to 20%, which is the brute force hashing. And this is what it looks like in the diagram form, right? You have the pool on the left running a full node, running a Stratum server, and you have the miners on the right going to the bank, getting lines of credit, trying to find capital and trying to find cheap energy sources, and basically doing basically all of the blood, sweat, and tears over on the right-hand side, and essentially all of the decisions about what should go into the blockchain and who should be able to use the blockchain is controlled by a party that doesn't actually do any of the blood, sweat, and tears over on the right. So essentially, this is when Ocean launched. We were a centralized pool on a path to decentralization. Most other pools out there today are centralized pools doing all of these elements on the left. So our mission at Ocean was, well, how do we restore Bitcoin mining to the early days where miners were sovereign, where miners had complete control of the blocks that they were designing without going back to the issues of cash flow. So we needed to come up with a system to basically solve that. And this is where the idea of datum was born. When we launched our pool, we always intended to be a decentralized mining pool, and we were on the path to getting there. So our goal and the primary purpose was to restore the intelligent parts of mining back to the miner. This gives miners greater control, sovereignty, and when combined with Ocean's tides payouts, higher revenues. So today, the pools make all the decisions, and in the future, the miners with datum, our hope is that miners will make all the decisions. So this is the block diagram of essentially what's going on behind the scenes. We wrote a new protocol. Datum stands for Decentralized Alternative Templates for Universal Mining. And initially when we launched the company, our intention was to use Stratum v2. But as we were developing the product and asking questions from the Stratum v2 team and looking at our needs, we came to the conclusion that SV2 wasn't the right solution for us at the time. We needed a very specific tool in our toolbox. So we basically built a single purpose tool that only does one thing, and it does it very, very well. So Datum is a lightweight Stratum server, essentially, that sits on the miner's premises. It's written in C, and it's very lightweight. It's about 250 kilobytes. You can run it on a Raspberry Pi. Any device capable of running a Bitcoin node can also run Datum. So what does Datum do exactly? Datum communicates with your miners in the same way that mining pools communicates with the ASICs in the same way that pools communicate with ASICs today. Essentially, any miner that is using Datum on site has turned themselves into a solo miner in the full sense of the word. And Datum actually has two different modes. You can run Datum in lottery mode, where you as the miner, you decide to keep 100% of the rewards. And it's an open source software. It's on GitHub. You can get it, you can download it, you can install it. If you're a large miner, you can do that, but you have to deal with the cash flow issues. If you're a smaller miner and you want to be sovereign to the highest extent possible, but you don't want to give up the cash flow, you can use Datum. You can still solo mine, because solo mining refers to the process of making the decisions, being sovereign, but split rewards. So any block that you find, you share it with the other miners on Ocean, and any blocks that other Ocean miners find, they share it with you. So it's a great way to play that, that collaboration without giving up control. So you run a full node on site, your Datum proxy server connects to your full node, you build your local mempool according to whatever policies you want. If you, if for example, if the blockchain is getting if block space is getting super scarce and it's too expensive to get transactions into the base layer, and you have some hash power, you can throw your own transactions into your own block, and you can pay 0 sats per VByte. That's your choice as a miner. That's what being sovereign means. So you essentially have unlimited control over how to design your block and what transactions to include. Your Datum server turns it into work, and it sends it to your ASICs on site, essentially over Stratum v1. So this is a Stratum server in a box that anybody can have for free, and essentially gives work to your miners. And where does Ocean come into the mix here? So if you're a miner and you want to use Datum, you want to make your own blocks, you want to have the control over what contents go into them, you want to have the control over what they're called, up on mempool space when the blocks are found, where does Ocean come in? So Ocean says, we keep track, you basically, you choose to mine in split rewards mode, and then Ocean keeps a log of how much work miner A does versus miner B, and it just says, hey, right now in the pool, these are all the miners, this is the proportionate split of how much work they've done, and so if you find a block, you make sure to pay every one of these miners that same split. And so Ocean gives the Coinbase template to the miner, which is a list of Bitcoin addresses composed of all the other miners on the pool, as well as the relative Bitcoin reward splits. And then that miner, all they have to do is include that Coinbase file into their block template. And if they find a block, everybody gets paid. And you don't get paid from the pool, you get paid directly from Bitcoin. These are zero hop UTXOs. These are, you know, these are as pristine as you can get. So the benefits are exhaustive. I think the idea of giving control back to the miners is huge. I haven't met a single person that says that miners should have less control in Bitcoin. Does anybody here think that miners should have less control in Bitcoin mining today? No, see, nobody thinks that. So don't, you know, like instead of outsourcing the decision about what to put in your blocks to a pool located in a different country, managed by people that you don't even know, you can just do it yourself. This is like taking back the control, right? This is sovereignty. This is putting more money in your pocket as well. I haven't gotten into this, but one of the attributes of Ocean that is sort of become apparent after we've been mining for about 12 months is the fact that miners have been telling us that they're making more money on the pool, on Ocean. And and we've kind of dug into this a bit, and the reason is that the FPPS model is a bit of a scam. It's broken. The pool is basically absorbing, other pools are absorbing variance on behalf of the miners and charging a fee, a very large hidden fee behind the scenes for that. So, and the actual science is that the highest 3 blocks in any 144 block period and the lowest 3 blocks are extracted from the FPPS calculation. So if any miner here is using an FPPS pool and you see your hash price, that hash price was calculated after the pool did that removal of those outliers. So when fees are flat, that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't have that much of an impact. But if fees spike, which we've seen them spike in the past, and as they're going to continue to spike, that removal of the highest and lowest blocks is going to have the effect 100% of the time of lowering the hash price. So miners on Ocean make more money, they have more control, and this is a bit of an insurance for what I think is going to be the next gold rush in Bitcoin, which is the competition for block space, right? Right now, if you're patient, you can get your transactions into the chain on the base layer. In the future, however, once we see nation state adoption, once we see corporate adoption, we see commerce happening at a scale that we're not prepared for, the idea of being able to submit a transaction and get confirmed in 10 minutes is going to be very, very expensive. And so the question is, well, how else can you do it? Are there other ways to get your transactions in the chain? And the answer is yes. You mine your own blocks and you put your transaction in the chain. Or you know somebody who mines and is doing it sovereign with Datum, and you ask them to put your transaction in the chain. And there's going to be an entire new marketplace of block space that is going to catch everybody by surprise. And it's, you know, anybody know Bob Burnett from Barefoot Mining? Bob is a great guy, former CTO of Gateway Computers. Bob calls block space the commodity within the commodity. And he who controls the block space controls Bitcoin, essentially. So the benefits to Bitcoin of miners using Datum is, well, we've just eliminated censorship, the risk of censorship. In today's circumstances, right, you have 2 pools that control 50% of the network. If a government or a nation state wanted to censor transactions, wanted to restrict the access to Bitcoin to a particular group of people, they would go to those 2 companies and they would tell them to censor transactions. And there is a non-zero chance that they would decline that request. So we are sitting in a state where censorship is a possibility. We're lucky that it's not happening, but we have to work really hard to make it an impossibility. And so if every miner in the world was making their own blocks, that same go knocking on the door and telling somebody to not include transactions would be virtually impossible. You would have to go to thousands of miners around the world who are making thousands of unique independent, diverse blocks that it just becomes virtually impossible. So this makes Bitcoin more secure. It brings more template diversity back into the mix. Templates, the block templates were never intended, and nor were they in the early days, identical. No two miners had the same block template. They're located in different parts of the world. Everybody had different kinds of preferences. And if block space and block space scarcity and the potential monetization of that is going to take effect, I think we're going to see a lot of diversity. And so that's good for Bitcoin, to have different blocks that look different and that are made by different people. And again, this is kind of like the technological layer that's going to enable the future development of Bitcoin, which is that block space financialization. So Datum is alive and thriving in the wild. This is a picture of our dashboard. We unveiled it at a Bitcoin mining conference in Minnesota, USA, and so far we've had great adoption. We've mined 21 blocks currently. 67.93 Bitcoins have been mined by miners who made 100% of the decision of what to put in those chains. And we've had great adoption. We have 102 miners currently running Datum. So this is a product that is here today. It's working. It's not theoretical. You can install it in about 10 minutes if you're tech savvy. Maybe it's going to take a little bit longer if you're not tech savvy. But just to see, and by the way, if you're on our dashboard, you can see the blocks that are showing up in dark blue. Those are the centralized blocks. So we still have a centralized Stratum server. If you don't want to use Datum, you can still use Ocean. But the blocks that were made essentially by the miners are showing up with that little star. Oops. And what happens when a miner? Okay, you're driving down the highway or the interstate, and you see this big empty billboard, and it says, "Put your name here," and you're like, that would be a great marketing opportunity. Well, what if it was "Put your name here for free," right? That's essentially what Datum provides to miners as well. Because one of the perks of mining your own block, not only do you get to decide what goes into the block template, you get to decide what to call the block template. So this was a block, I think this was the last Datum block found by one of our miners, and presumably they're called Zeta, POW, because they put Zeta POW. But if you're a miner and you want brand visibility, you want recognition, you're trying to raise capital, and you want to show your investors that you're mining blocks and you're making it work, this is a great way to do it. This is, and this, what is this? We have pool, miner, pool. So the future is miners are doing all the work, so why shouldn't they get all the credit? So we're working really hard to elevate the role of the miner, elevate the visibility, the recognition, up until the highest level. This is mempool.space, and kudos to those guys if they're here for merging this code. It's been great, and I love to see the fact that, and not only does this mean that Zeta found the block, but they actually designed it themselves with a node on their own premises. Okay, multiple ways to get Datum. It's super lightweight. The hardest part of the process is you need to have a Bitcoin node. So get a device that's capable of running a Bitcoin node, and install the node software. You can use Core, you can use Knots, any implementation. We recommend Knots because Bitcoin Knots just has a lot more flexibility in being able to modify the policy. So it's easier to do more manipulations to suit your preferences. But it's an open source protocol. The binary, you can get the source code and the binaries, the Linux binaries in GitHub. The guys over at Start9 and Leo Half packaged it up for Start OS. It's in the community marketplace on Start OS, and it's also available in Umbrel. So the two most popular node implementations are running Datum, and I think a large majority of those 102 miners using Datum today are using one of these two implementations. But the idea is, and this was one of the questions we got early on, how hard is it going to be to do it? Like, this is so overwhelming. And so we wanted to make running a node for miners as easy as possible. And it's a great thing for Bitcoin because this is what separates Bitcoin from all the scam coins out there, is that Bitcoin has security because of decentralization, because people are running nodes. So getting more miners to run nodes is just an amazing thing for Bitcoin. So a bit of a recap. Don't let FPPS pools skim off the top and just max out your revenue with Datum and Ocean using tides. Take control of the block space for the future and future generations. Protect Bitcoin from government censorship, right? We don't want any government, no matter which one, to come along and say, so-and-so can't send Bitcoin because we didn't like their Twitter post or their X post. Like that kind of thing today is not impossible. We're lucky it's not happening, but it's not impossible. We need to make it impossible. And then finally, add your name to the blockchain forever. So if you don't follow us, I would love for you to follow us on X, Ocean_mining. We're also on Noster, on LinkedIn. And it's been a pleasure being with you all. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be at the booth in the Expo Center all day tomorrow, and come find me and let's chat. So thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you for that very technical yet useful information. Well, we have 2 more panels today. It's been a long day. Appreciate everyone's patience with the rain. We tried to get it delayed to next week, but unfortunately that didn't work out. So thank you for everyone for being a trooper with the rain. Hope you're having a good time. And we have just 2 more events left, 2 more panels. This next one that's coming up here is regarding Bitcoin only. With having Bitcoin businesses, the first businesses outside of fiat and a Bitcoin standard. But as a quick reminder, right, because this is probably your last chance, is that we have in the back right corner a special kind of beer made only for this event, a special brew of beer called Sovereign. There's 2,500 cans, so if you're a beer connoisseur, check it out. Only time you can get this specific brew of beer, and likewise we have the scavenger hunt, although I know that it might be a little bit too rainy for that at this point. But make sure I have transportation in mind. I'm hearing that there's a bit of traffic delays just because of the rain mostly, so make sure you have those plans in advance ideally. But without further ado, let's get to our second to last panel here. Come on out, guys, and let's talk about a Bitcoin-only business standard. So, yep. Yes, we are ready for you. All right, thank you, everyone. Give it up for him.
Hello.
Sitting beneath our
Cool.
Yes.
Test. Hello.
Hello.
Hola.
Hello.
Okay. Everybody's mics work?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. I feel so weird sitting.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
Okay, so welcome to the operating Bitcoin only, the world's first company beyond fiat. So we have this amazing panel. We're gonna talk about, basically, we have a lot of different angles to attack with Bitcoin, right? You can be a hodler, you can be an artist, you can also be an entrepreneur or an investor, and there's implications of running a company on a Bitcoin standard. And what are the challenges? And yeah, what is extra interesting of running a company with a Bitcoin standard? So I'm Lucas, and apparently I'm the new CEO of Blink, and yeah, feels super exciting, and I'm happy to be back in El Salvador.
Was here 3 months in 22 and just love this country. It's amazing.
Okay, my name is Moritz. I'm the former founder of Spectre. I recently worked for Swan, built the Swan Vault there, and I'm very excited to be back in El Salvador, my 5th time. It's amazing how the place changed and went from like a really difficult security situation and like basically no Bitcoin infrastructure and no conference to what we have today. And super excited to be back here and have Jorge on the panel here. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, no, thank you. Super happy to be here. My name is Jorge Colindres. I am the governor of Prospera City. It's a semi-autonomous city in the island of Rochard in Honduras. And while I'm technically a public official, I also consider myself as a Bitcoin entrepreneur in the sense that this is what we're offering to the market. It's a pro-Bitcoin jurisdiction. And, you know, we have adopted Bitcoin as a unit of account, so companies in Prospera City can keep their accounting in Bitcoin. You can pay your taxes in Bitcoin. A lot of companies in Prospera accept Bitcoin as a payment service. And, you know, part of the thing that I love the most is what Bitcoin has offered to us as a jurisdiction and what we can offer to the rest of the world as a pro-Bitcoin jurisdiction. And it is political freedom. This is very important for us. We are, you know, we've suffered many attacks from a socialist government, but, you know, Bitcoin and Bitcoin companies have allowed the Prospera City government to withstand those attacks and keep operating and exercise our rights. So we want everybody to have these rights and these capabilities. So yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm super happy to talk with you guys today.
Cool. I am Hotatsu Ngaku, the founder of Machangura / Port 8333. And yeah, I think in around 2019, 2020, I made the decision to give up using the South African Rand. And I've been exploring different ways you could use Bitcoin on a day-to-day basis. And running your company, or Bitcoin only, has been one of them. And yeah, cool.
I'm Mike Peterson, part of the team at Bitcoin Beach, which was the grassroots circular Bitcoin economy here in El Salvador that eventually led to the company or the country adopting Bitcoin as legal tender. A huge advocate for denominating things in sats. I feel like if we are truly going to get away from fiat and get onto a Bitcoin standard, we need to use Bitcoin as unit of account. And so super excited about this panel today because I think, I don't think that we can achieve what we as Bitcoiners want to achieve without making that jump all the way to denominating our lives in Satoshis.
Cool. So I think that maybe we should start with the definition of money, because I think that's really important. We usually only talk about the store of value and means of exchange in Bitcoin. Usually those two are the ones that get the front seat of all conversations. Oh, Michael Saylor is stacking more Bitcoin, store of value, or you can use Lightning to, you know, pay for your coffee, and that's really cool, means of exchange. But there's the third component of the definition of money, which is the unit of account. And I think it's very often conflated with other definitions. So you know, you have the personal definition of unit of account, which is I'm counting my profit in Bitcoin, right? If I sell coffee, I want to make a profit in Bitcoin. I don't want to make a profit in dollars. Yes, I have my own little tienda. Or if I have a business, maybe also another component is you do your accounting. So when you have a business, usually you account in fiat. You use the US dollar, you use Venezuelan bolivares, whatever currency is required by your government, right? And very rarely do we hear that you can do it with Bitcoin. And few know that Prospera is the first jurisdiction in the world that approved Bitcoin as unit of account. I think, is it 6 months ago or 9 months ago?
Yeah, I think, well, for me, it feels a little, yeah, it was at the beginning of this year, actually, more like around February
Yeah.
or no, but I mean, for us, it's a service, right? We run governance as a service, and Lucas, it was actually Lucas that came to the Prospera Council, and he said that it would be pretty convenient, and you know, it would also help the movement if there was a jurisdiction that allowed companies to, you know, use Bitcoin as unit of account in their accounting and don't have to report in fiat, like in dollars or Honduran lempiras or any other currencies. And you know, for me, it was, there were two perspectives of looking at it. One is the legal perspective, and in from that, in my opinion, like if you want to keep your accounting in whatever unit you wish, you should have that freedom. So it's like a human right. Like if you want to keep it in beans, in dollars, in euros, in Bitcoin. I mean, and as the governor of Prospera, I felt like there was no way for me to deny a petition for a company to keep it in Bitcoin, particularly if it also, you know, one of the highest performing financial assets in the last 10 years. So made total sense. And then the other one yet is again, we're like a business essentially, governance services. And if we have clients, if this is helpful to the Bitcoin businesses and Bitcoin users, then for all means, we were happy to adopt it. And it didn't take more than what, like a couple of weeks, no? It was, yeah, it's very precious what we have. This is the political autonomy to make these decisions essentially on demand.
And it wasn't a risk-free decision, right? Because I remember that there was some deliberations. Prospera has been under attack locally, not very popular with the government at the moment. And you stuck out your neck as a jurisdiction and said, hey, we've been unbanked. We've used Bitcoin as our own, say, store of value, means of exchange. And we believe that everybody should have this possibility. And you took the step to actually do that as the first jurisdiction in the world, yeah? And then some companies followed. So KG...
Yeah, well, on our side, I live in South Africa. Right? I've lost a bank account before for weird reasons. And yeah, so as I started building the service out, I was like, okay, do I want to sit with money in an account that tomorrow I may not have access to? That tomorrow I may not be able to pay salaries with, even though it's there? And yes, we also have like other accounts with Mercury because the service is incorporated in other countries as well. But even there, Mercury.com has had a history of saying, yo, we do not service customers from certain countries anymore. At the end of the month, please find another bank to bank with, right? And yeah, personally, I didn't want to go through all of that trouble, and I already knew of the wonders of Bitcoin, and I already had people working with me that were willing to accept Bitcoin. So I was like, okay, why don't we just do Bitcoin, and why don't we just do Bitcoin as a unit of account? Because this whole keeping money in dollars and converting it into Bitcoin when you have to pay somebody is also drag for the most part.
And has it helped you?
Of course, man. You know, when the Bitcoin price goes up, I sleep better at night, and yeah.
I hear rumors that you have the same fiat value as when you raised your round 1.5 years ago.
I'm keeping my ears shut to those rumors, so yeah.
Okay. So Mike, you're from Bitcoin country. You've been part of, you know, from the start here, right? So El Salvador took this step that was giant, making Bitcoin as legal tender, but didn't do Bitcoin as unit account. and you've been seeing all the development here for the past few years, and to my knowledge, you've taken an even more extreme approach more recently. You were arguing that we should not only do Bitcoin as unit of account, but we should also price the things in Bitcoin, like salaries and things like that.
Well, I don't see a difference between those two things. I mean, if it's a unit of account, that should be the system that we are moving towards, and we won't fully move out of the fiat mindset until we start seeing things in Bitcoin terms. And so, like, to follow up with the example with Machankura and the fact that they raised, it's so much easier for people to raise in the space from Bitcoiners if Bitcoiners know that they are going to keep their treasury balance in Bitcoin basis. Because otherwise, you don't want to invest in a company with your Bitcoin and know that they're going to convert it to dollars, that even if the company's going well, the investment you put in it is going to go down in Bitcoin terms over time. And so I think companies should really be thinking about how much easier it'll be to attract capital and investors within the Bitcoin space if they commit to moving to the Bitcoin standard and only denominating and holding everything in Bitcoin. And that's, obviously that's one thing. Another thing on the community level, and this is a challenge, for sure it's a challenge, because people always want to go back to dollars. It's that they've used dollars since they were born. A lot of people have a hard time looking at pulling back and looking at history on, a century or 1,000-year kind of basis, the way people in the Bitcoin space do. Most people just think, I think they think almost in their mind like the dollars always existed and that was the always way it was, and so it's always the way it will be. But we will not get people to move away from thinking in dollar terms until we as Bitcoiners start pricing things in Satoshis and moving to a Bitcoin standard ourselves.
And how do you think about, say, if we price salaries in Bitcoin, how do you think about like the dynamics of that? You don't think that would be like a bit challenging?
For sure it'll be a challenge, and people's salaries may have to go down over time in Bitcoin terms if they're not raising their skill levels to, the market denotes what the market price is for wages. And so I think on a long-term basis, I think you can set salaries, on a yearly basis, and there may need to be some adjustments if they're not raising their skill levels enough to keep up with the price appreciation of Bitcoin. But I think that, being able to commit to, a year-long contracts in Bitcoin terms, especially if the companies are holding their reserves in Bitcoin, they should be able to do that. There's no risk. They're both taking on the risk of Bitcoin going down in dollar terms. But I think it's something that would make it easier to attract qualified employees, and it would really kind of ferret out the people that really aren't true Bitcoin believers.
Okay, so for those...
quickly on that. Yeah? I think what I observed since the first time coming here, being a long time in Bitcoin, or sort of a long time in Bitcoin, is that I think, first of all, you need the right denominator. You need the right perspective on the world. And our world is, just talking about the world, if you look on the map, you look at the Mercator projection, which gives you all kinds of different dimensions. Like Africa is way bigger than it's actually on the Mercator map. And if you look at the Peter Skal projection, like, you just need the right map to look at the world. And there's also, you need the right monetary standard to really measure what you're doing. Second of all, like, what I saw here is, like, I think companies should use Bitcoin for their treasury reserve asset. But if you are somebody who's working or has a small company, you're working on a small working capital base, you don't have a lot of reserves, I think it can be very dangerous if you keep all your working capital in Bitcoin, because if the Bitcoin price goes down within 4 weeks, you just cut your working capital in half, and you risk hitting a wall. So the working capital, you need to be able to operate. We still live in a fiat world and in US dollar world, and so you have to, like, pay your salaries. I think it's very, you have to denominate, and you have to fix them in US dollars, and you can pay in Bitcoin. But I think on a higher level for the accounting, and also from a point of perspective as an investor or board member at Blink, like you want to measure your success in how many sets did we stack. And if you look just to, if you would operate on an account in US dollars, you would see, oh, we are up X amount in dollars, but we are actually down X amount in sets. So what are we looking at here? It's successful in US dollars, but it's actually losing money. It's like a melting ice cube in sets, to say so. So I think the metric is like how many more sets did we stack per share outstanding as the ultimate like measure of this thing is going the right direction.
So I was going to actually ask the next question to you, which was, so for those that don't know, Blink just went through a restructuring event. And what happened during that process was that we decided to go fully on the Bitcoin standard. So we put our holdco in Prosper instead of in Delaware, where we could denominate the investment amount in BTC. The thing, it happened very quickly. It happened over just 1 month. And so many of you may know that, it takes a while to get a bank account, especially for a company. We didn't have time for that. So the only bank account we could access was Bitcoin. It's permissionless. We could open it whenever we wanted. So that was the only way we could receive the Bitcoin. And then as the transition happened, directly after we signed everything, the money came in. We had to start paying our bills. And so we funded our own Blink wallets. And then we set up Pay with Moon cards. And then we started paying for all the services with Pay with Moon cards that we topped up with Bitcoin. So we were operational within hours. Actually, within 1 hour, we had started just putting everything on Bitcoin. And in the end, every single transaction is accounted for in a Bitcoin value instead of converted into dollars. And yeah, so that was, and then our operational entity is El Salvadorian, right? So Bitcoin as legal tender. So we have basically the two only jurisdictions that are super Bitcoin friendly working together. Yeah. So it was a really interesting experiment for me to see like how far you can stretch the limit. And everybody here was part of that. Jorge helped with the legal work. And Moritz did a fairly substantial commitment as an investor. Yes. KG also came in, also as a board member. Moritz is a board member, and Mike as well. And I have a question to you, Moritz. Doing all this, when it was happening, the Supreme Court of Honduras ruled that the Prospera Zeta regime is illegal. And yeah, I called you and I said, hey, Moritz, do you think it's a good idea we go ahead here, or do we back out and go back to Delaware? What was your thinking then?
My thinking was like, well, I'm a Free Cities fan. I'm following the Prospera projects a long time. I sort of was understanding what Prospera was in and what it is about. And I understood like the sort of investment protection they have. And yes, so we could go ahead. I mean, if we would have all the money in bank accounts in Honduras, maybe they would have shut down our bank accounts. And I recently had a case where a German company of mine had this bank account shut down because I have a Russian partner in this GmbH. So they were just like checking in, oh, the guy's still a shareholder. Okay. 4 weeks later, they shut down the bank account. So this sounds like if you have never had a bank account close to you, this is like a weird experience. And when it happens, you begin, even as a Bitcoiner, you go to the next level, say, okay, they actually can't shut down our treasury. There's no like, sorry, the Bitcoin network stopped this wallet. So it doesn't work like this. And personally, I live in Latin America, and the particular country I live in, like local friends of mine told me more. Say, don't even bother opening a bank account because the banks are not very friendly, not friendly to Bitcoiners. You're going to go through a ton of paperwork, and at the end, they're going to switch off your bank accounts. And the local friend who told me, like, had it happen to himself after he gave Bitcoin workshops to these local players, they're the local banks. So yeah, in this sense, yes, I would say to these banks, fuck the banks, but they're very specific fiat banks. And in Bitcoin, we like to say fuck the banks very often, and certainly fuck the central banks. And we don't like the fiat banks, which sort of are in this fiat system. But I think to scale Bitcoin to where we want to have this as global money, we will need banks, so we need financial services, but we need Bitcoin banks and banks being run by Bitcoiners and have the right people in these organizations to also know how far we can play with regulations, where do we really have to hold the line and just not comply with anything, any nonsense they put on us. So yes, it was a good experience to double down on Blink because
Why didn't you back out? They declared it illegal.
It's not my backing out is not my thing. I'm more in the doubling down business sort of. Yes, and probably the others too. And so we went ahead and took on the challenge there.
Mm. Cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that, of course, this ruling is not effective yet. It hasn't been officially published. I hope it's not officially published, but it doesn't really matter. You know, this is a corrupt government that's in Honduras temporarily. It was only elected for 4 years, and this is their last year. Next year is their last year, and Prospera Sede is guaranteed for 50 years under Honduran law. So a 4-year government is not going to get rid of a 50-year guaranteed the free city in Honduras, and I mean, we're making it happen, and we're gonna make it happen. So don't worry, guys. You made the right decision. Thank you for your trust. Don't worry about that. You know, one other thing I wanted to mention about the adopting Bitcoin as unit of account is from the good governance perspective. The main reason is because we thought it was a human right. You know, if companies want to keep their accounting in Bitcoin, I thought, you know, this is your right. Other is to offer a good service to our users. If it's useful, then we should offer it. But then the other part is just from good governance from a tax perspective. I run the Prospera Tax Administration, and you know, one is compliance. You know, these are digital companies, Bitcoin. Yeah, they use Bitcoin as their unit of account, and you know, they trade in Bitcoin. So how do you get them to comply or incentivize them to comply? Well, you become the only jurisdiction in the world that allows using Bitcoin as unit of account and paying your taxes in Bitcoin. Then that's a positive, you know, incentive for them to comply with our tax regime. And then the other part is that it's also strategically from a financial perspective, because the Prospera Sede income tax is a 1% tax on gross income. So if you are running a company with Bitcoin as unit of account, we will collect tax on 1% of all your Bitcoin or all of the Bitcoin and all or Satoshis that you received in business incomes during that year. And so as Bitcoin appreciates, you know, that was very interesting for us. So it's being very good for our public finances, and I would encourage governments worldwide to consider it.
What you're saying is that actually you're happy that you're going to tax us more in fiat terms, right?
I am very happy, and money is going to be put to good use.
I think something that sometimes gets overlooked is how clarifying it is for companies when you're using Bitcoin as using of account, because it forces you, when you're considering investments, when you're considering bringing employees on, to make this evaluation. Is this going to produce more in Bitcoin terms in the long run than just sitting on Bitcoin? And I think that in a lot of companies, you see them make wasteful investments because they're thinking with this fiat mindset of just being able to borrow money cheaply, and so they're not really worried about the return. But when you're having to actually sell, when you have to spend Bitcoin, whether it's paying salaries or acquiring things, it forces you to really reevaluate that. And I see that for myself, even on a personal level. It's clarifying. You can ask my wife; she's sitting out there. I love to buy properties, and so but it forces me to think, okay, is this property I'm going to buy going to go up in the long term more than Bitcoin? Even in El Salvador, probably not. So if I'm going to buy properties in El Salvador, it better be ones that I have a vision for of how it's going to be useful to me, or how it's going to improve the community or something like that. So you don't become somebody who just hoards properties, that just buys and sits on them. And we've seen that around the world, how that's impacted real estate and the affordability of homes, because so many people sit on them as investments. And so I think moving to a Bitcoin standard really makes the world fairer too, makes people kind of utilize things in a fair way.
Do you think there's a possibility that El Salvador will take that as the next step, that there will be Bitcoin as unit of account, maybe as an alternative here in El Salvador? Do you think there's such possibility, or do you think IMF is going to clamp down too hard and there's too much political risk as a country?
I think for now it would complicate things, probably just for the government is trying to do so many different things here, and they're going so many different directions, and even the rollout of the existing Bitcoin law has so far to go to really see its true potential. And so I'm not sure if that would be the next step for them to take. But if we're talking long term, or if we're talking decade-long time horizon, yeah, I think that they will. I think everybody will be forced to make that decision to fully adopt a Bitcoin standard in the long run.
Cool. KG.
Oh yeah. So I think one other point to make is, well, with having Bitcoin as a unit of account, well, you guys charge a 1% in gross income tax. We charge a 1% transaction fee on our customers, so we could project better as to, okay, what would a profitability look like, because all our customers spend Bitcoin on the wallet. I think it's a similar story for Blink, right? Well, stable sats is also a thing, so I don't know how you guys will handle that. But the other benefit, and I think for founders as well, is keeping your treasury in Bitcoin extends your runway, right? Or on average, every 4 years. Yeah, right. Every 4 years, the Bitcoin price goes up. But however much you raise, if you raise at the right time, most likely your runway is longer than what you think it is when you start out raising, right? So you could end up doing way more than you actually set out to do. And I think for people in many places, that helps. If you are an entrepreneur in Africa, do not make your budget in your local currency. First and foremost, at least make your budget in the US dollar, because you don't know how inflated your local currency is. And if you want to push it even further, I think making your budget in Bitcoin is even better, because that's a harder currency than the dollar, and you are then in a position where you are able to plan further, right? So I like the point you made about the risk of, okay, holding the treasury in Bitcoin, and there's also a risk of making a budget in Bitcoin, which the guys at Samurai, don't know if I say RIP or Free Samurai at the same time, but yeah, Free Samurai. The guys at Samurai highlighted that, oh, if you are using Bitcoin as a treasury or a working capital, you almost always have to have like 50% more than you are planning to spend, because at any day, at any point, it can pull a 50% drawdown, but after that, it crab walks for the rest of the way. And yeah, so it's one of those things. Okay, longer runway than you set out to have, but also you could budget for the risk of a 50% drawdown at the same time. So yeah.
Okay, I suggest that we open up to questions because maybe there's some questions from the audience. But before that, I have one question to you, Mike. So, as we're thinking about how to do the new the separation of Galoy and Blink into Blink only, Nicholas had asked me, "Okay, Lucas, do you want to do this?" And I called you. I said, "Mike, I'm not going to do this without you." And then I said, "If you want to." And you said, "Well, it's not as if I have a choice here." What was your thinking when you said, when you decided to say yes to join the board of Blink?
My first thought was that my wife's going to kill me because I told her I wasn't going to take on any more things. No, I feel like the wallet is too important to not just the circular Bitcoin economy in El Salvador and the project in El Salvador, but globally. The majority of the circular Bitcoin economies in the world are using the Blink wallet, and it's just so crucial and was built specifically for those type of users. Nicholas came down to El Salvador and spent time with the users, saw the things that a lot of developers don't take the time to see, of the challenge of scanning QR codes with certain phones, or the type of background that needed to be when people are trying to use it in the sun, or even the need for them to be able to print out fixed QR codes because they can't pull out their phone every time when they're making pupusas or something like that. And so I just felt like the wallet was so crucial to what that we're doing, that even though I was hoping at this stage in my life that I was going to start slowing down, I felt like I was blackmailed into to joining the board. So that's the reality there. But I do think that it's that important.
We really appreciate it, Mike. And I also got blackmailed into it by Nicholas. So I felt I had no choice. So yeah, very exciting. And I feel that Blink has been breaking ground from the start, right? Like being in Bitcoin Beach day 0 and working with you guys and like figuring out how it should work for the ordinary people on the ground, taking sats for pupusas. And then when they declared the Prospero regime illegal or Zeta regime illegal, we said, fuck it. Like, we need to support our allies. Like, these people believe in Bitcoin as unit account. They believe in the future. Like, we can't just back down when there's some weird stuff happening. We need to break ground there too, together with others. So with that, I suggest that maybe we take a couple of questions. Good idea?
Oh,
let's do it.
Oh yeah, I think I have another remark to raise with regards to the benefit of being Bitcoin only, related to the conference tickets, right? The ticket sales were live how long ago? 6 months ago for this conference. So there's people who paid in Bitcoin for this conference 6 months ago, and the value of their ticket is now up how many percent, right? And if you're organizing a conference, it usually gives you peace of mind that you sold a ticket 6 months ago, and by the time that the conference is happening, the value of that ticket you sold is 50% higher, right? And even with adopting Bitcoin Cape Town, a similar thing happened last year, where the tickets were selling early, and by the time of the conference, the Bitcoin price was 50% higher. So it's really, for me, doing things with Bitcoin is like a cheat code. So yeah.
KG is not only running Machankura in South Africa, he's also organizing the Adopting Bitcoin Cape Town conference, which you have to go to. Amazing place. Apparently, Kemal can't wait to go back. And thank you, Kemal, for organizing, or together with Kiki and everybody, organizing this amazing event. Anybody has a question? Nobody has a question? We exhausted the topic, and the
They're all
audience.
convinced that we're moving to a full Bitcoin standard using Bitcoin as units of account. So we did it.
We did it.
Bravo.
Okay. Okay.
All right. We finished early. We're efficient.
Cool. Happy organizers, I guess. Oh, there's one question. Last minute.
Yeah, it's not a question, it's more like a comment. Just, I wonder if you considered that if you build your company on the Bitcoin standard, you're a bit like crazy, right? You're out there, outlier. But the moment you do that, you've created a market for service providers that serve businesses that will accept Bitcoin as payment, right? Because you're saying, I'm only going to pay you if you accept Bitcoin. That means you're creating a market for people that serves Bitcoin companies. I don't know if you guys touched on that, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, most definitely, right? As Lucas said now, with regards to them using Pay with Moon, all of the volume that Pay with Moon is going to get from Blink, having their fiat payments through that, is going to just make Pay with Moon's life much easier. And yeah, I think the issue of merchants accepting Bitcoin today and then 5 months down the line not accepting Bitcoin anymore because nobody works in the store and spends their Bitcoin is also going to be less and less.
I think it's interesting, actually. I've been thinking about this. As we pay for our services, we pay with Moon, we top up with Bitcoin, and then we get all these fiat payments. And we need more service providers of ordinary stuff that are actually Bitcoin companies. Like it pains me to realize we're paying all these, fiat maxi companies. It would be lovely to pay Bitcoiners this money instead.
And you should actually pay them more so that you can tell all the competitors, oh, these guys are actually winning because we're paying them in Bitcoin and we're paying them more than we're paying you. So why aren't you accepting Bitcoin?
Yeah, in my case, I talked some. I have a law firm in San Pedro Sula, and I talked some lawyers into accepting Bitcoin in payment. I told them that was the only way I was going to pay them. But then when the time to pay them came, I tried to renegotiate that back to paying them in fiat. But no, I agree with that. Yeah, I do it, but then I repent a bit now.
Okay. Very excited for everybody else founding companies on the Bitcoin standard, running companies on the Bitcoin standard. Join the family. We need more Bitcoin entrepreneurs abandoning the fiat system. Let's not be fiat maxis when we run things. We also need to run things on Bitcoin. Thank you, everybody, and boom.
Thank you.
Hello. Hey, everyone. Well, this is the last time you'll see me, although I am on the next panel, so. But this is our last panel. This is our last event of the day. Really appreciate everyone who has stayed, this whole day, coming in and coming out. That just goes to show that despite the rain, despite being behind schedule, you all still have the tenacity and the patience. So thank you for being here, and would love to welcome everyone on the panel. Come on out, guys. Come on out, everyone. Let's do it.
Yeah, everyone.
Woo! So speaking of passion, here, let's sit here. So speaking of passion, all four of us have put in a lot of energy to be here, as basically every single person in the audience here traveled from a long way away, many hours, red-eye flights, and yet we're here for Bitcoin, and the money's not the best, the views aren't the best, but we're here for a mission, we're here for a purpose. So I'm curious just to start out here, for each of you, if you can introduce yourself, of course, but then also, what is your why with Bitcoin? Why have you put in so much effort to be here all day and to come to this corner of the world in El Salvador and talk about Bitcoin? What is your personal story? What are your personal why of how you got here? Maya, you want to go first?
Well, I've been a Bitcoiner since 2014, and I became absolutely obsessed with it, and kept diving deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. And then at a certain point, there's no, point of no return. And I'm running for president in my country to fix corruption and to build that system that Satoshi built Bitcoin for, separating money from state and building a new system based on decentralization, based on the same ideologies and principles that Bitcoin was founded on. And I'm in El Salvador, to support, of course, what's happening here at adopting Bitcoin, and support the team and get the message out about what we're doing in Suriname, and to convince Rahim to help me do it.
Hi, Pierre Rochard. I've been here 3 times to El Salvador this year. This is the first year I've been to El Salvador, and everyone I've talked with has really emphasized that there's been a tremendous turnaround in this country, and even the mainstream media is starting to accept that Bukele's approach to governance is delivering results. So, one, yes, I want to come here and support the Bitcoin ecosystem that's developing. And 2, I want to share what is going on in Texas with the development of Bitcoin mining at a grid scale, where with approximately an 80 gigawatt grid, we have almost 5 gigawatts of Bitcoin mining. So it's 15% of the global hash rate. And a lot of that is driven by policies set by the government that are very market-oriented and forward-thinking and technology neutral. And so helping to provide insights from what we've learned in Texas to other places in the world so that they can replicate our success with Bitcoin mining, I think is really important.
So for me, it took a really long time to get Bitcoin and understand it. The only advantage is I was a bit early in starting to learn about it. So I figured out you have to stay curious, and curiosity led me to El Salvador the first time. Now it's the second time, and I have to admit, now it's more selfish reasons, just to meet old friends and make new friends. The best reason to go to a conference. Also, it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely the people. I like meeting people. Everyone here has surely made at least one new friend today. I met one new person, one new connection, and to me, that's the real passion with Bitcoin. Is that it's magic made up internet money, right? And in the end, that's all it is, right? And the only reason that this magic internet money is special is because it brings people together, and it brings people a greater prosperity of living and hope and quality of life. Economically for themselves and for future generations. So for me, that's my personal passion. That's why I love going to these events and meeting people, talking to people, and I think it's really important. So in this panel today, the topic of the panel, the stated topic, is cycles of history, right? So if the problem Bitcoin is trying to solve is bring people economic prosperity, something we've seen in history, of course, is we have a new cycle emerge, right? Where we have a period of peace, a period of prosperity, right? Hard times leading to strong men lead to good times, right? That whole concept. And so I think the first question is, in what ways does Bitcoin be a catalyst for those new good times in the world at large? And then I think perhaps even the more important question is, once those good times are achieved, how do we ensure that we don't have a new downward cycle down the line, right? How do we make sure that this time really is different, that this time really is not, just the next iteration
of what we had for thousands of years, but that this cycle is hopefully a cycle to be different than the previous ones, that doesn't result in some sort of disaster, reset, revolution, or other event. I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts with that. Maya, what about you? You're running for president in Suriname. I mean, this is something that you've seen with these cycles of corruption and maybe more or less corruption. So I'm curious what you think. How would Bitcoin being implemented in your country reduce those cycles from happening anymore?
So I think, especially if you look at, like, for example, the boom and bust cycles, right, in capital markets and in innovation, where basically you have the destruction of industry, and then those companies or those projects that are most efficient rising back up and or staying, having a staying power after this cycle of destruction. I think that is mainly driven by greed, and also by this manufactured, this centralized, top-down manufactured system where you have to have that happen, right? Because of the way that the monetary system works. But if you look at, for example, what we're doing in Suriname, making Bitcoin the unit of account would create a future of abundance, right? So it creates this system, or it allows for this system actually to create a different market environment in Suriname, or in the economy, where you don't have to have these cycles of destruction. So I see a future of abundance where you have a civilization that is focused on innovation and building, and that we're actually working towards being a type 2 civilization, and uniting towards a common goal and a common cause, versus this destructive competition that is currently basically the foundation that has been happening for hundreds of years. And we'll see a transition into prosperity. I'm seeing it. I think, I hope it interstellar travel, and actually see us colonizing other planets, and in creating new sources of energy to sustain that way of life. So I think over the next 100 years, hopefully countries like El Salvador, countries like Suriname will be laying the foundation and the example, and be that causing that ripple effect that spreads to other nations, to other countries, and that creates new systems based on prosperity and abundance, and not on basically scarcity of fiat assets, and money centralizing towards a few billionaires at the top, and then resources not being properly allocated globally to solve the planet's actual problems.
Pierre, what do you think? Being in Texas, right? I mean, Texas has got its own bit of rebellious spirit, right? So what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with what Maya said, and I think that when we look at the wealth inequality that contributes to these cycles, it really comes from that Cantillon effect of the money printer, where whoever controls the money printer is able to create money for them and their friends. And since 1971, that has tremendously increased wealth inequality. I think another, from a monetary perspective, another source of the cycles is the fractional reserve banking system. And so when you have all of this credit being lent out from deposits, and it creates this artificial boom, then you have a bust. And when you have a bust, you have tremendous political pressure to bail out the system. And with fiat, it's really easy to bail out the system, especially if you have a central bank. And that with Bitcoin, there's no bailouts. And we've seen throughout Bitcoin cycles that, if you have a Mt. Gox, if you have an FTX, a BlockFi, whatever it is, if it goes out of business, it goes out of business. It goes into bankruptcy, it gets liquidated, and there's no, while there might be pressure for a bailout, there's no possibility of a bailout. And ultimately, I think that through having these painful lessons, we gradually start to accept that we need to have a full reserve banking system. So when we look at the major exchanges like Coinbase and Kraken, and River, and all of these other financial institutions that are building on Bitcoin, they are 100% reserve, right? So they don't lend out the Bitcoin that they're taking in. In fact, people will accuse them of doing that, and they're very defensive about it, and they go do in proof of reserves, right? So we're really building a strong culture that not only can you self-custody and not your keys, not your Bitcoin, but even when you're not self-custodying, there's a strong bias against this fractional reserve model because so many people have lost so many sats to these banks that were adopting that approach. So once we remove that cyclicality of fractional reserve banking, I think that we get a much steadier, stronger, healthier economic growth, and that going forward, we really have an opportunity to avoid the kinds of cycles that have plagued past civilizations.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. When it comes to that fractional reserve banking and pushing us backwards, I think a common question, not necessarily criticism, but I think a common question to that would be in regards to what you said about not your keys, not your coins, right? And just the reality is that while everyone in here is able to use Bitcoin layer 1, the reality is that the trade-off is that not everyone is going to be able to use layer 1, right? So I'd be curious if you're willing to expand a bit more on how we know that is true, right? It's not just that we hope the world's going to get better with that layer 2 stuff, but like how do we know for sure, or at least with very high confidence, that when Bitcoin becomes so valuable enough, people go to higher layers, that we're not just going to revert to fractional reserve except atop Bitcoin? Like, how can we be sure of that in your view? How would you explain that counter to that argument you made?
Yeah, so in the fractional reserve banking system, it's very hard to hold deposits at the central bank. And you've even seen banks try to be what's called narrow banks, where they say, hey, we're not going to lend your money out, from a commercial banking perspective. We're just going to take your deposit and we're going to deposit it at the central bank so that you don't have any counterparty risk and you're not. So the fiat system fights against that because that is anathema to their interests. In Bitcoin, it's permissionless. So you can hold your deposits at the central bank directly, meaning you can hold your own keys and you can run your own node. People, Bitcoiners, we say be your own bank. I think it's more precise to say be your own central bank. And that's what Bitcoin allows you to do, is have direct access to the monetary backbone. And it's not even just about being able to hold your deposits at the central bank. It's also about being able to independently audit the central bank using your node. And so even, for example, with proof of reserves, it's really fascinating that you can use cryptography to verify that the custodian actually has the Bitcoin. Now, it doesn't mean that it's impossible to do fractional reserve, right? And we've seen people attempt to do it. But ultimately, their schemes collapse because there's no way to make it work. It just turns into a Ponzi, and then people end up in bankruptcy court. And so to the extent that it is still possible to have fractional reserve with Bitcoin, it's just fundamentally against the self-interest of the participants. It's negative expected value, and it's just a matter of time before it just normalizes back to full reserve.
Oh, I want to go in a totally different direction because, you crammed so much in the first question, and then we go tangential on business cycles. Even though I'm an economist, I find it the least interesting question of cycles. Like, we talk about history, and I would even start with physics. I'd say that it's quite natural that things that live will die eventually, and any organism, in order to survive, needs a flow of energy. And that's not always easy. It may mean new forms of energy for human beings. It needs new ideas, new land. That's why I think in history, the iteration you mentioned, I don't think it's that bad, because it's not, I don't buy into the cyclical historical image. I think what we've seen is move in history. that the Roman Empire went down is not just a business cycle theory. Of course, they had all kind of money dilution happening, but that's not the most interesting thing about what happened. It just happens in almost every political structure, so the reason why it happens are more interesting. So the Roman Empire fell down was great because it allowed for a transposition and moving, and it was the precondition for the northern Italian cities to emerge. They came up with double entry bookkeeping and a sound money idea, I think, for one of the first times that you really have a merchant standard emerging and the financial infrastructure that's more decentralized. And the northern Italian cities to go down was the precondition for the Hanseatic League to emerge. And the Hanseatic League to go down was the precondition for the Dutch Merchant Republic to go down. That led to something like Suriname be discovered on the map and put on the map. So it's quite natural that new places get the energy from old places. So Rome hasn't gone down, old Europe hasn't gone down, it's just at the continent that we are at, of course, it feels like peak. And we got to look at all these continuations of Europe, like in Austin, Texas, which feels more like the original European spirit. Maybe Suriname will feel much more like the original European spirit. So the question is really not so much how do we prevent that moving on. That's very natural. And it would be terribly bad if all the wealth was still concentrated in that amount in old Europe. So it's great that it fell down and collapsed. The question is what kind of structures are surviving that are not meant to survive? And I'm more interested in a theory that sees the business cycle even more as a kind of error cycle in figuring out how is it possible that people don't see that structures will fail, and how is it possible that so many people err at the same time, who usually make their money from not erring, like entrepreneurs, like investors? That's a very odd question. I mean, is everyone stupid? And I think the reason, sometimes it seems like it, but it's more this kind of collectivized stupidity, which I'd call institutional stupidity. And that's, I think, is a different phenomenon. And that's really about the rise and fall of cycles of institutions, because institutions are great. They are like tools for us. But once we come to relying on the tools, they turn into something else. It's like kind of scheme for people to hide within institutions and to siphon up all that wealth that's being created by institutions. And that's, of course, what we see in old Europe and many other places. We seemingly have these tremendous institutions, but it's basically a class of parasites using those institutions for their own benefit. And it's not just banks and financial institutions, it's everywhere. It's in education, it's in media, it's everywhere. And it's very natural for that to happen, unfortunately. So to finally go to your real question in the beginning, which I think should have been the last question of the panel, is I think the most profound one. How could Bitcoin stop that kind of iteration? And I think really the only way is that it may be, I'm not sure, I'm not saying it's here yet, it may be the only means that cannot be siphoned off directly from people that are within the powerful institutions, that there is always a way to say no and not fund something just because they are there and they're like the powers in charge. So that's the hope, and that's we've seen partially with the old merchant networks, like this moving from Italy to Hanseatic to the Dutch cities. That was all because there was an infrastructure that allowed for this mobility, and it wasn't possible to control that infrastructure and siphon all the gold into one location. But of course, a lot of that happened eventually. So I think that's the biggest hope for Bitcoin. Bring a monetary infrastructure to the world in which you can't live off as a rent seeker just because you have the credibility from institutions that may have been working well in the past, but are now just like a bad excuse for people not to be held accountable for all the errors they are committing.
Very good point. Thank you for sharing. So whether it's the institutions with that or whether it's the fractional reserve and a combination of both, I'm curious, how do we get there, right? If that's the vision, that it's having this system where the institutions and the central banks and all them can't control that. What is the ideal way which we get there? Is that through, is that through some kind of revolution, violent revolution, peaceful revolution, some kind of, Trojan horse transformation? Like, is this through corporations and institutions? Is this through nation states? Is it through mining, right? I mean, I think we have different aspects of maybe the same movement or different sides of that. So I'm curious what each of you would argue is this is why this direction is useful in helping us get to that point where we go from this incentive structure to this new incentive structure with the minimum amount of hopefully destruction as possible. I don't know if Maya, if you want to go first.
Well, it's not just one aspect, right? It's the whole market. It's the whole system. It's the entirety. Mining is as much a part of it as the community is a part of it, right? As the nodes are a part of it. I think it's a lot of different things moving in this peaceful revolution, and a lot of moving parts in different industries, from everything from energy to healthcare to decentralization of big tech and the movement against centralization in certain industries. I think it's something that is spreading and that is growing and that is accumulating across different industries, across different sectors, and in people all across the world. So I don't think it's one particular thing that will change. And I think the main distinction between how things have been done over the past couple of centuries is, it was mainly done by a small portion of the population or the populace, a small portion of people deciding the path forward, deciding this is how this would happen and how this change would happen, and deciding, like the monarchs, how countries would be run and how its citizens would live. And I think this movement, this peaceful revolution, is that's happening all over the globe, is something that is happening from, it's bottom up. It's not top down, and there's no central company or authority that is in charge of Bitcoin and telling us what we need to do. It is a millions of different people being nodes and moving on their own and adding to this peaceful revolution in their own way, from their own perspective, from their own respective fields, and creating new industry and creating new structures, new systems. So I don't think it will be one particular solution. I think it's all of us, and I think it's all of us moving towards one common goal, one similar direction. And I think that's something that is not really, we haven't really seen that happen, anywhere. Even with, the moon mission, for example, it was unifying one country towards one goal, but competing with other countries for a global goal. So I see that changing over time, and I think that Bitcoin is the instrument, the tool that brings this mind shift into effect. But I think it's going to take a couple of more decades, but we'll see that structure change from top down to more decentralized, more broader, global.
How do you think governments give that up, right? If they've been having for hundreds of years this top-down model, and now they see this new little orange community that's having this bottom-up approach, I think a common concern would be they won't give that up willingly, right? They will actively fight that, right? So even if they see that's coming, why wouldn't they just resist that with all the power they still retain? Like, do you think that's just comes down to, hopefully we minimize that as much as possible? Do you think that they wise up and decide to join instead of fight? Like, how do you think we actually get from the top-down model to the bottom-up model?
Well, I think Bitcoin has reached escape velocity. At a certain point, you can't stop it anymore, right? At a certain point, I think more than 10 years ago, they already realized they couldn't ban it. They realized they couldn't ban mining. They realized they couldn't ban transactions from happening. So governments at a certain point will realize that, even when they roll out CBDCs, for example, I said this, I think 7 years ago in an interview, that even rolling out CBDCs will incentivize citizens to appreciate Bitcoin more, and they'll probably just be educating the population on how to use Bitcoin. So eventually everything will move more towards decentralization. And I do think that as this spreads, we also, I think 5, 10 years ago, never in our wildest dreams thought that you'd be seeing financial institutions caving and changing their perceptions or their opinions on Bitcoin. I don't think we ever expected people like Larry Fink or Jamie Dimon to say anything positive about Bitcoin ever. But those opinions are already changing. We're seeing it happening now. And I'm not saying that that is a net positive for Bitcoin whatsoever, but it is changing people's perception of how they can or cannot avoid, their industry basically collapsing because of not being a leader of industry. And joining the peaceful revolution, whether they don't even realize they are. So I think even within government, we might be one of the first, we might be leaders, we might be innovators, but eventually, even when they're, in Europe, for example, saying that they're going to enforce CBDC, more regulation, more government overreach and control, its citizens at a certain point will no longer tolerate and accept. And the beauty of it is they can opt out, right? They can choose to exit the system. They can move to Bitcoin and peacefully, revolt against this overreach and control. So I think at a certain point, governments will, similar to ours, start to incorporate it, start to accept it, start to accept its place in the world. I mean, and the U.S. being a main example, right? In the U.S., if something is happening in the U.S., regulation gets or industry develops in the U.S., it gets copied in Europe. Yeah, they follow suit, right? And Asia being a leader in innovation, if they innovate in a certain space right now, for example, then the U.S. copies that as well. So there's this cross contamination that already happens in tech and industry. That if once Trump in January starts actually making changes, and it becomes an actual part of policy and government, you're going to see other governments copy this because they don't want to be left out. And especially Europeans, they love to copy what the US is doing. So you'll see it spread, right? And I think it's inevitable. If you can't beat them, join them. And they can't beat us, so they will be forced to join us.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think the inevitability, it really turns things on its head where on one hand, we might think that incumbents have the most to lose by adopting Bitcoin, and so they would be the last to adopt Bitcoin. But once they realize that inevitability, then they realize that they should be first to adopt Bitcoin to minimize their losses or even to be in a position to gain from being an early adopter. And it's really interesting to see how the mechanics of this have played out in the United States. When we talk about bottom up and top down, I think that it's ultimately a combination of both. And it's a bit of a black box as to what happened in China, but when they moved or pushed that hash rate out of China, a lot of it did end up in the United States. And that attracted the attention of Senator Elizabeth Warren, who has really been a critic of Bitcoin. And when she saw this hash rate coming to the United States and the supposed environmental impact of that, she started attacking the industry really vigorously because she had so many strong connections within the Biden regime. And when the industry got together to defend themselves against these unfair attacks, and the truth is on the side of Bitcoin mining, that actually catalyzed into Trump getting orange pilled. And so we really should give a lot of credit to the Chinese Communist Party and to Elizabeth Warren for helping push Trump towards Bitcoin, which is really paradoxical. And then furthermore, if we keep looking at the dominoes falling, when Trump goes on TV, or he goes on X or Truth Social, I guess, and talks positively about Bitcoin, Trump is one of the most influential people in the world. And so even if you personally don't like him, you have to accept the fact that at least 50% of Americans like him enough to vote for him. And if he's giving financial advice, hey, this is not financial advice, but then people listen to him. And he knows a lot of business leaders, and he's surrounded by a lot of Bitcoiners, whether it's Howard Lutnick, who has been co-chair of his transition team, or Matt Gaetz. I actually met Matt Gaetz here in El Salvador after Bukele's inauguration. There was a party at the presidential palace, and I got to meet Matt Gaetz. We talked about Bitcoin, and then I blink, and he's the next Attorney General of the United States, the top law enforcement agent in the country. And people say, oh, only criminals use Bitcoin. Well, guess what? Now the top law enforcement guy is a Bitcoiner, and there's nothing they can do about it. So I find the story that we're living to be really astonishing on so many levels. And it took a combination of grassroots Bitcoiners speaking the truth and really, honing in on what our talking points are, what is persuasive. Lots of work has gone into that. And then it's translated into tremendous lobbying efforts, not just from the Bitcoin mining industry, of course, but also from trade associations. And, I see Dennis Porter in the audience, so he deserves a lot of credit here. In addition to Lee Bratcher at Texas Blockchain Council, who's helped lobby for us, and of course, Pierre Boring in DC. So it's taken a strong coalition, but we've seen the results of it, and now I think that it's going to bear good fruit.
Great thoughts. Yeah, you never know who you're going to meet at a Bitcoin conference. It just might be the next Attorney General. That's pretty funny. So I'm curious what you think. What do you agree with? What do you disagree with? What nuances would you add to these perspectives?
Oh, it's always funnier to disagree and not to fall asleep, of course. I need to find disagreement, which is really hard with you guys. I'm making it really hard. I think, of course, in complex systems, nothing can ever be inevitable. So, sorry to break that to you. I think, is also the reason why most revolutions are scams, because they operate from the principle of certainty. It's like everything was wrong that was before. Let's just kick out the bad guys and the good guys come in. And they're usually a scam because they're like safe phasing for a second line of functionaries. It was very easy to have a scapegoat. Like everything that was wrong. And now we get rid of that. And now everything is perfect. So that's the biggest scam. Every good change is evolutionary, but that does not mean that it's always slow. It's usually slow. But natural evolution is gradually and then suddenly. That's very natural. Every complex system has feedback loops. We learn from each other. And that's why good change is evolutionary, because it comes from learning. And it's the only way to cope with uncertainty. And I think that's the main reason why we see institutions failing, is when they lost the capability to learn and adapt. And that, of course, makes them ripe for death. And figuring that out is a slow process. It takes very long. It seems there's very few people figuring it out first. And it's, of course, it has to be that way, because most are wrong who think or who come up with new concepts and new ideas. So you have to be a bit crazy, and you have to be very crazy to get Bitcoin early. And it still seems to be to most people that you have to be a bit crazy to be into Bitcoin. So I think it's a gradual process, but then it's a very sudden one when you have this kind of compounding happening, and it seems drastic. But I'm not so sure decentralization is inevitable, of course, as cypherpunks we all hope that. I'm afraid it depends more on military technology than on monetary technology. But of course, we'd hope that they are in a way related. And I see some hopeful signs that some changes in military technology will at least not prevent the downfall of centralized institutions that are failing because they are centralized, because they can cope with uncertainty. and thus opening up a new evolutionary process in which I think, I'm pretty sure Bitcoin will play an important part in.
So what do you think is the most important thing for an average Bitcoiner to do to play a role in that evolutionary component? Is it just buying, holding, and telling people? Is it thinking about specific things critically, just letting the natural process do its own?
I think the best role everyone can play is your subjective individualist role. Of course, I'm an Austrian economist in both senses. So it's always dangerous if you think there's like one size fits all for everyone and everyone has to do that and everyone has to move in the right direction. No, not at all. Everyone has a particular context in the world and particular skills to fit, and that's where you start. That's where you naturally start. I think educating can be part of it. I think being a missionary can be part of it. I think it's a bit overrated. I think generally that's not the way people learn, unfortunately. It's by making mistakes that we learn and then seeing, okay, why has it worked out for you and not for me, kind of thing. I think being a missionary helps with your identity, and that's great. So I'm not at all against that. I think we need that as well. Sometimes to have something to be as proud about, to like not stop talking to everyone in family and friends and so on. But I think the wisdom of Bitcoin and all Bitcoin is always that everyone will get it eventually at the price they deserve to get it, or that's the fitting answer.
It's not the most popular answer, but I think it may be the true one. Sometimes you got to let people make their own mistakes because that might be the way they learn the lesson. So Pierre, I'm curious for you, with the energy company and mining perspective, what's the most practical thing someone can do to accelerate that arm of Bitcoin adoption? What's something they can be doing? Because most people don't have a megawatt or a gigawatt of whatever of electricity they can do. So what can they do to help that side of the mission?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, your priority should be to stay humble and stack sats. And sometimes that means that you've got to stay in your fiat job and be fiat mining. Fiat mining is arguably the most profitable form of mining out there. Bitcoin mining is hyper competitive. In fact, there's an industrial economist who wrote a paper about Bitcoin mining saying that of all the industries that he has studied in his academic career, Bitcoin mining comes closest to the ideal of perfect competition from a neoclassical perspective, where there's no profits to be had. And so, that's a word of caution for folks who want to throw themselves into Bitcoin mining. You've really got to have a passion and love for it. It's not like some kind of get-rich-quick or passive income scheme. So first and foremost, stay humble and stack sats. Secondarily, if you do really want to get into Bitcoin mining, start small. And it's never been easier to start small. With the BitAxe project, you can literally start with one ASIC chip, and a BitAxe board costs about $100 or something like that. And so you can just get that. You can plug it in at home, and you can start mining at the smallest possible scale. Now, you're not going to make any money doing that, but you're going to start the learning journey of what it is to mine Bitcoin and what electricity is, and start thinking about the economics of it. And I'd also say that, look at what skills you've already developed and think about how those skills fit into the Bitcoin ecosystem. It might not necessarily be in the mining industry. It might be, might be a software developer developing wallet software, or, you might be more interested in marketing, and there's lots of marketing opportunities. So I think everybody's got different unique skills. And I think that what's really important about that first one of staying humble and stacking sats is that if you make an effort to live below your means, to spend less than you earn, usually that means that you free up a lot of time. Spending money is time consuming. And so once you've freed up that time, it'll give you the headspace to really think in a self-aware manner of how can you contribute the most value to the world while advancing Bitcoin adoption.
And then Maya, for you, what would you say? What would you say from the nation state level is the most important and actionable thing the average Bitcoiner can do?
Well, what we're trying to do or what we're doing in Suriname is completely different than or different approaches to the same problem, right? But something that really bothered me for the past year, diving deeper into this space and taking on this problem is that there's a lot of egos in this space, and there's a lot of competition still in this space, in unnecessary competition in certain factors, certain subjects. Competition in some areas is great, but in others we should be working together because we are fighting the system. We are fighting the status quo. We are fighting powers that are bigger than ourselves. So I feel like there should be more collaboration in certain aspects. There should be more working together, similar to the ideology of, that is Bitcoin itself. And we should be fighting that system together, and we should be fighting these powers together. So I think a mind shift, a little bit of a realization that, sometimes we as Bitcoiners do tend to go back into that fiat mindset, and there are, sometimes when we should be thinking more like an actual Bitcoiner. So I think just keeping those values and staying true to those values and thinking more collaboratively, thinking more forward thinking, thinking more how we can help each other to work towards this common goal and fight against this, big power, this establishment, and fight the status quo, change the status quo together versus, it's me wanting to do it first, you wanting to do it first, but instead us doing it collaboratively. I think that's very important for people to realize.
Well, I think that's a great place to end the conversation and end the day, is to have collaboration together, going one step at a time, letting people make mistakes and things progress naturally. So hopefully with all those things together and everyone else in the room, we can have a better and brighter future with a better cycle in front of us. So thank you all three for joining me on here, and thank you to everyone who is still here. We really appreciate you all for being here today and for sharing your passion in Bitcoin. So thank you everyone for a wonderful first day here at Adopting Bitcoin 2024. Appreciate it.
Yo, we are back at the Simply Bitcoin news desk, streaming live from Adopting Bitcoin. It's been a great day, long day, full of wonderful Bitcoin content. We had a little bit of technical difficulties earlier in the morning. Glad we got all that sorted out, guys. Bear with us. Just, this Salvadorian internet. We are in the middle of the jungle after all.
Literally.
Anyways, incredible talks. Highlights for me specifically were this incredible panel by Luke Broyles, of course, Maya Parabou and Pierre Rochard. Maya's running for president of Suriname. Of course, Pierre Rochard has done incredible work. And of course, Max and Stacy talking about how El Salvador just stays winning. Nayib Bukele's famous tweet, "I told you so," completely right. Got it 100% spot on. And you know what? Anyone who adopts a Bitcoin standard, puts Bitcoin on their treasury, is going to stay winning. And this applies to institutions, countries, nation states, individuals, whatever it is. Bitcoin is a cheat code. Anyways, guys, we're going to be back tomorrow at 8:30, 8:45. Hopefully we won't have any more technical difficulties. Hopefully we'll have all of that sorted out. Like I said, the internet out here is a little bit spotty. But I hope you guys enjoyed the content today. And tomorrow's a whole full day of incredible programming. And of course, I'm your host, Nico. Is my legendary co-host, Optimus Fields. We are Simply Bitcoin, and we are hosting Adopting Bitcoin in 2024. And that was day one. Anyways, that's a wrap, everybody. Love you all. Have an amazing day. We'll see you guys later. Peace out, everybody.